Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. Fang Hang finally understood. It was not a protective device, but a trap. Once someone entered the Holy Land and accidentally triggered the seal, the entire cave would be affected by the destructive device. The ritual magic array would automatically accelerate and self-destruct, and the entire cave would collapse. Act 2, don't leave my side. Fang Hang shouted as a light blue scroll appeared in his hand. Secret technique barrier. After releasing his mental strength, he merged it into the spell scroll in his hand. A pale white barrier instantly surrounded the two of them. Boom. This was accompanied by a violent explosion. The entire magic array passage collapsed. At the same time, in the outside world of the Munt Gang's encampment, as the intense fight went on, the holy light that overflowed from the Pillar of Light gradually stabilized. The Federation's military minister, Zhu Chen, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Meng Ruoui and Yan Mo's sudden counterattack was indeed beyond his expectations. He almost let them succeed. Fortunately, the oracle from the Holy Court, Autolia, arrived one step ahead of time. At the critical moment, she activated the Holy Light Pillar to release 100-fold and successfully defeated the Munt Gang. Two leaders of the Munt Gang also fainted from the shock and were temporarily taken away by their subordinates to be strictly guarded. Oracle, thank you and the Holy Court for your help. Otherwise, I am afraid the Munt Gang would have won. Of course. The Holy Court and the Federation have always been working closely together. You're welcome. After a fierce battle, Oracle Autolia looked tired. I was there when the game rift in the City of Darkness was sealed. When I heard that there was a new problem with the seal, I also found it strange, so I rushed over immediately. Fortunately, I made it in time. Chapter 1859 Destructive Calamity. Zhuchen nodded. The two leaders of the Munt gang had been captured, and most of the black fog in the base had been eliminated in the fierce battle just now. According to the players from the City of Darkness who have surrendered, Actu was the only deputy leader left in the Munt gang. It's hard to support him alone. It was time to launch the final attack and settle this once and for all. Now that we have captured the leader of the Munt gang, the morale of the Munt gang has collapsed. Let's kill the remaining forces in the Munt gang in one go. Commander Zhu. Oracle Audolia was still a little uneasy. She tried to persuade them, we don't need to be afraid of the Munt gang. However, the black fog in their base aura is very strange. We can't take the game rift lightly. For safety reasons, I suggest you give me an hour to reinforce the magic seal around the base to prevent any accidents. After the previous few exchanges, Zhuchen was also very afraid of the black fog at the base of the Munt gang. He thought about it and nodded immediately. The Oracle is really thoughtful. Alright, do just as she said. The Federation military immediately began to work together with the Holy Court to set up a periphery magic array to strengthen the outer perimeter of the base. A few minutes after the preparations were made, a federal soldier hurried over and whispered something to Zhuchen. Zhuchen frowned when he heard this, and his expression became a little strange. Kleinman looked at Zhuchen and asked, Commander Zhu, did something happen? Zhuchen pretended to be relaxed and smiled. He replied, it's the people from the Munt gang. They probably know that Mengrui is under our control and have come to negotiate with us. Negotiate? In the temporary camp, everyone couldn't help but feel strange. Now that even the leader of the Munt gang had been captured, they had been reduced to meat on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. What capital did they have to negotiate with them? Zhuchen had the same thought. He nodded and said, bring them up. Let's hear what they have to say. Soon, a member of the Munt gang was brought up under the custody of the Federation. Zhuchen looked down at the newcomer and said disdainfully, there's no one left in the Munt gang. You sent a nobody to pass on the message. You can say whatever you want. When the members of the Munt gang arrived, they were already prepared to die. They raised their heads and said, I am here to negotiate with you on behalf of the Munt gang. My request is simple. Release our people immediately. All of them. Zhuchen looked at him with interest and asked, what else? Otherwise, we will release the black fog that is trapped in the holy land of the Munt gang. Hey, just based on the remaining black fog aura in the base? Zhuchen lost his interest in listening. He waved his hand and gestured for his subordinates to leave. Wait. Leader told me to relay 2 words to you, demonic seed. Hearing this, Zhuchen and the other Federation players did not understand what it was, but the expressions of the people from the Holy Court changed slightly. What did you say? The Archbishop of the Holy Court could not help but interrupt. He blocked the 2 soldiers and questioned, what did Acta say? Seeing how anxious the people of the Holy Court were, the gang members became even more emboldened. They threatened. The deputy gang leader said that we all have rotten lives. If we die, so be it. If you still don't let us go, we will release the demonic seed pollution source. At that time, everyone will fight to the death. Let's bring more people along with us. The expressions of the people from the Holy Court became even uglier when they heard this. Zhuchen noticed the change in the expressions of the people from the Holy Court. He could not help but turn to look at the Archbishop of the Holy Court and ask, Archbishop, what is a demonic seed? It's related to the advanced hidden game world. Pollution has a very strong infectious ability and will have a disastrous effect on ordinary people. If it's really as they said, there's a demonic pollution aura inside the Munt gang. Once the aura spreads, the pollution will spread among players and it will be very troublesome. Zhuchen frowned and raised his hand to signal to the soldier beside him. Let me go. Let our leader go. Otherwise, all of you will regret it. The soldiers dragged the screaming members of the Munt gang away. Zhuchen had never heard of any information related to demonic seed pollution before. He could not help but ask, may I ask what level of disaster the demonic seed pollution is? The Archbishop nodded and said, yes. It's the highest 3S level, the destructive level. The expressions of the people from the Federation changed when they heard this. Destructive level. It was equivalent to the level of world destruction. If they were not careful, the entire world would be destroyed. Kleinman hesitated for a moment before asking, everyone, are we still uncertain if the Munt gang can release the demonic seed? Could the Munt gang be lying to us? A federal officer immediately echoed, indeed, the term demonic seed pollution came out of nowhere. There has never been any evidence that the black fog released by the game rift is related to the demonic seed pollution. That makes sense. The demonic seed and the pollution are most likely strategies that the Munt gang is using to delay for time. They're bluffing us. The more they want to stall for time, the faster we have to be. I suggest we act immediately and catch them off guard. Most of the officers in the military department had the same opinion. None of them had ever heard of the demonic seed contamination, and they thought that the monk gang was just putting on an act. As for the Holy Court, the people of the Holy Court were often putting up an act. Who knew if it was true or false? Zhu Chen pressed his hand down and stopped everyone's discussion. He looked at Oracle Autolia. Lightsnv Oracle Autolia, what do you think? Oracle Autolia had not participated in the discussion and had not said a word. She frowned and looked into the depths of the base of the Munt gang. She spoke in a deep voice, I am not sure if what they said is true or not. However, the dark fog's transformation is indeed similar to the pollution. We cannot completely rule out this possibility. What about the past? One of the officers asked, the last time you came here, you also participated in the sealing of the mystical array. At that time, did you feel any traces of the demonic seed contamination? I can confirm that more than 10 years ago, there was no demonic seed pollution here at all. Autolia said, if there are any changes, it must have happened in the past 10 years. Kleinman was silent. Originally, they were only here to chase after the fleeing demi-humans. First, they encountered the City of Darkness, then the Munt gang, then the Dark Fog, and now the demonic seed pollution. Ever since Fang Heng appeared, things had become more and more uncontrollable. He had an extremely strange feeling in his heart. It seemed that all of this was inextricably linked to Fang Heng. Zhu Chen was a little hesitant when he heard the Holy Court's analysis. The data he had so far was not enough for him to make a judgment. He needed more information. There was no direct communication between the inside and outside of City of Darkness. It would take a long time to obtain more data related to the demonic seed pollution from the Federation headquarters. While he was thinking, Autolia realized that something was wrong. Her gaze was focused on the depths of the Munt gang's base, and her brows were tightly knitted. Boom. Chapter 1860 Repair. An extremely dull crash came from the inside of the Munt gang's base. It seemed like something had exploded inside the base of the Munt gang. However, due to the black fog shrouding the base of the Munt gang, they could not see clearly. All they could see was a thicker black fog surging out from the depths of the Munt gang. A black fog that was as thick as ink. Its concentration had increased several times compared to before. The black fog has changed again. Autolia stared at the interior of the base, and her expression became even uglier. It was confirmed to be the demonic seeds pollution. The demonic seeds pollution had mixed with the black fog's strength. The concentration of pollution was not high, but the demonic seed was of great importance, and she could not afford to be careless. The people of the Federation also noticed the thick black fog and could not help but discuss it in private. They did not know what the demonic seed was, but they could feel the pressure coming from the black fog. I am afraid that the Munt gang didn't lie to us. The game rift deep inside the base is really related to the demonic seed. Kleinman asked, Oracle, how should we deal with this situation? The black fog is partially polluted. The consequences of being contaminated are extremely serious. For safety reasons, have your men retreat. The Holy Light has some resistance against the black fog. Our people will strengthen and expand the Holy Magic Array outside to temporarily stop the spread of the black fog. We will make plans later. Autolia quickly made a decision. The people of the Munt gang were extremely cruel. The black fog was an indiscriminate attack. This meant that all the members of the Munt gang would be polluted by the demonic seed. The first thing to do now was to prevent the spread of pollution. Next, she would try to solve the problem as quickly as possible. Zhu Chen realized the seriousness of the matter and gave the order, discovered a suspected 3S level disaster. Immediately report to the higher-ups of the Federation and request for follow-up. Obtain information related to the demonic seed and increase the danger level. We need the special event handling team to come here. Inside the cave, the pale white crystal barrier dissipated. The two of them were trapped in a small space by the falling boulders. The exit that led to the outside of the cave had been completely blocked. Brother Fang Heng, are you alright? I am fine. How about you? Fang Heng said as he pushed aside a huge rock in front of him. Acta looked around at the small area they were in with lingering fear and said, I am fine too. What happened just now? Why did it suddenly collapse? The magic array set outside the alchemy magic array has been activated. I think it's most likely a trap set by your brother. As Fang Heng spoke, he looked up at the game rift that was buried by more than 10 falling stones. The contaminated black fog was slowly seeping out from the cracks in the rocks. The trap is connected to the ritual magic array in the cave. Once the trap is triggered, it will automatically detonate the black fog evolution ritual in the entire cave, destroying the cave along with it. Ah, this. Acta opened his mouth and immediately realized the danger. So, did that mean that the pollution had already been leaked? We can't control the spread of the pollution anymore? Yes. Fang Heng sighed and shrugged, the pollution has already spread. We cannot use this to threaten the Federation already. We're in big trouble. Initially, he only wanted to threaten the Federation using the black fog to stall for time and find a way to escape. He did not expect that he would trigger the trap and the pollution would spread completely. Then this. Act 2 was lost for a moment, completely lost. He asked, "Brother Feng Heng, what should we do now?" "Don't be anxious. Only part of the pollution is spreading due to the aftershock. The passage leading to the outside has been blocked by the collapsed rocks. The speed at which the pollution is spreading is not fast. Also, once the pollution spreads out, the people of the Federation outside will probably realize that we have the ability to spread the pollution. They will probably choose to be more cautious and this will buy us more time." Act 2 nodded, but he was still a little worried and asked, "Brother Feng Heng, will the gang members outside be affected by the pollution as well?" "I am not sure. Based on the current situation, the concentration of pollution is not high, and the pollution that leaks out is relatively limited. When it spreads to the outside world, it will be diluted again. Whether they will be affected by the pollution in the end will depend on their luck." Feng Heng raised his head and said, "There's no time to think about this. Act 2, we don't have much time left. Just relying on these collapsed rocks won't be able to keep the pollution aura from leaking out. Then what should we do now?" Act 2's expression turned bitter. Now that the passage to the outside world was completely blocked, they were trapped here and could not move. Naturally, the subordinates of the Munt gang outside would help them clear the passage as soon as possible. However, staying here was useless. If he dug a passage out, it might even accelerate the spread of the pollution. Feng Heng had already made up his mind. He stood up and walked to the area in front of the game rift that was covered by falling rocks. "I will try to repair the external magic array first. Perhaps I can regain control of the game rift." Act 2 asked in surprise, "Can you really do it?" "Okay, let's give it a try first." Feng Heng felt immense pressure. With his current ability, creating 1 or 2 more layers of seals outside the game rift could delay the overflow of the pollution for a moment. Unfortunately, the effect would not be very good. The only solution was, he still had to rely on the seal left behind outside the game rift. He could use one of the holy seals. The holy seal was undoubtedly the strongest seal outside the game rift. After Zai forcefully broke open a rift, there was a gap in the holy seal. Later on, Mengrui set up 5 additional layers of seals outside the gap to control the frequency of pollution and the leakage of the black fog aura. If he wanted to completely solve the problem, he had to first remove the 5 seals on the outer layer of the holy seal, and then think of a way to repair the holy seal. Let's try it first. He was the one who caused all the trouble, so he had to quickly think of a way to make up for it. In the worst-case scenario, if the pollution really spread, he would become a sinner who would destroy the world. "Let's begin," Feng Heng said as he picked up a huge rock from the ground with both hands and moved it to the other side. "All right, I will help." Soon, the two of them worked together to clean up the large area of falling rocks around the game rift. Feng Heng stood at the edge of the game rift and stared at the ceiling magic array. The reflection of the magic array in his pupils spun rapidly. Half an hour later, with the help of the omniscient eye, Heng destroyed 5 magic arrays in a row. After using the omniscient eye continuously at high intensity, his right eye's vision was already a little blurry. He had no choice however to stop and rest for a moment. "Brother Feng Heng, is the situation getting better? Is there anything I can help with?" Act 2 cannot help either and could only turn around anxiously at this side. He can see that this contaminated dark mist was getting thicker and thicker as it seeped out of the game rift. It seemed that this situation did not improve at all. Instead, it felt like it was getting worse. Chapter 1861 Rodent. Yes, clearing the seal in the outside world is quite troublesome. The next step is to repair a seal. I hope it can be done. I've consumed a lot of energy and need to rest. Feng Heng gave a rough explanation and rested for a moment. He then braced himself and went forward to examine the holy seal magic array left on the outermost layer. The omniscient eye spun at full speed. Feng Heng observed the holy seal magic array. It was different from before. All the magic arrays that had been added on the outside were removed, and the holy element magic array was displayed more clearly in front of Feng Heng. If he tried to repair it? Feng Heng pondered. Not yet, he still needed more information. Feng Heng reached out and touched the magic array, preparing to use his perception to carry out the next test. What was going on? As soon as his finger touched the alchemy magic array, the entire magic array seemed to be triggered. Ripples? The game rift would occasionally send out waves, but this time, it seemed to be different. What's wrong? The entire magic array was operating at full speed. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Feng Heng. Act 2 saw that the situation was different and reached out to grab Feng Heng's shoulders, wanting to pull him back. Swoosh. In the next moment, a thick black fog burst out from the fist-sized game rift. Boom. The fog instantly dispersed. Feng Heng stared at the center of the fog. He felt an extremely familiar power seeping out of the game rift. The black fog condensed into a huge palm almost at the moment it opened, grabbing Feng Hang firmly in the palm. TSK. In the following moment, Feng Hang's figure was instantly pulled into the game rift by the black palm. Feng Hang. A huge pulling force came from Act 2's hand, forcefully pulling Feng Hang away from the huge palm that was dragging him into the game rift. When he saw this scene, he was shocked. He stared at the rift in front of him, his eyes flashing with disbelief. What should he do? Swoosh. In the next second, the game rift in front of him fluctuated again. The black fog once again seeped out and formed a huge palm that grabbed towards Act 2. It wrapped around Act 2 and dragged him into the game rift. Ding. The player has entered an unknown game world. Ding. The player has entered an unidentified game world. Ding. Current unknown world danger rating high. Ding. This world is a specially opened seal world with a special entry method. In the current state, the player cannot go offline. Ding. In the current environment, all spatial type items are ineffective. Ding. All long-distance communications are ineffective in the current environment. The game notifications flashed past Feng Hang's retina, and his eyes were filled with black fog. This was on the other side of the game rift. Feng Hang quickly regained consciousness and realized that he was falling. Whoosh! Feng Hang quickly transformed into his bat form and adjusted his body in the air. At the same time, he quickly observed his surroundings. He had been dragged into the game world by the black fog that had suddenly exploded. There was no mistake. From the game prompt, this was undoubtedly a game world. His perception told him that this game world wasn't big. It was similar to a special space created by spatial abilities. What the hell was that? His vision was blocked by a black fog, and he could only see about 3 meters away. However, the blood perception provided by the vampire bloodline made Feng Hang realize that there was something below. The lifeblood strength of it was very strong. Swoosh! It's here. In the darkness, a tiny figure suddenly flashed out from the black fog in front of him. What the hell was that? Feng Hang raised his eyebrows and immediately flapped his wings to fly to the right, narrowly avoiding this attack. Pa-ta, pa-ta. A series of pliable thuds rang out as it hit the wall. It was a black shadow bouncing between the walls. Judging from this, the other party should not have the ability to fly. Moreover, it was not big. Feng Hang maintained his flying posture in the air while observing the creatures in the fog. After a few attempts, it stopped and landed in a corner below. What exactly was it? Feng Hang did not dare to move. He was floating in the air, ready to observe again. Suddenly, a dark light burst out from the game rift above. Ah! There was a loud shout. Act 2 was dragged into the game space by the black fog. He screamed in panic as he fell from the sky. Oh no! Swoosh! Act 2 did not have any flying skills. He realized that he was falling at a rapid speed. He stumbled and tried to control his body to maintain balance and find a way to slow down. However, previously he could come to his senses. He suddenly saw a black shadow flash past in front of him. Swoosh! Bang! Act 2 felt as if he had been hit by something, and his body was sent flying, slamming into the wall with a loud thud. Act 2, be careful. Seeing this, Feng Hang flew down to save him. The black shadow was obviously more interested in Feng Hang. It immediately changed its target and flew towards Feng Hang. Feng Hang reverted to his human form in midair and gathered his hands in front of him. Kai. The surrounding black fog condensed into a huge fist under the control of his spirit power, and he swung it in the direction of the black shadow. The fist shadow completely enveloped the area in front of him. Bang! The black figure rushed forward and directly broke through the layer of the fist shadow. The black fog exploded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black shadow's speed did not decrease at all. It dashed in front of Feng Hang, curled its body into a meatball again, and crashed toward Feng Hang. Seeing that they were about to collide, Feng Hang's figure disappeared into space first. Whoosh! The black shadow's speed did not change. It passed through Feng Hang's shadow and slammed into the rock wall behind him. Boom! A huge dent was created in the rock wall. The flying squirrel grabbed onto the rock wall and turned its head to look around. A hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. Feng Hang hid in the secondary space projection and observed the state of the black shadow in the real world. His body was shrouded in a black fog, and a pair of black and shining eyes could be vaguely seen. Like some kind of rodent? Boom! Not far away, Act 2 was stunned by the previous attack and fell to the ground. His body seemed to have broken apart and he temporarily lost the ability to move. Seeing that the flying squirrel seemed to be interested in pursuing Act 2, Feng Hang stepped out from the secondary space projection. Try this move. Feng Hang raised his hand. A dark golden light instantly bloomed in front of him. The light lit a small area around them. Book of Oaths. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Holy Remnant chapter flew out of the Book of Oaths and immediately dispersed most of the black fog surrounding it. It was only then that Feng Heng saw the exact appearance of the black shadow. A squirrel? Its fur was dark brown. Its pitch-black eyes were unusually lively. Its tail was downy and pliable like a squirrel. Chapter 1862 Mission Option Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The Holy Remnant chapter cleansed the surrounding black fog and immediately attacked the squirrel. The squirrel realized the terrifying strength contained in the Holy Remnant chapter and immediately jumped to the side. The automatic pursuit effect of the Holy Remnant chapter was activated, and it automatically chased after the squirrel from all directions. However, the squirrel's agility was extremely high. It jumped back and forth within the narrow area. Bang! Bang bang! The Holy Remnant chapter's flying speed was unable to catch up to the squirrel's superb dodging ability. It continuously struck the wall, creating deep pits in the rock wall. The range of its dodging area seemed to have a limit. Feng Heng carefully observed the flying squirrel. He narrowed his eyes and focused on the squirrel's ankle. Upon closer inspection, the dark red shackles were binding the flying squirrel's ankle joints, directly affecting its range of activity. Under the influence of the shackles, the squirrel was quickly chased to a dead end by the Holy Remnant chapter that attacked it from all directions. Act 2. Come to me quickly. Act 2 had also recovered from his paralyzed state. He immediately ran towards Feng Heng's location. The flying squirrel saw that it was about to be caught up by the Holy Remnant chapter, so it immediately became anxious. It suddenly jumped up and fled into the air. Faced with the Holy Remnant chapter that was flying at it from below, the flying squirrel's cheeks inflated rapidly and it stopped in midair. Phew! Feng Heng's pupils contracted. Black fog. A dense black fog was spat out from the flying squirrel's mouth. It could actually control the black fog. Or was it releasing the black fog? Boom! The thick black fog engulfed the Book of Oaths Remnant chapter. Kai kai kai. The Holy Remnant chapter immediately let out a loud sizzling sound, and the light covering the Remnant chapter quickly disappeared. The energy value in the Book of Oaths was also rapidly decreasing. However, the Holy Remnant chapter was a holy artifact, so it could still hold on for a short time. It quickly broke through the black fog and continued flying toward the flying squirrel. Whoosh! Bang! The first Holy Remnant chapter was the first to hit the flying squirrel. In an instant, a thick black fog burst out from the surface of the flying squirrel's body. The squirrel didn't seem to have suffered much damage. It had only been hit heavily, and its body flew backward uncontrollably. Pah! The squirrel's body crashed into the wall and landed on the ground. It had an adorable expression on its face as though it had discovered something strange and was puzzled. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Following that, the Holy Remnant chapters chased after the squirrel one after another. Upon seeing this, the confusion on the squirrel's face quickly faded, turning into excitement. It pounced straight at the dark golden Holy Remnant chapters. Bang! Bang bang! The Holy Remnant chapters continuously collided with the squirrel's body, causing the black fog to explode. The squirrel was continuously sent flying. It didn't suffer much damage, but it seemed to be enjoying it as it kept ramming into the incoming Holy Remnant chapters. While the squirrel was entangled with the Holy Remnant chapters, Acto hurriedly ran towards Feng Heng. What was going on? Acto heaved a sigh of relief when he was out of danger. When he turned around, he saw the squirrel constantly getting attacked by the Holy Remnant chapters. He was filled with questions and asked softly, "Brother Feng Heng, what's going on?" Feng Heng shook his head. He also found it strange. Seeing that the energy in the Book of Oaths had decreased significantly, he quickly put it away. Pata! Realizing that the attack of the Holy Remnant chapters had stopped, the squirrel landed agilely from midair. It tilted its head and looked at Feng Heng with a curious expression. Feng Heng and Acta looked at the squirrel cautiously. The two of them stood slightly further away from the squirrel. What is it? I don't know. Look at the shackles on its ankles. It looks like it's trapped. As Feng Heng spoke, he looked around at the space that looked like a cave and tried to analyze it. It's very strange. This should be the source of the black fog aura, but we can't see where it's coming from. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Actu also noticed it. He watched surprised and asked, "That's right. Don't tell me." Feng Heng stared at the squirrel before him with a grave look in his eyes and said, "Yes, from the few exchanges just now, it's very likely that the source of the black fog is this fellow." Actu swallowed his saliva carefully. There were still many things that they could not understand. What kind of monster was this squirrel? What were the dark red shackles on its legs? Who set it up? At least for now, it looked like the squirrel's area of mobility was restricted by the red chain. They were still safe for now. The squirrel didn't continue attacking. It only sized up Feng Heng and his companion, its eyes filled with curiosity. It seemed to have understood that the aura coming from the person was similar to it. Actu observed the squirrel's state and whispered, "It doesn't seem to be that hostile towards us." Squeak. Squeak squeak. The squirrel was stunned for a moment before it took several steps forward. It wanted to get closer but was held rear by the chains. Feeling helpless, it could only shout at Feng Heng and Act 2. Suddenly, a game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player has triggered an alternative mission: The Imprisoned Phantom Shadow Rat. Mission title: The Imprisoned Phantom Shadow Rat. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission description: You have discovered a rift passage that leads to a special game world. After entering the passage, you discover a phantom shadow rat that has been imprisoned by a special strength. Mission option 1: Assist the phantom shadow rat in removing the bind on it. Mission option 2: Try to defeat the phantom shadow rat. Act 2 had also received a game notification. He could not help but turn to look at Feng Heng beside him. SSS difficulty level: the highest difficulty mission in the game. This was the first time he had come into contact with it since he entered the game. This kind of difficult mission had always been regarded as impossible by the players. The probability of success was too small, close to 0. Feng Heng, be careful. Look at the game prompt. This guy is definitely a commander-level creature. Okay, retreat a little and cover me. The phantom shadow rat did not have much hatred for them, and the game notification also gave them a plan to complete it. Perhaps there was no need to confront the phantom shadow rat head-on. As Feng Heng thought about it, he carefully approached the phantom shadow rat. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the phantom shadow rat's body was densely covered with web-like patterns. Veins spread out from the dark red shackles on the phantom shadow rat's ankles. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When the phantom shadow rat observed Feng Heng walking over slowly, it let out several urgent cries at Feng Heng. It sounded like it was urging him. Feng Heng observed the patterns on the phantom shadow rat's body and its previous series of actions, deep in thought. He stopped and tried to open his hands again. Buzz. The Book of Oaths floated in his palm. You want this? Squeak squeak squeak. When the phantom shadow rat observed Feng Heng take out the Book of Oaths again, its pitch-black eyes were filled with anticipation, and it kept squeaking. Chapter 1863 Bind. So that's how it is. Feng Heng had some guesses in his heart and once again activated the Book of Oaths. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The Holy Remnant chapter once again attacked the phantom shadow rat. The phantom shadow rat's eyes revealed a human-like excitement. It turned into a black shadow and crashed into the Holy Remnant chapter. Bang. Bang bang. The Holy Remnant chapter crashed into the phantom shadow rat, and the black fog exploded. The phantom shadow rat was sent flying backward, but it seemed to be enjoying itself. It got up repeatedly and rushed toward the Holy Remnant chapter. Feng Heng remained standing at the same spot, observing the condition of the phantom shadow rat, muttering softly, I see. Act 2 was a little confused as he watched from the side. Hearing Feng Heng's muttering, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Feng Heng, what's going on? In my opinion, it should be related to the bind on the phantom shadow rat. The first time it was attacked by the Holy Remnant chapter, the phantom shadow rat probably realized that the bind on its body was weakening. Bind? Act 2 also turned to look at the phantom shadow rat when he heard that. Only then did he realize there were red web-like patterns on the phantom shadow rat's body. Yes, the Holy Remnant chapter has the ability to purify and dispel, and it has the ability to restrain all kinds of dark attributed powers. While attacking the phantom shadow rat, it also has an effect on the bind on its body. Feng Heng continued to explain, the shadow phantom rat doesn't know the principle of this. It only feels that the bind on its body has been weakened. That's why it keeps attacking the Holy Remnant chapter. It probably hopes that we can continue to use the Holy Remnant chapter to help it remove the bind on its body. So I see. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Act 2 finally understood. His eyes lit up and he asked, Brother Feng Heng, can we use the Holy Remnant chapter to help it undo the bind on its body? I am afraid I can't do it. Feng Heng shook his head. After the previous consumption, there was not much holy light energy left in the Holy Remnant chapter and it was still rapidly being consumed, and the binding strength on the phantom shadow rat was very high. After dozens of collisions, there was no obvious weakening. Feng Heng was very clear about this. After the Holy Remnant chapter hit the phantom shadow rat, most of its power was offset by the black fog that exploded from its body. The effect on its bind was negligible. After a while, the energy of the Holy Remnant chapter was exhausted, and it flew back to the Book of Oaths. The phantom shadow rat sensed that the power in the Holy Remnant chapter was gradually disappearing, and it looked at Feng Heng and Act 2. It squeaked as if it was expressing its dissatisfaction. Hey, Feng Heng. Act 2 whispered, raising his guard. It's fine. Feng Heng extended his hand, signaling Act 2 not to act rashly. He then carefully approached the phantom shadow rat. We came with good intentions. We just want to help you undo the bind on your body. We have no ill intentions. The phantom shadow rat seemed to understand Feng Heng's words. It obediently stayed where it was and watched as Feng Heng slowly approached it. Until the distance between Feng Heng and the Phantom Shadow Rat was less than half a meter, the Phantom Shadow Rat stood up and tilted its head to look at Feng Heng. The two of them looked at each other. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the shackles on the Phantom Shadow Rat's ankle. The shackles were tightly connected to the ground. It was an advanced stealth magic array. Whoosh! Feng Heng looked at the ground, the magic array in his right eye spinning rapidly. Buzz! Under the activation of the omniscient eye, a faint magic array pattern appeared on the ground. Was the magic array absorbing the surrounding black fog? Feng Heng was even more surprised. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Under the urging of Feng Heng's omniscient eye, the magic array began to spin faster. Squeak squeak! Under the influence of the magic array, the dark red shackles on the Shadow Phantom Rat's body suddenly lit up. The Phantom Shadow Rat felt the pain. Layers of black fog seeped out of its body, and at the same time, it let out a threatening cry at Feng Heng. Acto's heart tightened when he saw this. He hurriedly shouted, "Brother Feng Heng! Be careful!" Yes. Feng Heng noticed the abnormality of the Phantom Shadow Rat and immediately stopped the operation of the omniscient eye. Ding! The player has discovered an unknown modified alchemy magic array. Ding! This magic array is of a higher level than the player. The player can only obtain basic information. Alchemy magic array, high-tier concealment type. Description: a specially made high-tier magic array. It has a concealment effect and can absorb and convert energy of a fixed frequency. Attribute: no attribute, related to occultism. It can absorb the black fog's power to strengthen magic arrays. Feng Heng was deep in thought. The magic array used an extremely ingenious method to absorb the power of the black fog released by the Phantom Shadow Rat and convert it to bind the Phantom Shadow Rat's movements. In theory, the stronger the Phantom Shadow Rat was, the more intense its struggle would be, and the stronger the power of the bind would be. The Phantom Shadow Rat alone would never be able to break through this layer of bind. What a genius design! Feng Heng sighed in his heart. The player who had designed and created this magic array had to be at least a grandmaster in occultism and alchemy, if he wanted to completely undo the magic array. Given enough time, coupled with the omniscient eye and a large number of zombie clones to increase the success rate, he could complete the task in 2 months. But now, the situation outside was critical, and he couldn't afford 2 months. There was a more convenient way. He activated the magic array with all his might and sent the Phantom Shadow Rat into a near-death state. At that time, without the support of the Phantom Shadow Rat's power, the magic array's energy supply would be insufficient, and its defensive ability would be greatly reduced. He would indirectly use external force to shatter it. However, the damage to the Phantom Shadow Rat was a little too great. There was no other way. Time was tight. This was the only plan Feng Heng could think of. Let's give it a try. Feng Heng looked up at the Phantom Shadow Rat and pointed at the magic array. This thing is very strong. I can't handle it alone. I need your help. Feng Heng tried to gesture at the Phantom Shadow Rat. The Phantom Shadow Rodent was extremely intelligent and seemed to be able to understand Feng Heng's language. It probably realized that Feng Heng could help it escape. Immediately, its eyes revealed excitement and it squeaked. It seemed that it had suffered from the bind for many years, and even in its dreams, it wanted to break free. And it will be very painful. It will bring you great harm, and you might even fall unconscious. You have to be prepared to endure great pain. Squeak squeak. The Phantom Shadow Rodent called out as a reply. Alright, let's begin. Feng Heng didn't waste any time. After he finished speaking, the magic array reflection in his right orb began to spin rapidly. Swoosh. The magic array was stimulated, and the dark ruby shackles released a powerful suppressive force on the apparition Shade Rat. Kai. After being stimulated, a thick black fog seeped out from the apparition Shade Rat's body. In almost a moment, the density of the black fog around the cave increased rapidly. Chapter 1864 Demonic Seed Buzz. The rapidly spinning magic array absorbed the strength of the black fog that was leaking out of the Phantom Shadow Rat's body. The binding effect was strengthened once again. Squeak squeak. The Phantom Shadow Rat's body was covered in red web-like patterns, and its eyes flickered with pain. Not enough. Hold on a little longer. Feng Heng shouted as the bloody tears in his right eye flowed down his face and the alchemy magic array in his pupil was spinning at its maximum speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A large amount of dense fog seeped out from the Phantom Shadow Rat's body. It was in great pain and kept rolling on the ground. Acto was at the back. The black fog in front of him was rapidly seeping out, completely blocking his vision. Feng Heng and the Phantom Shadow Rat could not be seen clearly. Feng Heng. Acto shouted into the black fog, but there was no response. All he could hear was the painful squeaking of the Phantom Shadow Rat. Damn it. Acto's heart was in turmoil, but he did not dare to go up, afraid that he would ruin Feng Heng's plan. He could only wait on the spot. Whoosh. Soon. Under the shroud of black fog, Feng Heng injected his mental power to control the operation of the omniscient eye. He could already feel that the magic array's operation was approaching its limit. The phantom shadow rat's strength was also gradually being consumed. Hold on a little longer. The density of the black fog aura seeping out of the phantom shadow rat's body had already risen to the limit and could not continue to increase. The pain that the phantom shadow rat could endure was approaching its limit. It kept rolling and struggling on the ground, squeaking at the top of its lungs. Swoosh. The pain directly shattered the last trace of the phantom shadow rat's rationality. Its eyes were bloodshot as it charged at Feng Heng. Feng Heng had sensed the phantom shadow rat's movements one step ahead of time. His body quickly dissolved into the air and retreated into the secondary space projection to avoid this attack. Bang! The phantom shadow rat passed through the shadow left behind by Feng Heng and crashed into the rock wall. The soul-piercing pain struck again. The phantom shadow rat kept running around, but it was firmly restrained by the shackles on its ankle. Feng Heng hid in the secondary space projection and stared at the phantom shadow rat outside while the alchemy magic array in his right pupil continued to operate at high speed. In the secondary space projection, he could also use the omniscient eye to cross space and affect external objects. However, the consumption would increase by dozens of times. Lightsenville, judging from the state of the phantom shadow rat, the frequency and magnitude of its struggle had gradually weakened. Soon, it was about to reach its limit. After a minute, Feng Heng stepped out of the secondary space projection. After frantically running around, the phantom shadow rat fell to the ground and seemed to have fainted. The aura that overflowed from its body had begun to weaken rapidly. At the same time, the magic array on the ground lost the support of the black fog, and its efficiency began to slow down. Just a little longer. When the magic array's strength was reduced to a certain level, it would be destroyed with a violent impact. Feng Heng stared at the condition of the magic array, waiting for the black fog to decrease to a certain concentration. Whoosh! As the black fog began to fade away, Feng Heng's vision became clearer. Suddenly, he felt an extremely powerful strength fluctuation coming from the unconscious phantom shadow rat. Black fog mixed with powerful pollution strength exploded from the phantom shadow rat. Almost instantly, the entire cave was completely enveloped by a dense black fog. The power magic array that was gradually losing its strength erupted once again and ran at full speed. Aktu, who was standing nearby, was shocked. Not good. He sensed a terrifying strength overflowing from the front. The entire space was surrounded by a thick black fog. The dense black fog swallowed all his senses. He even doubted if he really existed. Aktu's back was drenched in cold sweat. An SSS-level difficulty mission. What kind of terrifying strength was that? Feng Heng also stared at the center of the black fog in front of him. Two streaks of scarlet appeared from the darkness. The phantom shadow rat, which had been unconscious, got up again and stood upright. This time, the phantom shadow rat's eyes were already covered in a thick blood-red color. Feng Heng could sense a huge surge of strength surging and gathering rapidly from the phantom shadow rat. Swoosh, swoosh. The black fog shrouded the back of the phantom shadow rat and gradually formed a huge shadow. The dense black fog gathered toward the phantom shadow rat and Feng Heng. Feng Heng's pupils constricted, and he immediately felt that he was suppressed by the strength of the surrounding black fog, unable to move at all. Ding! The player has entered a special bind state. Some of the player's skills cannot be used. Feng Heng was startled and quickly sized up his skills. Other than a few passive skills, all of his skills were unusable. He couldn't even sense the spatial strength fluctuations around him. He couldn't even retreat into the secondary space projection. What was even more terrifying was that the strength was still accumulating beside him. Just at the moment before the strength was about to erupt, it suddenly stopped. A doubtful voice sounded from the shadow. Brother. It's you. Why are you here? Feng Heng was startled and stared at the phantom. The source of the shadow, the phantom shadow rat, was like a puppet being controlled. You are the demonic seed. Ha! The black shadow yawned and spoke. Brother, why is my strength so scattered? Your strength is also so weak. I don't want to think anymore, brother. It's good that you're here. Help me. Swoosh, swoosh. The phantom shadow rat's body swayed a few times before it once again fainted. The black fog that was originally wildly dissipating from its body suddenly stopped and quickly disappeared. Feng Heng looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. He instantly understood and came to a terrifying conclusion. The phantom shadow rat was the true demonic seed. It was very likely that the phantom shadow rat was also a product of Zai's ritual. Gu Qingzu accepted the ritual but did not succeed. The one who succeeded was the phantom shadow rat. Therefore, it was very likely that when the game rift first appeared, the phantom shadow rat was not affected by the pollution and did not come into contact with the demonic seed inheritance ritual. Therefore, When the Federation first explored the cave, they did not notice the existence of the demonic seed and the pollution. Later, because of Zai, the phantom shadow rat became the ritual bearer of the demonic seed, causing the black fog to change. Later on, the followers of Sloth discovered the source of the corruption and followed them here. Perhaps they wanted to help the phantom shadow rat escape? In the end, he and Gu Qingzu were chased all the way here by the Federation. Feng Heng tried to visible his mind. No wonder the difficulty of the mission was SSS level. If it wasn't for the fact that he also had the demonic seed in his body, he would have to face the demonic seed in this mission. Fortunately, after the crisis, Feng Heng was extremely glad. Kai. As the strength of the demonic seed gradually dissipated, the power of the binding magic array became extremely weak. It was time. Chapter 1865 Escape. Feng Heng placed his hands in front of him and took out the dark golden holy scepter from his bag. He raised the scepter with both hands and smashed it fiercely. Boom. There was a dull crash. A red glow appeared on the hidden alchemy magic array engraved on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks appeared on the alchemy magic array where the scepter hit. Cracks instantly filled the entire magic array until it shattered with a loud sound. Bang. At the same time, the chains binding the phantom shadow rat's right leg exploded. Feng Heng walked forward. The phantom shadow rat fainted on the ground, its body covered in wounds. Blood stained its brown fur. Whoosh. Feng Heng opened his hand, and the Book of Nature appeared in his palm. Spell Nature Blessing. It was the lowest level of natural healing. A gentle green light enveloped the phantom shadow rat. The wounds on the phantom shadow rat's body gradually healed. Soon, it slowly woke up from its serious injury and opened its eyes again. At first, it was still a little weak, but when it realized that the shackles on its body had suddenly disappeared, its eyes revealed a look of surprise. It actually stood up from Feng Heng's palm, puffed up its cheeks, and took a deep breath. The black fog that filled the cave was sucked into its stomach and the injuries on its body were recovering at a visible speed. After absorbing most of the remaining black fog in the cave, the phantom shadow rat regained its spirit and ran back and forth in the cave. It enjoyed the feeling of freedom. Feng Heng nodded. The phantom shadow rat's self-recovery ability was also strong. If he had fought it head-on, he probably wouldn't have won. Just as he was thinking about it, a game notification flashed on his retina. Ding! You have helped the phantom shadow rat escape its shackles. The player's current mission has been completed. Your affinity with the phantom shadow rat has increased greatly. Ding! The player has triggered the next phase of the mission, Escape from the Cage. Current mission stage: Escape from the Cage. Mission difficulty, S. Description: You have discovered one of the sealed incarnations of the demonic seed, Sloth, in the special game space. Please try to bring the incarnation of Sloth, the phantom shadow rat, out of the special space. Mission requirement: Help the phantom shadow rat leave the special game space. Mission reward: Friendliness of Sloth's incarnation, phantom shadow rat Kikimi. After regaining its freedom, the phantom shadow rat ran back and forth in the space and cheered for a moment. Then, it returned and jumped onto Feng Heng's shoulder, squeaking. Feng Heng raised his head, looked at the circular game rift at the top, and asked, "You want to leave from here, am I right?" The phantom shadow rat nodded repeatedly. Act 2's vision had been covered by a thick black fog, and he had no idea what was going on. When the thick fog in front of him dissipated, he received a notification that the mission was completed. He looked at Feng Heng in disbelief. What exactly happened in the thick fog just now? The terrifying squirrel actually climbed up Feng Heng's shoulder from his hand, and it even looked very obedient. Squeak. Squeak squeak. The phantom shadow rat sensed Act 2's gaze and barked at him as if it was showing off its power. Act 2 was shocked and took half a step back. He muttered, "Brother Feng Heng, this. Yes, the problem has been solved. There's no need to be nervous. This little guy is not dangerous." Feng Heng gently rubbed Kikimi's head and continued to look up at the sky. There was no doubt that the phantom shadow rat's strength had been strengthened by the demonic seed, Sloth, so its strength was extraordinary. With its power, they might be able to escape from the Federation's layers of encirclement. As he thought about it, Feng Heng once again observed the cave space around the game. Previously, the phantom shadow rat had been affected by the magic array's shackles, and the black fog in its body had erupted uncontrollably from its body. After the black fog filled the space, it gradually seeped out of the game rift, affecting the outside world. Now that there were no restraints, the black fog on the phantom shadow rat's body no longer spread. The density of the black fog in the space was also slowly decreasing, and Feng Heng and Act 2's vision became clearer. The entire space was a large cage with no exits. The bottom was wider, and the higher it went, the narrower it became. The highest point was the location of the game rift. In any case, they had to leave this place first. Feng Heng raised his head and looked up at the game rift. Previously, they were forcefully pulled into the game rift by the power of the black fog. As for going out, Fang Heng looked at Actu and said, "Let's give it a try and see if we can leave the space." "Alright." Actu replied excitedly. It didn't matter how Fang Heng did it. In short, it seemed that Fang Heng could now control the squirrel. The phantom shadow rat's strength was terrifying. With its help, Big Brother and Second Brother could be saved. Squeak squeak squeak. The phantom shadow rat probably knew that it was about to break free, so it stood on Fang Heng's shoulder and squeaked excitedly. Whoosh! Fang Heng tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his toes and leaped up, climbing up the rock wall quickly. The surface of the rock wall was uneven, so it was not difficult to climb it. Fang Heng climbed to the top of the rift and grabbed it. Actu also climbed along the rock wall to the other side. The two of them exchanged glances. Actu nodded and said, "Brother Fang Heng, I will go and give it a try first. You will support me." "Good." Actu exerted strength with both of his heads and leaped towards the black game rift that was suspended at the top of the cave. Whoosh! Actu's finger disappeared the moment it touched the game rift. It seemed like he had succeeded. Fang Heng felt a little more at ease and glanced at the phantom shadow rat on his shoulder. "It's our turn." As he spoke, Fang Heng leaped forward with all his might. Huh? Fang Heng's figure was still in midair, but before he could get close to the rift, a dark golden light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Holy power fluctuations exploded from the game rift. Bang! Fang Heng was repelled by the holy power fluctuation. He immediately reached out and grabbed the other side of the rock wall to prevent himself from falling. Raising his head to look at the rift in the sky, Fang Heng already had some guesses in his heart. It was a sealing magic array. The sealing magic array in the outside world had been set up specifically for the phantom shadow rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The phantom shadow rat barked a few times at the game rift above, looking a little angry. "There's no hurry. You stay here and wait. I will go out and open the seal from the outside first. I will be back soon to bring you out." Fang Heng patted that phantom shadow rat's head and said, "I will need your help later." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The phantom shadow rat understood Fang Heng's words. It jumped off Fang Heng's shoulder and easily jumped onto a small protruding rock beside that rock wall. It took a deep breath and puffed up its cheeks, looking ready to be on standby. Fang Heng nodded plus flew toward that game rift again. Whoosh! This time, without any surprises, Fang Heng became directly sucked into that game rift. Chapter 1866 The Connection Pata. On the other side of the game rift, Actu was staring outside the rift. He was wondering why Fang Heng had not come out yet. When he looked up, a figure jumped out of the rift. "Brother Fang Heng." Actu sized Fang Heng up and asked, "Where's that squirrel? Didn't it run out with you?" "Yes, the seal outside the game rift is largely targeted at the phantom shadow rat. We need to open the seal first before we can bring it out." "Ah, this is a seal set up by the Holy Court and the Federation." Actu's face turned bitter when he heard this. How could the holy seal left behind by the Holy Court's oracle be so easily undone? He thought that he finally saw a glimmer of hope on the other side of the game rift, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed like it was going to be destroyed again. It's not a big problem. After all, it's been such a long time ago. A large portion of the seal has already decayed. Moreover, we still have the help of the phantom shadow rat on the other side. Fang Heng felt that it was not a big problem and nodded at Actu. Actu took a few steps back, leaving enough space for Fang Heng. He couldn't help but feel doubtful. Was this for real? How could the seal left behind by the Holy Court's oracle be broken so easily? Whoosh! Fang Heng flicked his wrist, and the Book of Oaths floated in front of him. The holy magic array that the oracle had set up with the help of the holy weapon seal was extremely strong. With his current ability, he could not break it in a short period of time. However, he also had a holy weapon. Moreover, it was effective against such things. Swoosh! Fang Heng poured his spiritual power into the Book of Oaths. Absorb! The Book of Oaths emitted a faint light. Under the influence of the Book of Oaths, dark golden specks gradually appeared on the magic array outside the game rift. The specks quickly fused into the Book of Oaths and were absorbed, turning into energy within the Book of Oaths. As the energy within the sealing magic array gradually dissipated, the magic array's operating speed gradually slowed down. It really works? Actu looked at the scene before him in shock. When he saw Fang Heng using the Holy Court move in the game, he felt that it was a little strange. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a move from the Holy Court. Now, he could even remove the seal left behind by the Holy Court? Swoosh, swoosh. The magic array in Fang Heng's right pupil spun rapidly. At the same time, the phantom shadow rat on the other side of the game rift also sensed that the seal's power was being consumed. It released the black fog with all its might. Kai. The black fog continued to seep out of the magic seal, accelerating the corrosion of the magic seal. As the three stacked together, the power of the sealing magic array left behind by the Holy Court was rapidly consumed. In fact, over the past few years, the pollution aura that the Phantom Shadow Rat had been releasing had been corroding the sealing magic array in the outside world. It was basically suppressed by the Holy Seal. Other than the Holy Seal, the rest of the seals had already been corroded. As long as the Holy Seal was removed, the rest could be forcefully broken through. Feng Heng was excited. At this speed, it would take at most an hour to break through all the magic arrays. With the help of the Phantom Shadow Rat, it was not impossible for them to escape from the Federation's siege. Outside the encampment of the Munt Gang, the Federation's military had completely occupied the area of the City of Darkness and had completely surrounded the entire base of the Munt Gang. From outside the temporary camp area, they could see the black fog that was constantly seeping out of the cave. Commander, we have received a reply from the higher-ups regarding the incident with the Munt Gang. The higher-ups have ordered that all personnel entering the City of Darkness area will be handled by the Special Event Management Department. The military will provide unconditional assistance. Before receiving the order, you must keep the camp safe. No one is allowed to leave the City of Darkness area without permission. The soldier's expression was solemn as he reported, the Special Crisis Task Force has set up a defensive magic grid around the cave. The people around the area are being evacuated. When Zhu Chen and the rest of the Federation's higher-ups heard this news, their expressions turned grave. The higher-ups had a huge reaction. Even Zhu Chen's command authority in the military had been replaced. None of them could even leave the City of Darkness before undergoing a complete inspection. It seemed that the demonic seed pollution was more terrifying than they had expected. Soon, a middle-aged man entered the federal camp surrounded by a group of Federation soldiers. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, everyone from the Federation revealed a strange expression. Lei Yu. Lei Yu was already a legendary figure in the gaming world more than 10 years ago. After some things happened, Lei Yu accepted the Federation's amnesty and joined the Federation's Crisis Management Department. In recent years, Lei Yu had retreated behind the scenes. He didn't expect that he would personally take action this time. Lei Yu had a kind face. He looked at Audelia and nodded at her gently. Audelia, you're here too. It's been a long time. Yeah, the last time we met was 3 years ago. At first, Audelia was a little surprised when she saw Lei Yu, but she soon understood. Back then, Lei Yu was one of the people who participated in the sealing of the game rift in the City of Darkness. It was reasonable for him to take charge of the overall situation as a member of the Federation. Lei Yu gazed around at everyone and got to the point. Everyone, I've received instructions from my superiors. I will be in charge of this game rift pollution incident. The crisis level of this leak is considered to be the highest. Please be careful. A slight carelessness may cause our entire world to fall. We must not let our guard down. Let's go back to the tent and talk. Without waiting for a response, Lei Yu waved his hand and led the officers of the various departments of the Federation and the higher-ups of the Holy Court into the tent. Zhu Chen first recounted the battle report of the City of Darkness in detail. Lei Yu was silent for a moment after listening. He raised his head and said, I was there when I first sealed the game rift. The black fog that seeped out of the rift didn't have any pollution aura at all. This time, I suddenly discovered pollution. There must be some kind of change inside. Audelia nodded and asked, do you think it has something to do with the Munt Gang? I am sure the Munt Gang is involved. Lei Yu glanced at the members of the Holy Court who were still setting up the holy magic array beyond the tent and nodded. He said, I want to know everything that happened. Kleinman stepped forward and said, Officer Lei, let's start with me. From the beginning, we were only capturing a demi-human. Lei Yu listened to the report of the whole matter and lowered his head to think for a moment. Then he raised his head and gazed in the direction where the black fog was gathering beyond the tent. Game rift, pollution, demi-humans. Could there be a connection between these three? Audelia, how long will it take for the Holy Protection Magic Grid to be completed? 10 minutes. Chapter 1867 Setting off. Alright. I've already set up a barrier magic array at the periphery of the cave before I arrived. With a Holy Protection Magic Array, we will be protected for at least 24 hours even if the pollution erupts. That will give us enough time to react. We will act immediately after the Holy Magic Array is completed. Lei Yu made a prompt decision and announced, we must take down the base of the Munt Gang immediately in case any accidents happen. Understood. The officers of the Federation immediately gave orders to prepare for battle. 10 minutes later, the team gathered at the entrance of the Munt Gang's encampment. Due to the dangerous pollution in the base, Lei Yu arranged for Zhu Chen and most of his subordinates to guard the periphery of the base to reduce the possibility of the spread of pollution. Lei Yu personally led his team, the Holy Court, and a small number of soldiers from the military department to investigate the interior of the Munt Gang. Seeing that the team was about to set off, Zhu Chen walked to Lei Yu's side and asked in a low voice, the leaders of the Munt Gang, Meng Ruyi and Yin Mo, have been detained by us. They have just woken up. Should we ask them about the situation in their base? They've already been polluted by the demonic seed. We can't get anything out of them. There's no need to waste time on them. Lei Yu waved his hand and looked at Autolia, saying, "This trip is unusually dangerous. The Holy Light has a great restraint on pollution. Your Holy Court will take the lead, and we will assist. The situation is urgent, Autolia, you cannot decline." "Yes, I understand." Autolia nodded slightly and raised the Holy Scepter in her hand. A golden light shone from the Holy Scepter and dispersed the black fog in the surrounding area. "Let's go." The Federation team slowly advanced toward the interior of the base. At this moment, Meng Ruoui and Yin Mo, who were imprisoned in the temporary camp, had just woken up. Looking at the polluted air that was spreading in the depths of the Munt Gang's base, Yin Mo's expression darkened, and he even revealed a hint of despair. "Big brother, it's the pollution. The contamination has already leaked out. The seal trap we left in the Holy Land has probably been triggered." "Yes." Yin Mo pursed his lips and said in a self-deprecating tone, "Act 2, that kid is still so disobedient. You can't blame him. Unfortunately, I didn't expect the Holy Court to pay so much attention to the black fog. They came so quickly that this operation was a complete failure." Meng Ruoui sighed in his heart. He had miscalculated. Originally, the black fog hiding in the Holy Land was his last bargaining chip to negotiate with the Federation. However, he never expected that the Federation would not give them this chance at all. They did not even meet them. After realizing that things were not going well, they immediately took the initiative to attack. The Federation was extremely decisive in handling this matter. "Big brother, do you think we still have the ability to turn the tables?" Meng Ruoui smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I am afraid it will be difficult. Big brother, Act 2 has always been very obedient to us. He would never enter the Holy Land without any reason. I think he might have been instigated by that kid Fang Heng. That kid's background is a bit strange." "Indeed. What do you want to say?" "The seal outside the game rift." Yin Mo had not given up yet. He said in a deep voice, "If Fang Heng and Act 2 entered the Holy Land together, they would naturally discover the problem with the seal. Fang Heng is very familiar with seals. What if they have the ability to break the seal? We might still have a chance? It's no use." Meng Ruoui had thought about everything. He couldn't think of anything that could turn the tables. "For the past 2 years, I've been trying to find a way to break the seal on the outer layer of the game rift. Unfortunately, the seal left behind by the Holy Court is too strong. It has a terrifying restraining effect on the black fog, so I haven't been able to find a way." Yin Mo smiled bitterly as well. "That's right. We've searched all the people who are proficient in magicry." This was the logic. However, he was not willing to fail like this. Yin Mo looked up into the distance again, hoping for a miracle. Perhaps. Meng Ruouy's rationality told him that there was no chance for him to turn the tables around. However, he still could not help but follow Yin Mo's lead and asked, "Perhaps what?" "It might be an opportunity for the people of the Holy Court to enter the sacred land. What if the demonic seed sealed in the game rift is stimulated by the holy power and escapes from the rift?" Meng Ruoui smiled bitterly. It was impossible. The stimulation of the external holy seal was no less than that of Oracle Autolia. After so many years, it would have been triggered at that time. Why would it wait until now? Yin Mo knew that he was probably daydreaming, but when he was about to die, his mind was filled with messy thoughts. "Big brother, As Yin Mo spoke, he noticed something from the corner of his eye. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the encampment in the distance. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "Big brother, this." Meng Ruouy's gaze was already focused on the black fog. His eyes were also filled with astonishment. Thick fog. It was spreading outwards. This abnormal spread. Could it be caused by that thing sealed in the game rift? Was it really triggered? The two of them turned to look at each other at the same time. The demonic seed. Deep in the base of the Munt Gang, many players from the forces of the City of Darkness gathered at the entrance of the collapsed sacred land. The collapse of the passage had caused the morale of the players to collapse. At the last moment, under the immense pressure from the Federation, everyone chose to fight with their backs to the wall. Of course, it was impossible for them to rush out and fight the Federation to their deaths. At this moment, everyone was digging around the collapsed entrance of the Holy Land. From time to time, they would carefully observe the two people beside them from the corner of their eyes. Fauna and Gu Qingzu. These two women who came out of nowhere were too terrifying. The explosion in the sacred land had caused the passage to collapse, and the inside of the Munt Gang was in chaos. The leaders of the remaining gangs in the City of Darkness were arguing with the people of the Munt Gang, and they almost fought with each other. At the critical moment, Gu Qingzu made a move and easily killed two syndicate leaders who were causing trouble, shocking the players. Then, under Gu Qingzu's cold death threat, the players calmed down. Fauna led the players to believe that there was something inside the sacred land that could help them turn the tables, so she desperately dug out the collapsed Holy Land passage, hoping to grab onto the last straw. As they dug deeper, thick black fog leaked out from the cracks of the collapsed rocks. Faster! The Federation has previously barged in. Bring some people to stall them for a while more. Damn it, why don't you send your people to die? Without a leader, the leaders of the remaining forces in the City of Darkness were giving orders. The entire headquarters was in chaos. Gukingzu had only watched coldly from the side from the beginning to the end. Keep your voices down. Suddenly, Gukingzu gave a cry and jumped down from the rock that she was standing on. She stared at the rock where the black fog was leaking and shouted, "The aura leaking out is very abnormal. Hurry up and dig. They're coming out soon." Chapter 1868 Strategy. Hearing this, everyone's expression immediately became happy, and they all hurried to move the stone. There was hope. As they were talking, the three players worked together to move a huge boulder away. The thick black fog seemed to have found a vent and gushed out from a small crack behind the stone. Retreat. Hearing this, everyone quickly retreated. Kai. The black fog that leaked out from the crack instantly doubled the density of the fog in the entire cave. The players stared at the crack and turned to look at Gukingzu from time to time. Gukingzu didn't continue to speak and continued to stare at the crack. Boom. With a loud explosion, a hole was blasted open in the passage that was covered by boulders. Almost instantly, an even thicker black aura flowed out of the breach and filled the cave. Everyone's vision was immediately covered by a thick fog. However, it seemed that the amount of fog on the other side of the breach was not enough, and it quickly stopped leaking out. As the black fog in the headquarters gradually dispersed, the breach was clearly revealed to the player again. The passage to the Holy Land should have been opened. Everyone looked at the entrance that had been broken open, their eyes filled with vigilance. How was it? Why was there no movement? Where was Actu? Lightsnville, could it be that he fainted or was injured? The players of the Monk Gang could still remain calm, but the players from the City of Darkness could not help but whisper among themselves. How is it? Let's go in and take a look. Could he be injured? The black fog is also dissipating. What's going on in your Holy Land? Is there anyone alive who can tell us? Previously, the players had relied on the black fog that seeped out of the Holy Land to fight with the Federation. Although the entrance to the Holy Land had been reopened, the black fog that they relied on to survive was gone. Then what was the point of fighting? What happened to the last straw? What are you shouting for? What are you all panicking for? Actu's loud voice resounded throughout the entire cave. The entire cave instantly fell silent. A sturdy figure walked out of the cave. Boss. When the members of the Monk Gang saw Actu walking out of the cave, they felt relieved. The rest of the people from the City of Darkness also cast their gazes at Actu. Actu was still alive. They still had hope. Gukingzu, on the other hand, was staring intently at Actu's side. Fang Heng followed Actu, bending down as he came out from the hole. Unlike the last time they met, Fang Heng was shrouded in a faint layer of black fog. Gukingzu nodded slightly at Fang Heng, feeling very strange. The source of the black fog was the Holy Land of the Munt Gang. But now, the black fog had disappeared. Was it related to Fang Heng? What did he do inside? Also, Fang Heng's aura had changed greatly, making her feel very hazy. Fang Heng seemed to be shrouded in a layer of aura that could block one's perception. Actu gestured for everyone to quiet down, then stole a glance at Fang Heng from the corner of his eye. Everything that had just happened in the Holy Land felt like a dream. In short, the fact was that the large-scale magic array that the Federation had spent a lot of time and effort to set up more than 10 years ago had been completely destroyed in less than an hour under the joint efforts of Fang Heng and the Phantom Shadow Rat. Not even a strand of hair was left. What Actu could not imagine was that Fang Heng had really brought the Phantom Shadow Rat out of the game rift. That terrifying little squirrel monster. A faint game prompt flashed across Fang Heng's retina. Ding. The player completed the current phase of the quest Escape from the Cage. Ding. The player's friendliness with the Shadow Phantom Rat, Kikimi, has increased greatly. The player has received 50,000 King of Gods points. Ding. The player triggered the next phase of the mission, the Divided Demonic Seed. Mission description. Due to certain reasons, the power of the Demonic Seed Sloth has been divided. Only a portion of the power of the Demonic Seed Sloth is in the body of the Shadow Phantom Rat, Kikimi. Please try to find the remaining power of the Demonic Seed and assist the Shadow Phantom Rat, Kikimi, in completing the fusion with the power of Sloth. Mission reward, King of Gods points, Shadow Phantom Rat, Kikimi, friendliness, follow-up mission. Fang Heng glanced at the Shadow Phantom Rat that was peeking out of his neck to observe the outside world. He nodded at Actu. Everyone, don't panic. It was just a small accident. Since I am out now, I will naturally help everyone escape. Actu took a step forward, appearing very confident, I will say one thing now. The Federation has already surrounded us outside. If we want to live, we must unite as one and listen to my arrangements. If anyone doesn't believe me, then you can get lost now." The hall was eerily quiet. No one spoke. Everyone's expression was unusually solemn. They had all committed major crimes. If they were caught by the Federation, they would most likely be imprisoned for life. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they were willing to give it their all. "What should we do?" Act 2, just say it. "Yes." Act 2 calmed down a little and quickly explained the plan he had discussed with Feng Heng. When everyone heard this, their eyes revealed a puzzled expression. What did he mean? Surrender? Surrender to the Federation? Would this work? I know you have a lot of questions. Now that the Holy Court has brought people in, I don't have time to explain to you in detail. Either we follow the plan or we're all finished. Everyone thought about it and no longer hesitated. They followed suit and took action. Act 2 took a deep breath. Although he pretended to be calm in front of outsiders, his heart was also very empty. Feng Heng, there's no problem, right? No problem. Feng Heng nodded slightly. He looked at Gu Qingzu and Fauna and nodded at them. You did well just now. Don't worry. I am confident this time. Get ready to move. Inside the encampment of the Munt Gang, Oracle Autolia was leading the team slowly toward the headquarters of the Munt Gang. The holy power fluctuations that bloomed dispersed the black fog that had a polluted aura. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, this team moved very slowly. Right now, they were most worried about the game rift. It was the demonic seed. Once this demonic seed's contamination spread, the entire world might be reduced to ruins. The higher-ups had given a death order. This kind of thing was not allowed to happen. The team had only traveled for about 10 minutes when the thick black fog erupted again in the direction of the entrance to the headquarters of the Munt Gang. Everyone's faces darkened. The situation appeared getting worse. Oracle Autolia stared ahead and raised her hand to signal this team to stop. The black fog that erupted for this second time appeared filled with pollution. The pollution quickly fused with the black fog outside and spread. Chapter 1869 Exploration. Just as Autolia was about to gather everyone to dispel the pollution, she suddenly sensed something and became alert. Be careful. Stay alert. The military commander saw the change in Autolia's expression and immediately shouted a warning. Everyone in the party set up their defenses and looked at the black fog in front of them warily. Soon, a group of players appeared from the black fog ahead. They were from the City of Darkness. Were they prepared to fight to the death? The soldiers of the Federation army aimed their guns at the players in front of them. Don't attack. We surrender. Without waiting for Lei Yu to give the order to attack, there were shouts and cries for help in front of them. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We surrender. Don't do anything. Save me, we surrender. A group of about 100 people ran out of the black fog and noisily approached the federal team. Stop right there. Lei Yu shouted loudly, his voice like a great bell. The players in the City of Darkness who were running for their lives suddenly felt their eardrums bulge. They felt a little dizzy and stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move. Lei Yu nodded at the captain of the Federation army behind him. The latter immediately led the soldiers forward. Everyone, stay where you are. Shut up. Put down your weapons. Accept the inspection. The players quickly dropped their weapons and stood where they were. Take them all away. Yes, sir. The soldiers confiscated the players' weapons and handcuffed them with special handcuffs. You. Stop. What's going on? Lei Yu grabbed a handcuffed player and asked in a deep voice, what's going on in the base of the Munt Gang? Yes, sir. The person Lei Yu grabbed was Xiaki, who had been leading Feng Heng and the others. He looked terrified and said carefully, Act 2, the leader of the Munt Gang, he is crazy. Be more specific. How could he be crazy? Act 2 had just entered the Holy Land of the Munt Gang. Then, there was an explosion in the Holy Land and a large amount of fog overflowed from it. Xiaki was terrified. He stretched out his hand and gestured. Even his voice was trembling. After the black fog spread out, many people had problems. They escaped from the Holy Land and their bodies were rotten. It was too terrifying. And Act 2, he's gone crazy, he's lost his mind. Lei Yu and Oracle Autolia looked at each other. The situation that Xiaki described was undoubtedly caused by pollution. It seemed that the pollution had spread throughout the cave. Xiaki's face was filled with fear. He continued, we saw the black fog coming out of the cave. We didn't dare to stay there and ran. Those who were slow turned into monsters. Where's Act 2? I don't know. He seems to be still in the cave. There's still a lot of fog inside. I don't know his situation. Lei Yu pondered for a moment and waved his hand to instruct the soldiers, take them down first. We will quarantine them outside the encampment and check the intensity of the pollution. Yes. Understood. The escaping players were just some random people. Lei and Oracle Audelia didn't take it to heart. What they were most worried about was none other than the game rift. It seemed that the dark pollution in the game rift had spread outwards and even caused corruption. We are right. The internal situation of the monk gang has changed. Be careful. Yes. Audelia also had a solemn expression. She released the holy barrier to disperse the surrounding polluted fog for a moment before signaling the team to continue moving forward. Soon, the team approached the headquarters of the monk gang. The fog in front of them was already seriously polluted. Military personnel, escort the prisoners back to the outer defense area. Understood. The people from the military department left with the prisoners of war. The holy barrier provided by Audelia could provide some protection for the team, but the resistance of the army players to pollution was very weak. If they were to be contaminated and corrupted after entering the base of the monk gang, it would only cause unnecessary chaos. The headquarters of the monk gang is just ahead. There might be polluted creatures inside. Be careful, everyone. Let's continue. Oracle Audelia reminded everyone and expanded the holy barrier a little more before stepping into the headquarters. It was a little different from what Audelia had expected. The cave where the headquarters of the monk gang was located seemed to be too quiet. The only sound in the cave was the sizzling sound of the black fog touching the holy barrier. What about the humans who had been polluted? Lei carefully observed the surrounding situation and whispered, "There are no pollution-festering creatures. They might be hiding." After being polluted, most festered creatures will lose their minds. It's moreover possible for them to leave the cave. Let's ignore the festered creatures for now. Let's go to the game rift and take a look. Yes. Audelia walked in front of the team, breaking through the area shrouded in thick fog. She gazed at the cave that led to the holy land of the monk gang. After thinking for a while, she persisted to move forward. She followed the passage all the way to the bottom. The game rift. Everyone noticed the game rift at the end of the cave in front of them and stopped again. Black fog blended with pollution was constantly seeping out of the game rift. This. Lei frowned and turned to look at Audelia. Audelia's eyes were moreover filled with shock. 10 years ago, they had left dozens of seals here. And now, the seals had been completely broken. The monk gang had actually destroyed all the seals they had left here. Judging from the traces, the seals had been broken not long ago. Rumors had it that the Oracle of the Holy Court, Audelia, had used the power of a holy artifact to set up a powerful holy seal outside the game rift, ensuring that the game rift was safe and sound. In fact, only those present knew that Audelia was not the only one who had set up the holy seal. In fact, they were set up by using the power of the Holy Court. Unexpectedly, all the seals had been completely broken. Who was so capable? This was not the only strange thing. Although the seals outside the game rift had been completely broken, the polluted fog that seeped out of the game rift was not very strong. It was even gradually weakening. Audelia tried to get closer to the game rift. I can't just leave it alone. I will try to seal it first. Audelia and Lei exchanged a few words and condensed a mark in front of them. Whoosh! Sparks of holy light gradually appeared around Audelia. Under the control of her mental power, the specks of holy light gathered outside the game rift, forming a dark golden ball around it. The spherical barrier completely enveloped the game rift. Not a single bit of the polluted black fog oozed out of the barrier. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. After being purified by the holy power, the concentration of the polluted fog in the cave began to decline rapidly. Chapter 1870 Breakthrough. Audelia completed the seal and took half a step back, glancing at Lei again. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They could actually seal the game rift so easily? It was too strange. More than 10 years ago, the Federation and the Holy Court had worked together to temporarily seal the rift and paid a huge price. This time, the seal had clearly undergone a huge change, and it was even related to the demonic seed. However, the difficulty of sealing it had actually decreased. It was unbelievably simple. Audelia and Lei both felt that something was wrong. There's no problem with the game rift. Let's exit and take a look. Alright. Lei signaled for several members of the Holy Court and the Federation's crisis management team to stand guard. Then, he led everyone out of the Holy Land and prepared to thoroughly inspect the entire cave of the monk gang. He hoped that he could find something. Lei frowned. He felt that the development of this matter was too strange. It was going very smoothly. But it was a little abnormal. So what was the problem? As soon as everyone left the cave, Lei and Audelia sensed something at the same time. They looked towards the outside of the cave. What the hell? Looking from afar, a thick black fog suddenly exploded outside the camp of the monk gang. At the same time, the holy protection magic array set up around the encampment began to spin rapidly. The holy barrier and the holy light pillars soared into the sky. The black fog and the holy barrier once again gathered and intertwined. In an instant, Lei realized something. Not good. There's something wrong with that group of people just now. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. At the same time, outside the encampment of the Munt gang, a black fog shrouded the area. The people of the military department had weak resistance to pollution. In order to prevent themselves from being affected by pollution, the soldiers led the surrendered Munt gang and the criminals of the City of Darkness out of the encampment after the initial registration. According to the rules, all captives would be detained outside the camp after a full investigation. They had never expected that there would be a problem with the captives during the interrogation. A thick black fog suddenly rose from the periphery of the Munt gang's encampment, and the people of the Munt gang who had surrendered suddenly launched a counterattack. Zhu Chen immediately ordered a counterattack to leave no survivors. However, just as the order was given, an extremely dense black fog enveloped the battlefield. Get lost! Actu roared and broke free from the restraints, his body dashing out of the black fog. Dong dong dong. The soldiers of the Federation army raised their guns and fired immediately. Boom. Actu controlled the black fog to condense into a huge palm and swept it forward, blasting away a small team from the Federation army that had rushed over to support them. Reinforcements. The captives in the camp are rebelling. We need reinforcements. It's Gukingzu. Target found, Gukingzu. Long-range suppression. Don't let them get close to the Holy Seal. Amidst the chaos, the phantom shadow rat poked its head out from under Fang Heng's collar, who was standing in the middle of the black fog. The dense black fog was spat out by the phantom shadow rat. The phantom shadow rat was excited after escaping from the game space. The thick black fog was continuously spat out from its mouth, enveloping large areas of the surrounding area in black fog. With the help of the black fog, the players of the Munt gang were greatly strengthened, and they fought back with all their might. Archbishop Robert saw that the situation was not good and immediately gave the order to retreat. He ordered the alchemy Magicare to activate the holy light pillar to purify the black fog. The holy barrier defensive Magicare activated rapidly. Large patches of black fog surged forward, constantly colliding with the holy barrier, producing sizzling sounds. Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the barrier in front of him and gently rubbed the head of the phantom shadow rat. Let's go, let them see how powerful we are. Squeak. The phantom shadow rat had been imprisoned in the game rift all this time and was suffocated. When it encountered such a fun thing, it immediately let out an excited cry and followed Fang Heng out. Fang Heng quickly arrived in front of the barrier that elevated outside the temporary camp of the Federation. The phantom shadow rat took a deep breath. Its cheeks bulged several times, and its entire body expanded several times. It looked like a meatball. Whoosh! An even denser black fog was spat out from the phantom shadow rat's mouth, surging toward the holy barrier. It was different this time. The black fog was mixed with a high concentration of pollution. Immediately, the holy barrier was stimulated by the black fog, and it immediately emitted an even more intense hissing sound. The purification efficiency of the magic barrier was greatly reduced. The players from the holy court who were gathered behind the holy barrier were shocked. Robert looked at the place where the thick fog was flowing out, and cold sweat shattered out on his forehead. What was going on? Why was there such a thick fog coming from the area in front of them? He couldn't block it at all. What was it? Could it be that something had broken free from the Holy Land? Could it be a demonic seed? The people from the Federation military immediately went forward to assist. Unfortunately, they could not see the figure in the black fog clearly. They could only shoot crazily at the black fog area in front of them. However, once the bullets entered the black fog area, the resistance they received immediately increased by thousands of times. After being wrapped in layers of black fog, they could not move forward for more than a few meters and fell to the ground. Now! Destroy it! Fang Heng did not want to waste any more time. He quickly condensed a mark in front of him with both hands. Whoosh, swoosh swoosh. The black fog gathered in front of Fang Heng and formed a huge black arrow. Boom! After the arrow condensed, it crashed into the holy defense barrier. Hold on. Activate the magic array at full power. We must withstand this attack. Archbishop Robo sensed the powerful power contained in the black fog. He was so scared that his forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted and ordered his subordinates to focus on controlling the magic array. The holy court players poured their full concentration into the magic array. Whoosh! The holy defensive barrier once again emitted a dazzling holy light. In the next moment, the arrow condensed from the black fog and collided with a holy defensive barrier. Bang! The arrow exploded. The holy defensive barrier kept trembling in the explosion, flickering between light and darkness. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. The holy barrier was stronger than he had expected. It doesn't matter, let's do it again. Squeak! The phantom shadow rat also yelled excitedly. The second black arrow quickly condensed. Archbishop Robert and the rest of the holy court managed to block the attack with great difficulty. Before they could possibly heave a sigh of relief, They saw additional arrow of thick fog gathering not far away. Their faces immediately turned as pale as paper. It was already his best effort to block such an attack once. A second time? It was impossible to block it. Retreat. Seeing this, Robert immediately yelled and retreated quickly. Retreat. As he spoke, the arrow condensed and shot toward the holy defensive barrier once again. The players of the Holy Court and the soldiers of the Federation army had no intention of resisting. They turned around and ran. Chapter 1871 Interception Boom. The arrow struck the holy defensive barrier again. The barrier that was already on the verge of collapse was instantly submerged by the black fog that exploded. The menacing black fog continued to surge into the entire federal camp. At the same time, Meng Ruoui and Yin Mo, who were imprisoned in the federal camp, also noticed the commotion outside. What was going on? There was a riot in the camp? Furthermore, there was a large amount of black fog pouring into the federal camp. Meng Ruoui and Yin Mo did not know what had happened, but when they heard that there was chaos in the federal camp, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Regardless of what happened, perhaps he could escape during this chaos? Just as he was thinking about it, Meng Ruoui heard a familiar shout not far away. Big brother! Are you there? Yin Mo's face lit up when he heard the shouts and he shouted out, Act 2. We're here. Act 2 was overjoyed when he heard the response. He led more than 10 of his men under the enhancement of the black fog and charged forward. They quickly killed the guards outside the temporary prison and charged into the prison. Big brother. Seeing that his two big brothers were safe and sound, Act 2 quickly went forward to help them undo the seal and ropes on their bodies. Act 2, how did you get here? What happened outside? What's with the black fog? Big brother, second brother, I know everything about the demonic seed. It's brother Feng Heng. We went to the other side of the game rift together. He brought the demonic seed out of the game rift. The black fog outside was caused by the demonic seed. What? Meng Ruoui and Yin Mo were completely stunned when they heard this. They had never expected to receive such an answer. For a moment, they suspected that Act 2 had made a mistake. The demonic seed that was sealed on the other side of the game rift. It was actually brought out? This was the SSS level mission target they had obtained in the early stages. One could imagine how difficult it was. Just the holy seal outside the game rift was enough to render them helpless. Moreover, that was a demonic seed. Could it really be controlled? Big brother, the Holy Land is already crippled. If there's anything to say, let's escape with brother Feng Heng first. Yes. Now was indeed not the time to talk about it in detail. After the two of them calmed down, they nodded and immediately fled the camp with Act 2. With the help of the black fog enveloping the camp, even though Meng Ruoui and Yin Mo had been drugged by the Federation and would not be able to unleash their full strength for a period of time, they would at least have a portion of their combat power to save their lives. The three of them had just left the temporary tent when they saw the Federation team gathering again around the Holy Light Pillar. They wanted to use the power of the magic array to disperse the black fog. Act 2. It's almost time. Let's go. After Feng Heng shattered the holy barrier, he continued to dash forward with the phantom shadow rat. He walked at the front of the team and spread the black fog to open up a path. Behind him, Gu Qingzu looked at Feng Heng with a thoughtful expression. There were many similarities between the power of the black fog and the ritual she had received before. How did he do it? Could it be that he had mastered the power of the demonic seed? As she was thinking, Gu Qingzu and Fauna followed Feng Heng. Stop! Feng Heng was rushing forward in an attempt to break through when a stern shout came from the front. In front of him, 12 players stood in different directions, blocking Feng Heng's path of retreat. It was a small team formed by several high-ranking officers of the Federation and several elite members of the Federation's inspection team. Every one of them was an elite. Feng Heng, be careful. Gu Qingzu followed behind Feng Heng and reminded him in a low voice. Among this group of people was the one who had attacked her in Hain's school. Yes. Feng Heng agreed lightly. He recognized the person standing on the right. It was him again. It was the officer of the Federation army whom he had met twice before, Rhett. Previously, he had used a secret technique to escape. Who would have thought that he would be able to recover so quickly and join the battle? Rhett also stared at Feng Heng, his palms sweating slightly. Previously, he had used a secret technique to escape from Feng Heng's battle. After returning, he forcefully used a recovery potion to fight again. His current strength had decreased by 1/3 compared to his peak. This operation involved so many departments and so many people. If Feng Heng still managed to escape in the end, the Federation's military department and investigation team would really have no place to put their faces. Rhett forced himself to use the potion. Even if he had to lie in bed for a year and a half, he had to keep them all here. Feng Heng. Gu Qingzu? Kleinman did not join the battle. He only sized up Gu Qingzu and Feng Heng from afar, muttering to himself thoughtfully. Fang Heng sensed the lifeblood fluctuations emitted by the 12 people in front of him and let out a disdainful snort. What's wrong? Are they bullying us again? Are you waiting to die? It seemed that this group of people was the Federation's last trump card to stop them. After dealing with them, he could escape the blockade. One of them said, Gu Qingzu, Fang Heng, you can't escape. It's not too late to surrender now. Fang Heng didn't know that because of the demonic seed, even the Federation's special case team had arrived. All of his previous arrangements were to avoid a battle with the Holy Court's Oracle. The Oracle of the Holy Court, whom he feared the most, was still in the Holy Land of Muntgang. It would be troublesome if she rushed back. Fang Heng didn't want to waste time arguing with the Federation. Directly attack. Charge out. Cut the crap. Come at me if you have the ability. Fang Heng shouted loudly. Gu Qingzu had already taken a step forward. Swoosh. Everyone from the Federation immediately flew up. Fang Heng put his palms together in front of him. Condense. The phantom shadow rat standing on Fang Heng's shoulder spat out another mouthful of dense black fog. The black fog rapidly gathered. It condensed into more than 10 dark spears in front of Fang Heng and stabbed forward. The expressions of the 12 Federation's military officers and members of the Holy Court changed at the same time. The dark spear contained a power fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate. Be careful. There's contamination in the spell. Quickly dodge. Don't face it head-on. The Federation players were extremely afraid of pollution. When they saw the dark lance coming, they all dodged to the side. Boom. Boom boom boom. The spears exploded one after another, and the area in front of them was once again covered in a thick layer of black fog. Fang Heng opened his arms. The surrounding black fog quickly condensed into a lance in his hand. There's no need to fight with them. Follow me. We will rush out. As he spoke, Fang Heng took the lead and dashed to the right, trying to break through the encirclement of the federal team. Stay here. Red saw Fang Heng dash out of the black fog and was about to break through the area not far from him. He immediately exclaimed and blasted forward, trying to stop him. Fang Heng saw Red rushing towards him from the corner of his eye. He lifted his lance and threw it to the right. Chapter 1872 Breaking Free. Bang. Red's pupils shrank. The fist struck the spear formed by the black fog. He only felt a huge force surge over, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. The scenery in front of him quickly retreated. Red's eyes were full of surprise. Fang Heng. How did that guy do it? The first time they met, he could still suppress Fang Heng with his own strength. The second time, the situation was completely reversed. He was already suppressed by Fang Heng. If he had not used a secret technique, he would have almost died at the other party's hands. Now, it was the third time. He was even more miserable. In a face-to-face exchange, he could not even withstand a single attack from the other party. Why was it that every time they met, the other party's strength would increase by a qualitative level? Fang Heng glanced at Ret, who had been pushed back, and then rushed toward another federal officer. The expression of the federal officer who was locked onto by Fang Heng changed slightly. He raised his long saber in front of him and prepared to resist with all his might. With the enhancement of the Phantom Shadow Rat's black fog strength, Fang Heng was not at a disadvantage even when facing the Federation military officers. Bang! The spear stabbed forward. The federal officer raised his long saber to block. He did not expect a huge force to come from the long saber. The entire long saber instantly shattered and flew out in all directions. The broken saber scratched the face of the federal officer. Entangle. The federal officer stared at Fang Heng and shouted. Green vines suddenly emerged from under his sleeve and grabbed Fang Heng's body. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was caught off guard by the vines that wrapped around his hands. Following that, 2 elite players from the Federation's Inspection Bureau arrived from the right. Stay here. Whoosh. Swoosh. 2 elite players from the Federation's Inspection Bureau stabbed their swords at Fang Heng. Bang. Bang. What was going on? The 2 officers were shocked. The long sword stabbed into Fang Heng's body, but most of its strength was neutralized by the black fog that exploded from his body. Kai. After the sword pierced through the black fog protection, it landed on Fang Heng's body and drew a long bloody wound. However, the wound quickly healed in the blink of an eye. Bang. The black spear in Fang Heng's hand exploded into a cloud of black fog. He quickly broke free from the vines on his body and retreated quickly. As he retreated, Fang Heng raised his right hand again, and the black fog quickly gathered in his palm. Another black fog spear instantly condensed and was thrown forward in his hand. Bang! The black fog exploded again, repelling several Federation players who were chasing after them. Fang Heng quickly observed the enemy's position under the cover of the black fog. This is troublesome. The Federation was too difficult to deal with. Their strength was not low, and they even had the support of each other. It was even more difficult to kill anyone. The Federation military officers and the Inspection Bureau elites surrounding Feng Heng also retreated after several failed attacks. They exchanged glances. Very few people could endure their siege. This young man in front of him was definitely not ordinary. The black fog around him could provide him with extremely high defense, and ordinary attacks were almost ineffective. In contrast, under the influence of the black fog, their physical strength was rapidly depleting. Feng Heng was not the only one who was difficult to deal with. Gu Qingzu, who had entered the berserk state again, was also difficult to deal with. Gu Qingzu did not lose out in a 1-on-4 battle. The 4 officers of the military department suppressed her tightly. "Brother Feng Heng. We're here to help you." Actu and his 2 other brothers also quickly followed behind, providing assistance behind Feng Heng. Under the influence of the thick black fog, Actu's power had increased greatly. He could also help to share the burden. If he really could not win, he would retreat into the depths of the black fog. The Federation really did not dare to chase after him. It was not that no one had tried to chase into the black fog, but once they entered the depths of the black fog, their stamina would drain faster. They would even encounter some mysterious creatures that moved quickly in the black fog. This creature moved extremely fast, and it was impossible to see its movements clearly in the black fog. The few players who broke into the black fog only realized the existence of this mysterious enemy after being hit. In addition to the fear of the pollution mentioned by the Holy Court, the members of the Federation team did not dare to stay any longer and immediately retreated to the periphery of the black fog. The 2 sides fought for more than 3 minutes. The players from the Federation had been fighting in the outer area of the black fog. Soon, they began to pant heavily. The black fog's devouring effect on stamina was too terrifying. It had only been 3 minutes, but they could already feel their stamina depleting rapidly. Retreat first. The Federation realized that they could not win and would only be at an even greater disadvantage if they continued. While they still had some stamina reserves, they immediately chose to give up and gathered everyone to quickly retreat in the direction of the holy light pillar outside the black fog. "Let's go." Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Federation had retreated. He was also afraid that the Federation would delay him. He would not feel good even if he delayed until the Oracle of the Holy Court, Autolia, arrived. "Charge out." Feng Heng immediately led the players of the City of Darkness behind him to tear a hole in the protection line formed by the Federation and forcefully break through. The Federation's military retreated around the Holy Light Pillar, watching Feng Heng and his team break through their encirclement under the cover of a large black fog and leave. Zhu Chen, the commander of the military headquarters, clenched his fists tightly. How could a battle that was almost certain turn out like this? In the outside world, the thick black fog suddenly overflowed from a certain cave. The Federation's military and the players from the crisis management team, who were responsible for guarding the perimeter, became extremely nervous when they saw this. They clenched their guns tightly and stared at the entrance of the cave. The black fog was already overflowing. All the exits of the cave had just been set up with barriers to prevent the black fog from spreading under the setup of the crisis management team. The guards were still not strong enough and were far from being as tight as the inside. Black fog detected. There might be contamination. Activate the barrier at full force. As the black fog affected communication, the external federal guards could not obtain accurate information about the inside of the City of Darkness. Boom. Black fog suddenly burst out from the entrance of the cave. Attack. With a loud shout, a figure darted out from the black fog that overflowed from the cave. The federal team commander's eyelids twitched and he shouted, "Fire!" Dong dong. A dense rain of bullets rained down on Feng Heng, who was the first to emerge from the black fog. Bang bang bang. Before the bullet could even make contact with Feng Heng, a layer of black fog enveloped him and deflected most of the force. The remaining projectiles that landed on Feng Heng's body could not even break through his external defense. The soldiers of the Federation saw the black shadow charging forward at full speed against the concentrated gunfire, straight for the black fog defensive barrier that had just been established outside the cave. What kind of monster was that? Ordinary projectiles could not stop it at all. Bang! Feng Heng arrived in front of the barrier in a flash. He suddenly raised his hand and punched out, using all his power to pound the defensive barrier. Chapter 1873 Explosion Boom. Under the impact of the heavy punch, the defensive barrier that connected the periphery of the cave instantly exploded. Sparks of debris exploded. They were all shattered just like that with one punch. What kind of terrifying monster was this? The players also looked at Feng Heng in shock, forgetting to continue firing. In fact, the defensive barrier set up by the Federation Crisis Management Team was only to prevent the black fog from leaking out. The physical defense ability was not strong. Shoot. Stop them. Don't let them leave. After a short pause of half a second, the Federation army opened fire again. Feng Heng was a little surprised to see that the barrier had been shattered with a single punch. He raised his head and looked at the people of the Federation outside with disdain. The black fog that seeped out of the cave quickly spread towards where he was standing. The sight of the people from the Federation was soon blocked by the thick black fog. In the black fog, the players from the various major forces of the City of Darkness and the players from the Munt Gang were also running out with Fang Heng. Seeing the black fog rapidly surging toward them, the Federation team turned pale with fright. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Most of the ordinary Federation soldiers in charge of guarding the outside only had firearms to attack. Seeing that the firearms were ineffective, they immediately began to cover each other and retreat. However, ordinary firearms were unable to stop Fang Heng and his team, who were shrouded in the black fog. Fang Heng and his men had opened up a path for the guards almost instantly. Follow me. Let's rush out together. Fang Heng led the rest of the Munt Gang and charged forward, escaping the encirclement of the Federation. It was already noon when they left the Federation's lockdown area. When players of the various major powers saw that they had successfully escaped, they immediately fled in all directions. Akto hurried to Fang Heng's side and asked, Fang Heng, the Munt Gang has a few hidden strongholds outside. The members of the Munt Gang will spread out and settle down in different strongholds. What are your plans? Meng Ruoui and Yin Mo also looked at Fang Heng. They had too many questions to ask Fang Heng, especially regarding the demonic seed. Fang Heng did not plan to escape at first. He could not help but look at Gu Qingzi beside him. Gu Qingzi glanced behind him and quickly said, the black fog has the ability to shield our auras. It can reduce the accuracy of the Federation's lock onto us. For now, we should think of a way to get rid of the pursuers behind us. Yes. Fang Heng turned around and faced the back. Seeing that the Federation had caught up to them again, he lowered his head and looked at the phantom shadow rat hidden in his clothes. Kikimi, show them what you got. Squeak. The phantom shadow rat squeaked and jumped onto Fang Heng's shoulder. It took a deep breath and puffed out its cheeks. Phew. The phantom shadow rat spat out a thick layer of black fog towards the pursuers behind it. The Federation players who were the closest to them were immediately covered by a thick black fog. Not good, be careful. There might be contamination. Stop chasing. When the Federation commander saw this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He immediately ordered everyone to chase after him. His eyes were filled with panic and fear. The demonic seed. The thing just now was very likely a demonic seed. Once contaminated by the demonic seed, it would be over if it accidentally spread out. After releasing a large amount of black fog in a short period of time, the phantom shadow rat also revealed a tired expression. It curled up again and hid in Fang Heng's pocket. Meng Ruoui and Yin Mo exchanged glances, feeling bewildered. Demonic seed? Judging from the black fog it spat out. Most likely. He never expected that the one sealed in the game rift was actually this squirrel-like little guy in front of him. Gu Qingzi said, Fang Heng, we are being tracked by the Federation. With so many people together, we are too concentrated. We will be targeted very soon. Fang Heng then looked at the people of the Munt Gang and asked, what suggestions do you have? We, the Munt Gang, will disappear for a period of time. We will gather the gang members after the storm has passed. Brother Fang Heng, I will hand you an address. We will wait for you there. Fang Heng took the note from Meng Ruoui and nodded, yes, keep in touch. The Federation is tracking us. If we stay together now, it will only cause trouble for you. See you again after we find a way to remove the tracking mark. Meng Ruoui nodded and said, all right. Fang Heng looked at Fauna. Fauna nodded and spoke, Fang Heng, this isn't our first time working together. There's no need to be so polite. I've completed my mission, and I have to return to Black Castle to report. I wish you a pleasant cooperation in advance. Take care. Definitely. With that, Fang Heng and Gu Qingzi quickly dispersed from the crowd and scattered in different directions outside the black fog. An hour later, Fang Heng and Gu Qingzi stopped a car on the road and quickly drove away from the City of Darkness. The Phantom Shadow Rat. In the car, Gu Qingzi listened to what Fang Heng had seen and heard in the Holy Land of the Munt Gang. She could not assist but think. She glanced at Fang Heng's bulging pocket in the passenger seat and said, I think your judgment is correct. The Phantom Shadow Rat has undergone the sloth ritual and successfully obtained part of sloth's power. Fang Heng thought of the mission related to the demonic seed that he had received before and asked, what does part of mean? Before the acceptance ritual, I heard Zai mention that because of the compatibility, everyone can bear the power of the demonic seed differently. Sometimes, it's difficult to find a suitable candidate. Therefore, Zai used some means to divide the power of the demonic seed into many parts. As the power of the demonic seed is weakened, some people with lower compatibility have a chance of completing the ritual. Hold the ritual first. Once the ritual is completed, As the body gradually fuses with the demonic seed, the body's strength and compatibility with the demonic seed will also gradually increase until they can completely accommodate the entire demonic seed. Gukingzu recalled the situation at that time and continued, "The ritual I carried out at that time was only a part of the demonic seed. Before the ritual, Zai provided me with a part of her power to help me improve my body's strength and adaptability. Unfortunately, it failed in the end." "Yes," Feng Heng muttered to himself. There was also the saying that the demonic seed was divided. Then, was the demonic seed in his body the whole demonic seed? Feng Heng glanced up again and asked, "Now we can verify that Sloth's demonic seed has been divided into many parts. I've received a relevant mission. How can I find the remaining part of the demonic seed? I can't assist you with that." Gukingzu pondered for a moment and continued, "The people of the monk gang are all believers of Sloth. They can sense the existence of Sloth. If we find them, we should be able to get a hint for the next phase of the mission." Chapter 1874 Learning Alright. Feng Heng nodded. At present, the members of the monk gang had scattered to avoid the Federation's pursuit. They would regroup with them after a period of time. The trouble was that there was also pollution in the real world. If there were Sloth's believers, would Jealousy's believers also be in the real world? Feng Heng felt a sense of urgency. In addition, there were unexpected gains on this trip. If he could ally with Sloth's believers, he would have more confidence in dealing with Jealousy. It would be best if he could find a few more useful trump cards. Gukingzu piloted the car all the way to the nearest train station. "Where are we going next?" "I haven't decided yet. The black fog released by the Phantom Shadow Rat can block perception. It can help us affect the tracking accuracy of the Federation's imprint. The Federation can only lock onto a rough area of our range. According to my estimation, it's about 500 kilometers in radius. This is good news for us. However, the shackles on our bodies are still there. We are not completely safe yet." Gukingzu thought for a moment and said, "I want to find a place with a high population density for 6 days, such as some large cities. On one hand, large cities are densely populated and suitable for us to hide so that the Federation can accurately locate us. On the other hand, in a densely populated city, the Federation will also be worried about the spread of pollution to the public and won't take radical action." Feng Heng pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. The Federation's tracking system was not completely ineffective. It was just that the accuracy had been reduced by dozens of times, and they could only lock onto a certain area. In that case, it would be impossible for him to hide in the Necromancer Association. He couldn't bring trouble back to the Necromancer Association. It was better to follow Gukingzu's instructions to save trouble. After all, Gukingzu had plenty of experience dealing with the Federation. Too many things had happened since he killed the 2 people from the Holy Court last night. In fact, only 1 day had passed. Feng Heng needed some time to organize his thoughts. Feng Heng opened the window and looked at the scenery outside. Suddenly, he thought of something. He looked up and asked, "There's something I've been wanting to ask you. I was handling some troublesome matters and I didn't have the time to ask you." "What is it?" "The first time I saw you, you were seriously injured. You were ambushed by the Federation, right? I am curious, what were you guys doing at Hain's school?" Gukingzu was silent for a moment. Feng Heng saw that Gukingzu still had some misgivings about him, so he did not force her. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask." Gukingzu pursed her lips and was silent for a few seconds. Then, she asked, "Do you still remember what I told you about us demi-humans being imprisoned by the Federation and forced to undergo experiments?" Feng Heng frowned. The Federation had once conducted inhumane human experiments on demi-humans. He had also seen some related reports on the darknet. Now, it seemed that these things were all true. "Yes, I remember." After the incident was exposed, the Central Federation quickly blocked the news. Under the pressure of the demi-humans, all the research institutes and laboratories that were targeting the demi-humans were demolished, and the relevant person in charge were punished. It seems that everything has fallen to the ground. What is laughable is that a few years ago, we discovered that the experiment was still going on. Instead of being open, they moved it underground. Right now, a lot of demi-human beings are still being persecuted by Federation. The Federation is secretly conducting a higher-level demi-human experiment. We found out that some of the research was split up and disguised as being subcontracted. It was awarded to an expert project team in Hain's school for research. The project team doesn't know that this research is related to the demi-humans. Only the contact person of the project, the honorary principal of Hain's school, Kusagakure, knows about it. Our people entered Hain's school because they want to infiltrate into the project team and investigate the secret laboratory for demi-humans. As Gukingzu spoke, she clenched the steering wheel in her hands tightly. Her cold eyes were filled with anger. Feng Heng, they have never reflected on their actions. Feng Hang said softly, I am sorry. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Qingzu took a deep breath and stared ahead. It's my problem. This time, it was my lack of experience that allowed the Federation to discover something. I even made my companions pay the price with their lives. Feng Hang turned his head and saw that Gu Qingzu's eyes were a little red. Tears welled up in Gu Qingzu's eyes. The sacrifice of her companions made her feel guilty. Feng Hang patted Gu Qingzu's shoulder gently. This is not your fault. Gu Qingzu did not expect Feng Hang to comfort her. When Feng Hang felt her, her body trembled slightly. She did not dodge or continue to speak. After a moment, Gu Qingzu's emotions eased a little. She continued, Feng Hang, you're not good at comforting people, but thank you. Gu Qingzu composed herself and asked, what about you? How did you know Zai? Speaking of which, you might think that I am lying to you. Feng Hang shook his head and said, to be honest, most of my previous memories have disappeared. I only remember that I went through some kind of ritual. I only have a few memories of the ritual. In the images, I saw Zai. I don't remember anything else related, nor do I remember the promise I made with Zai. After that, I entered the world of Watts. It was there that I learned that the ritual I had experienced was associated to the demonic seed. I almost died there. As he spoke, Feng Hang laughed at himself, but it seems that my luck is not bad. The demonic seed ritual on me has succeeded. Gu Qingzu asked, why did you come to Hain's school? When I saw you that night, were you captured by the Federation? Did they find out your identity? Recalling the situation at that time, Gu Qingzu felt a little strange. If the Federation found out that Feng Hang was a demonic seed, they would definitely take a more stable action. They would not have captured Feng Hang so easily. Yes, I happened to be in some trouble. When you saw me, I was being investigated by the Federation. Feng Hang shrugged and continued, as for going to Hain's school, it's to study. My academic foundation is relatively weak. I haven't gone through systematic learning. Secondly, I am a little lost about my future path of improvement. I just desired to learn systematically and settle down, hoping to find a clear learning path. I didn't expect. Thinking about it carefully, he had even paid a lot of tuition fees in advance at Hain's school and bought a lot of course materials. This identity was completely useless now. The tuition fees and teaching materials were all wasted. What a loss. Feng Hang was sighing when he realized that Gu Qingzu had fallen silent for a long time. Hey, why aren't you talking? Do you think I don't look like I am here to study? No, it isn't. Gu Qingzu reflected for a moment and viewed up. What you just uttered reminded me. I thought of a place. We should be able to safely pass the remaining 6 days there. Gu Qingzu glanced at Feng Hang from the corner of her eyes and said, and it won't affect your studies. Oh? Chapter 1875. The library. Along the way, Feng Hang and Gu Qingzu first drove to the train station, blended in with the crowd, and got on the train to leave the Central Federation. After that, they continued to hitch a ride and bought a second-hand car from a second-hand car shop. The next evening, the two of them drove to a super-sized hotel in the city center. At this moment, the two of them had already entered the territory of the North District Federation. Based on Feng Hang's general understanding of the North District Federation, their governance was relatively loose among the various large alliances, and its regional attribute was extremely high. The North District Federation was the one with the lowest degree of obedience to the Central Federation. Moreover, the people of the North District Federation were tough. It was as if they were going to fight at the slightest disagreement. Feng Hang came down from the parking lot and followed Gu Qingzu into the elevator to the first floor of the hotel. What is this place? Library of the Myriad Worlds. Huh? Feng Hang had never heard of it. It's a library set up in the real world by a mysterious intelligent race in the game. It shares information with the library in the game. You can access most of the academic materials here, and you can also enjoy one-on-one professional skills coaching and training. Gu Qingzu stepped out of the elevator and entered the first floor of the hotel with Feng Hang. Hello. 2 attendants in black suits standing at the elevator entrance bowed in unison. Welcome to the Library of the Myriad Worlds. Feng Hang looked at the attendant beside him and his heart skipped a beat. He could not feel any lifeblood fluctuation from the other party's body. Feng Hang stared at the attendant, the alchemy array in his pupils rapidly revolving. Under the effect of the omniscient eye, Feng Hang could see the internal structure of the attendant. The attendant was a mechanical creature. Welcome back, Miss Amanda. Your VIP room has been automatically allocated. You can go to room number 2341 to rest. As they spoke, the mechanical attendants turned to look at Feng Hang. Gu Qingzu explained to Feng Hang, there are 2 conditions to enter the Library of the Myriad Worlds. The first is to obtain the qualifications through the early game mission line or the recommendation of a referee. The second method is to obtain a temporary identity, but there are many restrictions on the temporary identity. The library in the real world has ties with the Federation. The Federation may investigate your identity information. For safety reasons, use your temporary identity this time. Feng Heng nodded to indicate that there was no problem. Gu Qingzi handed an identity card to the mechanical attendant and continued, "This is my husband. Grant him the authority of my secondary card and temporary identity. Open up my point-sharing authority." "Alright, I am executing the password for you." The android received the order and looked at Feng Heng. The built-in camera recorded Feng Heng's facial information. It opened its hand again and handed over the original ID card and the other duplicate secondary card respectfully. "Please keep your secondary card." Feng Heng took the magnetic card and put it in his pocket. "You will need points to live here. There are more than 3,000 points on the card. It's enough for you. The room resources are limited. We only have one room." "Alright." Feng Heng followed Gu Qingzi to the elevator on the other side. "By the way, is there a game passage here?" "Game passage? Game cabin?" When Gu Qingzi heard Feng Heng's question, she looked at him in surprise. "What do you want that for?" Feng Heng was also baffled. What else could he do with a game cabin? Of course, it was for him to enter the game. He counted on his fingers and realized that he had not logged into the game for almost 2 days. He couldn't log into the game using the demi-human special method, but there shouldn't be a problem with the normal method, right? Feng Heng felt that Gu Qingzi's question was a little strange. He nodded and replied, "I haven't been in the game for a while. I want to use the game cabin to return to the game and take a look." Gu Qingzi looked Feng Heng up and down as if she just saw another side of him. Using a game cabin? The demi-humans could enter the game cabin using human methods? What kind of joke was this? Feng Heng saw Gu Qingzi's expression and thought of the demi-human race's special ability. He explained, "My physique is a little abnormal. I can enter the game with the help of the game cabin. The seal the Federation left on us won't affect the game cabin, right?" "I am not sure." Gu Qingzi frowned and walked out of the elevator. She continued walking forward and said, "There's a game cabin in the room. There are too many people here. Let's go back first." Soon, Gu Qingzi found a room and swiped her card to enter. The room was very large, with a floor area of more than 120 square meters, and was decorated beautifully. It was more like a hotel apartment. There were also 2 guest rooms. Feng Heng did not care about that. After seeing the game cabin in the studio, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I will go into the game to take a look first." "Alright," Gu Qingzi said coldly. She stood at the side and looked at Feng Heng quietly. She had seen Feng Heng enter the game using the demi-human method, so she was sure that Feng Heng was a demi-human. But the game cabin? Wasn't this a method that only humans could enter the game? However, Feng Heng did not seem to be lying. Feng Heng felt a little helpless when Gu Qingzi stared at him and said, alright. I know I'm very strange, but you don't have to stare at me like that. I will show you." "Oh right, I will leave it to you to take care of it." As he spoke, Feng Heng pointed at the phantom shadow rat on his shoulder. Squeak squeak. The phantom shadow rat could not enter the game, so it could only jump off Feng Heng's shoulder and watch from the side. As he spoke, Feng Heng pressed the game cabin button. Under Gu Qingzi's suspicious gaze, Feng Heng lay down in the game cabin. Buzz. The game cabin vibrated weakly for half a second, and then the indicator light outside the cabin lit up, indicating that it had entered a stable operating state. He had entered the game. What exactly was? What was going on? Gu Qingzi stared at the signal displayed by the game cabin and frowned. She could not understand at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gu Qingzi turned her head and saw the phantom shadow rat barking at her on the ground. The phantom shadow rat tilted its head and looked at Gu Qingzi with an adorable expression. Gu Qingzi also stared at the phantom shadow rat. Perhaps it was because Gu Qingzi had also undergone the ritual of sloth, the demonic seed, in the past, so the phantom shadow rat was very familiar with her aura and had a good impression of her. The human and the rat looked at each other for a moment. Gu Qingzi asked hesitantly, "Are you hungry? Let's not care about him anymore. I will bring you to eat something delicious, okay?" Squeak squeak squeak. The phantom shadow rat understood Gu Qingzi's words and immediately became excited. It instantly jumped onto Gu Qingzi's shoulder. A smile appeared on Gu Qingzi's cold face for the first time. Yes, go. Lights and ding, the player has got into the game. Ding, the player's status has been detected to be abnormal. The player has entered a special abnormal state. Some abilities are restricted. Success. When Feng Heng understood that he had successfully returned to the match after the game cabin's verification, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he could enter the match through the normal game cabin. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter the game for at least 7 days. Following that, numerous match notifications flashed by rapidly. Chapter 1876. It's alright, ding. When you went offline, your zombie clone killed 57,000 elementary life form, 27,000 mid-tier life forms, 12,000 high-tier life forms, and 22,000 unknown life forms, ding. Your zombie clone has completed the collection of resources, ding. Your zombie clone is under attack, ding. After the effect of mutant infection, you have obtained an additional. It took more than 10 seconds before it stopped. Before Fang Heng went offline, he gave the order to farm monsters in a loop. As for the zombie clone's talent, after it advanced and obtained the strengthening effect of mutant infection, it would continuously create new zombie clones through mutant infection. It directly caused the game hint to increase by hundreds of times. Fang Heng flipped through more than 10 pages, but he still felt that his mind was still in a daze. It was not like before when he could grab useful information with a quick glance. Therefore, Fang Heng simply skimmed through the game hints and directly checked the communication message sent by the survival radio. Most of the comments were from Lu Yanlong. There were also a few messages from Mojai Oi. Mojai Oi had received a message from the Central Federation to confirm if he was safe and needed help. Fang Heng immediately replied, saying that he had already escaped and there was no need to worry about him. As for Lu Yanlong, it was a little complicated. A series of game hints made Fang Heng a little confused. Lu Yanlong, Mr. Fang, where are you? We're in big trouble. The Federation has discovered a zombie horde. They're reacting very strongly and have gathered a large group of people. They might want to attack us. If it's convenient, please send us a message. Thank you, Lu Yanlong, Mr. Fang. The Federation has sent a team to scout the area. Many zombies are gathered in the periphery. They will meet the Federation. Is it really okay? Lu Yanlong, Mr. Fang, the problem is solved. It's okay now, Lu Yanlong, Mr. Fang. The Federation has officially launched an attack. They have raised the danger level of the mausoleum world and are gathering teams. It seems that they are preparing to officially deal with the zombie horde. Can you come over and take a look when you have time? Lu Yanlong, Mr. Fang, sorry for the delay. Everything's fine now, Lu Yanlong, bad news, Mr. Fang. The Federation has launched a general attack. The 12 corporations and many large player guilds have accepted the mission and will clean up the zombies together. Is it convenient for you to contact them, Mr. Fang? Lu Yanlong, Mr. Fang, sorry to disturb you. I was too shocked, Lu Yanlong. The elite team of the advanced game will join the battle this time. They will launch a general attack tonight. The situation is not good. Mr. Fang, I will arrange for some people to evacuate first. What do you think? Lu Yanlong, it's okay, Mr. Fang. I was too nervous, oh. In response to Lu Yanlong's message, Fang Heng muttered to himself and carefully flipped through the game log. It had only been 2 days. The mausoleum world had undergone a huge change because of the hack before he went offline. The large number of zombie clones that he left behind, after receiving the effect of the strengthened innate skill, mutation spread, immediately began to spread in an exaggerated manner. After the Federation discovered the zombie horde, they were shocked. After a few tests, they confirmed the strength of the zombies and were even more surprised. They raised the danger level of the world again. Originally, the Federation was prepared to gradually occupy the mausoleum world and even planned to develop it. Due to the sudden appearance of the zombie horde, the Federation had no choice but to postpone the plan. After that, the Federation had a total of 7 battles with live zombies. Fang Heng saw through the game hint that his zombie clones had lost more than they had won. There was only one tie, and he lost the other 6 times. After all, he wasn't online, and the intelligence of ordinary zombie clones wasn't high, so they were targeted by the Federation. But later, the strange thing was that the Federation had actually cowered. Why didn't they just hide and defend? What was going on? Didn't his zombie clones lose? Fang Heng opened his mouth and pondered for a moment. He sent a message to Lu Yanlong and ran to the mausoleum game world to take a look at the situation. In fact, in the mausoleum world, the Federation was already scratching their heads. They couldn't figure out where these mutated zombies came from. The people of the Black Castle had clearly escaped, but they had left them with such a big problem. It wasn't difficult for a small elite team of high-level players to deal with the mutated zombies. However, it would be very difficult for the opponent to use the undead sea tactic to exhaust you. Humans would get tired. Resources were also quickly consumed in the battle. Not to mention, there were no benefits from dealing with mutated zombies. There was not even a little reward for killing them. It was just pure consumption of resources. However, in terms of consumption, the zombie clones did not have to worry about it. After a wave of consumption, there would be a second wave of replenishment. The Federation couldn't see any hope of eliminating the zombie horde. The 12 corporations had only joined the battle in the mausoleum world because they saw that there were benefits to be gained. They did not expect that they would be constantly exhausted by the mutated zombies for the past 2 days. They did not even see any benefits. Soon, they could not sit still and prepared to leave. Thus, 2 days later, the Federation began to change their tactics and retreat into defense. It wasn't that they couldn't conquer them head-on. But what about after the fight? The undead crowd seemed endless. Pure consumption was meaningless. Anyway, the mutated zombies didn't have any intention of attacking. In addition, the crisis in the Black Castle had came to an end, and the high-tier elite team had things to do. They would not continue to waste time here and would leave soon. After thinking about it, the Federation's commander felt that it was better to mess things up. He could just hide in his shell. He had already completed most of the missions on his hands. The rest of the matters would be handed over to the wiser descendants. He would let the next person take over this mess. When Starfish Company saw this situation, they were overjoyed. Mr. Fang was so powerful. Originally, they had only harbored a simple wish to get some benefits from the Federation. With Mr. Fang's ability and the spatial teleportation passage, they could at least get some mores from the Federation. Better than nothing. They had never expected this. Mr. Fang gave them another big surprise. Like simple, the entire Federation was defeated by Mr. Fang. Lu Yanlong recalled how anxious he was when the Federation attacked the undead mob and sent messages to Mr. Fang non-stop. He felt like a clown. No wonder Mr. Fang didn't reply. He wasn't panicking at all. Everything was under control. Seeing Fang hang online again, Lu Yanlong hurried over to greet him. Haha, Mr. Fang, it's been a long time. You've been a great help this time. Even the Federation couldn't conquer the undead mob you summoned, and they're hiding in the campsite, not daring to show themselves. Lu Yanlong first started to boast. Chapter 1877 Beast Taming. It seems like the situation is not bad. Very good. The materials collected by the zombies were continuously transported back to the zombie apocalypse world through several teleportation passages in the current mausoleum world. After being transferred by the zombie apocalypse world, they were sent to the Starfish Company for external sales. In 2 days, Starfish Company made a lot of money. Lu Yanlong was already able to see the amount of his share on his account. He was in a good mood and gave Fang Hang a thumbs up. Fang Hang nodded and said, I will have to trouble your Starfish Company for the sales. Also, there's something else. I am really short of King of Gods points right now. It's very difficult to get them because of the transaction limit. I was wondering if you guys could do something about it. Lu Yanlong immediately perked up. Mr. Fang was a big client. In the face of big customers, it was Starfish Company's principle to grant all requests. Lu Yanlong thought for a moment and nodded. There are no suitable missions at the moment. We will keep an eye out for them. We will reply to you as soon as we have any news. Thank you very much. Fang Hang waved his hand. With the strengthening effect of the mutated infection talent, the zombie clone's group farming ability and expansion ability had been greatly improved. But even so, he did not want to continue fighting the Federation head-on. After all, there was no need for that. There were only so many materials in the mausoleum world, and he wouldn't be able to earn much after digging up all the resources. There was no need to forcefully occupy a mausoleum world. If they continued to fight with the Federation might discover some clues about the zombie clones. There was no need. He should stop after he emptied the place. Fang Hang thought about it and said, in addition, we have other things to do. We will finish collecting supplies as soon as possible. 3 days. I need to finish immediately after 3 days. You arrange it and think of a way to gather high-value materials first. So urgent? Lu Yanlong raised his eyebrows and agreed immediately. All right, I will make the arrangements now. After spending time with Fang Hang, Lu Yanlong had already thought it through. Mr. Fang had his reasons for all his choices. After all, the situation was there. He couldn't understand why. It was just that he wasn't standing high enough. He didn't understand now, but he would understand in the future. It was also good. He did not have to think about anything. He just had to be a toolman and do his job well. Lu Yanlong nodded and immediately proceeded to make arrangements. After Fang Hang finished arranging his online schedule, he realized that Mojai Aoi was not around. He left a message for Mojai Aoi through the survival radio to set a time to meet him the next day, then hurriedly went offline. It was temporarily safe online, so Fang Hang returned offline. Where was she? Where did she go? Fang Hang walked out of the game cabin. After walking around the room, he realized that Gu Qingzu was not there. Kikimi? Fang Hang tried to shout again. Why was the phantom shadow rat also abducted? It couldn't be. Fang Hang was puzzled. Just as he was about to go out to the guest room to take a look, he happened to see Gu Qingzu, who had just opened the door and returned. Gu Qingzu was in a good mood. However, when she opened the door and saw Fang Hang, the smile on her face returned to its usual coldness. You want to go out? Ah, I am looking for it. Fang Hang pointed at the phantom shadow rat on Gu Qingzu's shoulder. Gu Qingzu said, I just brought it out to eat something. Indeed, it could be seen that compared to before, the phantom shadow rat's body was much fatter. Burp. Hearing Gu Qingzu's words, the phantom shadow rat burped comfortably. Fang Hang gazed at the phantom shadow rat on Gu Qingzu's shoulder, which seemed very intimate with her, and suddenly felt like he had been wronged. Gu Qingzu walked into the room and asked, Is everything going well in the game? Yeah, it's alright. I've been able to get online smoothly. I've pretty much settled some things in the game. That's good. I will bring it to take a bath later. It hasn't showered in decades. It's too unsanitary. It needs to wash up properly. Squeak. The phantom shadow rat squeaked again after hearing her words. Gu Qingzu gently pressed her nose with one finger and said, Be obedient. Huh? Fang Hang blinked his eyes when he witnessed that the phantom shadow rat had stopped squeaking. Was it really that obedient? The Library of the Myriad Worlds was one of the top 10 star-rated hotels in the North District Federation. Many of the players' requests could be fulfilled here. The only thing he needed to pay was the balance of the points in the card. After Fang Hang had a hearty meal in the restaurant on the second floor, he swiped Gu Qingzu's card and lay comfortably on the chair. The events in the game had temporarily come to an end. He could calm down and think about his next move. First of all, there was something that needed to be dealt with urgently. It was related to the phantom shadow rat. The phantom shadow rat's body had fused with a portion of Sloth's power. Without a doubt, this kind of power was what he needed now. The friendliness between the phantom shadow rat and Gu Qingzu just now made Fang Hang even more cautious. Although the phantom shadow rat was very friendly with him, he was still a little worried. What if it was kidnapped one day? The phantom shadow rat was very strong, and there was still a risk of losing control. If he was not careful, the entire world would be contaminated. This would not do. There was a way to solve this problem. Beast taming. It was a relatively unpopular academic field in the game. Through the beast taming skill, players could form a cooperative contract with most creatures and even understand the language of some magical beasts. Of course, this skill was considered trash by most players in the game. After all, they had spent so much effort to get a magical pet in the early stages of the game. Its true compatibility was not as practical as getting a gun. Not to mention, he had to take care of his companion's food and drink. In the later stages of the game, players would often choose more practical academic skills because of the game's punishment mechanism. In addition, it was very difficult for high-tier magical pets to form a contract with humans. High-tier magical beasts had low obedience and their friendliness decreased rapidly. All these disadvantages made the players feel that this was a rather useless skill. In the past, Fang Hang could not use it, but now that he had a need, he could learn it. He was not certain if it would work. In any case, he could give it a try first. After all, he had the zombie duplicates that could quickly level up his skills, which gave him a huge advantage over ordinary players. Fang Hang stood up from the recliner. He had heard Gu Qingzu mention that the Library of the Myriad Worlds was a place for academic practice. Perhaps he could ask someone and learn about beast taming. After returning to the game, he would use the power of the zombie duplicates to see if he could level up his skills. Fang Hang pondered about it and motioned for an android attendant to come over and ask where he could find academic materials. Hello, Mr. Amanda. You can find the corresponding books at the information desk on the third floor to borrow and inquire about the relevant commissions to obtain them. If you don't find the course you want to study, you can also post the course learning commission mission at the information desk. Chapter 1878 Entrustment. In addition, you can enjoy book reading at the reading hall located on floors 7 through 12. Books can be borrowed after registration, but they must remain within the premises of the hotel. Please ensure the books are kept in good condition. Thank you. Book borrowing. Seemed like a good idea. He might find books related to beast taming. Fang Hang pondered and decided to take the elevator to the 7th floor reading hall to assess the situation. The elevator opened onto a sizable reading hall. The entire floor was set up like a library. Players were scattered around tables, engrossed in reading. Following the signs, Fang Hang purposefully searched until he found his target amid a stack of bookshelves in a corner. There were 12 bookshelves. They were laden with books on beast taming. About 80 books per shelf, estimated to be around 1,000 books. And they were focused on the rather obscure subject of beast taming. The Library of the Myriad Worlds lived up to its name. Thinking about it, Fang Hang reached for a book on the shelf. A game hint flashed across his vision. Ding! Player has discovered the book, Communicating with Magical Pets. Ding! This book is safeguarded. Placing it in your backpack without permission will attract hostility from certain characters. Good. The game acknowledged the books. Fang Hang thought to himself. It teased Fang Hang's mind somewhat. Next, He needed to confirm if bringing the book into the game world would cause any other effects. If it didn't affect him, he could utilize the game's abilities to bring the book back and have the zombie clone assist in reading it. A quick boost in skill experience points. Not just in beast taming, but in other academics too. Feng Heng felt he stumbled upon a significant treasure. If he could transport all the books from the library of the myriad worlds into the game world for the zombie clone to read, that efficiency far surpassed attending classes at school. Feeling like he had unearthed another game bug for swiftly gaining skill experience points, he casually picked up 10 books on beast taming and proceeded to the front desk for borrowing and registration. Behind the counter, the mechanical attendant checked the books and inquired, "You wish to borrow 10 books? It requires a total deposit of 7,260 points. Damages to the books will incur proportional compensation. Additionally, borrowing for a few days will cost 126 points. So expensive?" Feng Heng was taken aback. He recalled having only slightly over 3,000 points on his card. He had spent a mere 0.03 points on a feast earlier. Each book's value and rarity determine the deposit and borrowing fee. "Forget it, I only need this one." Feng Heng didn't argue further. He picked out a book from the thick stack and presented it for registration. Then he inquired again, "How do I obtain points on the card? Is it through currency exchange? What's the exchange rate?" "I am sorry, sir. Knowledge is invaluable." "Huh? Of course, you can exchange knowledge for knowledge. You can take on some of the commissions at the Library of the Myriad Worlds. Completing these commissions earns points. Furthermore, aiding the library in expanding its collection also earns points. In addition, the library collaborates with the outside world and offers some external cooperation commissions. These specific commissions require leaving the library premises to complete. Fulfilling them also rewards points." It seemed earning points wasn't as straightforward. The Library of the Myriad Worlds. Intriguing. That's where the challenge lies, he thought. Muttering to himself, Feng Heng nodded. "I understand, thank you." "You're welcome. Your book borrowing registration is complete. You may take the book with you, but please refrain from taking it outside the Library of the Myriad Worlds." Feng Heng accepted the book. The additional game hint in the book had altered. "Ding, you've borrowed this book. Failing to return it within the specified time will decrease your friendship with the Library of the Myriad World and result in a reduced favorability rating from some characters." He decided back to the room. First, he would test if bringing books into the game world could yield experience, then figure out a way to earn points. 10 minutes later, Feng Heng brought the registered book to his room, stowed it in the game backpack, and smoothly entered the game cabin to return to the world. "Ding, your zombie clone is using the skill-efficient reading to read the book communicating with magical peta," Feng Heng observed as the zombie clone began reading the book, a channeling bar slowly advancing above its head. Satisfied, he logged off once more. Today seemed unusually smooth, everything proceeding according to plan. The next step was finding a method to accrue more points. Reading book after book was too slow. His undead duplicate was his ace. He needed to step up his game. Feng Heng headed to the Mission Commission Hall on the 3rd floor to investigate. At the information desk, Feng Heng engaged in a one-on-one conversation with the mechanical counselor, getting a grasp of some key information. Any valuable books could be exchanged for points at the Library of the Myriad Worlds. Finding rare books would certainly bring in a substantial haul. This was the primary source of points for ordinary players. Moreover, players could document their personal experiences and insights across various academic fields and books. Upon completion, the Library of the Myriad Worlds would evaluate these writings. However, for players not adept at writing, the Library of the Myriad Worlds offered mechanical servants to aid in book creation. This service came at a cost in points. For most players, their volume reviews often yielded very low ratings, making them nearly impossible to exchange for points. They also had to pay for the assistants to write these books. In essence, writing books was a losing endeavor. Glancing at the mechanical counselor again, Feng Heng continued, "Are there any missions suitable for me? It seems most of the tasks here involve imparting academic information and tutoring." Feng Heng still felt a tinge of guilt. His academic level had been forcefully elevated by mission rewards and experience points. Establishing a solid foundation in the information system was elusive. If he still had points, he might consider hiring a professional to explain things thoroughly. Feng Heng believed that, with his current capabilities, he could at best dupe a gamer just entering the foundational discipline level. "We can conduct a specialized series of tests for you. Following the tests, we will assess your level and recommend a fitting mission." Feng Heng furrowed his brow. Gu Qingzhu had cautioned him previously that the corresponding exam would record his identity and various academic skills, potentially leading to data leaks. Presently bound to the identity of Miss Amanda's husband, which was essentially anonymous, Undergoing the exam and registration might expose his information to the Federation. It increased the risk of Federation detection. No need for the test. Feng Heng declined the testing invitation. Give me a commission form. Exclude those in the teaching category. I'd like to see requests from all other types. Understood. The mechanical consultant promptly printed out the list, handing it to Feng Heng. Here's the recent request list categorized by type. Please review. Chapter 1879 denied. Feng Heng took the form and perused it, his brow creasing in concern. Nearly all the listed commissions demanded specialized knowledge. For most commissions, master-level academics could only fulfill the lowest entry-level requirements. It was challenging. For missions like writing and selling books, even if he didn't eat or drink for 24 hours, it would still take him at least 2 days to finish a book with the help of the mechanical servant. He still didn't know if the finished book was worth money or if it could be sold. It was too time-consuming, and he rejected it. The secure missions issued by the Library of the Myriad Worlds demanded leaving the hotel premises for completion. The commission points were enticing. However, the risk of leaving the hotel was too perilous. Feng Heng immediately dismissed this option. Continuing to flip through the pages, Feng Heng's brows suddenly lifted. Ah, there it was. Alchemy. The only commission that seemed fitting for him was probably in the realm of alchemy. Alchemy commissions differed from most academic pursuits. They were practical, seeking solutions in exchange for compensation. For instance, resolving an alchemy academic issue. This was promising. Feng Heng was intrigued. With his omniscient eyes, as well as his high-tier alchemy and the inheritance of the Saint of Alchemy, he felt that solving specific problems was far easier than teaching. He could give it a shot. I need more information about commissions related to the arrangement of alchemy magic rays. The mechanical consultant promptly printed out a list and handed it to Feng Heng. Here's the list you requested. After Feng Heng reviewed the detailed descriptions of several missions, he felt somewhat uncertain. He wasn't sure if he could complete the tasks issued by these commissions, given the vague data in their descriptions. Carefully comparing multiple sets of commission information, he eventually selected a mission that seemed the most manageable. This is it. I need to confirm this commission. Alright, we will register the mission immediately. Please provide your identity card. Kindly wait for a moment, the mechanical servant said, its eyes shimmering with a blue light. You've been charged 50 points as a security deposit for accepting this commission registration. Your identity card has been authorized. You can proceed to room number 3723 to fulfill the commission. I must remind you, failing this mission will result in subtractions from your points and reputation. Understood. Feng Heng nodded and took the identity card. Accepting the commission required providing a points deposit. Failing would result in deductions from the points and reputation. To save points, Feng Heng chose a commission without failure penalties. Even if unsuccessful, it would only slightly impact his completion rate. Let's go. Feng Heng took the central elevator to the 37th floor. The entire 37th level was dedicated to alchemy commission-related rooms. Feng Heng swiped his identity card and entered room number 3723. Buzz. As Feng Heng stepped in, the room lit up. A phantom of a magical array appeared on the floor. This is quite high-tech. Feng Heng observed the magic array and murmured. An electronic magical array layout. No need for manual carving, it could be designed using an electronic interface. The electronic version recorded every change and sequence made to the magic array. Approaching the magic array, Feng Heng inspected the 3 magic arrays on the floor. As per the mission assignment description, the client needed to make some basic modifications to the magic array so that it could teleport and adapt energy between 2 large magic arrays. The client had designed one but found an 80% energy loss after passing through the middle magic array. Just as I suspected, a minor issue. Feng Heng quickly assessed the situation. He had prepared in advance, feeling more confident after seeing the magic array. For most ordinary players, these magical arrays posed significant challenges. This was because solving a problem required mastering the corresponding skill. It was also called skill adaptation. Most alchemy players lacked the adaptability needed for generic solutions. For instance, the current array needed knowledge in occult, alchemy, spatial science, and elemental science to solve. It demanded more than just foundational scholarly levels. Otherwise, it wasn't impossible to overcome, but it required numerous time-consuming attempts, similar to trial and error. Repeated trials. With no luck, it could take a while. Fortunately, Feng Heng was here to tackle it. He might not have been an expert in everything, but Feng Heng knew a bit about most academics. Combined with the omniscient eyes, Feng Heng stood before the magic array, the reflection of its rapid spin appeared in his right eye. Simple. Feng Heng swiftly found a solution. He grabbed the electronic alchemy brush from the table, stood in place, and directly modified the electronic magic array on the floor. Most of the magic array vanished by Feng Heng, leaving only a basic outline. Fresh patterns were swiftly added. Because no physical arrangement was needed, merely proposing a solution, completing the mission assignment turned out to be more convenient than Feng Heng anticipated. In under 5 minutes, the magic array had been transformed. Feng Heng flicked the electronic alchemy brush back onto the table. He glanced up at the corner monitor and said, "Mission submitted." An electronic voice echoed in the room. "The player has submitted a mission commission. The mission publisher has been notified for appraisal. Preliminary confirmation feedback will be provided within 12 hours. Upon feedback, the player will receive 30% of the reward. Full points will be granted within 48 hours post-verification. A reminder, failure in verification will result in a deduction from the deposit and a decrease in your credibility points. Please be mindful. If dissatisfied with verification results, you can file a complaint at the service desk. Looks like it's going to take some time for the results." Feng he thought and shrugged. Let's wait. He was highly confident in the alchemy magic array he had devised. It was just a medium difficulty magic array, with a reward of only 220 points. Even if it was as small as a mosquito, it was still worth something. Let's go. Onward with the points farming. Feng Heng, in high spirits, returned to the assignment office on the 3rd level and continued to search for similar missions. This time, he had experience. After scanning through the list, he accepted all the missions that had lower penalties for failure, as long as he felt confident he could complete them. Chapter 1880 Insufficient balance. Considering this, he could take on most commissions. After all, alchemy, in reality, often differed greatly from one's imagination or descriptions. This disparity sometimes led to mission failures, so the commission issuers wouldn't set the failure penalties too high. Even if there were failures, the loss wouldn't be significant. The only trouble was the mechanical consultant's 8th reminder to Feng Heng, Amanda's husband: "You've accepted 11 missions simultaneously. Failing these missions will result in penalties. Are you certain about accepting this particular mission?" Feng Heng sighed in exasperation. "I know, this is the 8th time you've reminded me. Please deactivate this reminder service." "Alright, your related commission risk alert service has been disabled. Amanda's husband, your deposit has been deducted, you've received your current commissions, and your identity card has been leveled." Huh? Such an operation existed? He thought. Feng Heng's curiosity was piqued. "Based on this list, arrange the reward points in descending order for me. Remove the first 30% of the tasks, and then eliminate those that carry a failure penalty or have a reputation score higher than 5 points. Afterward, assist me in batch collecting the tasks and devising the fastest completion route." "Hello, we've assisted you in batch collecting the tasks. You've submitted a deposit of 3,112 points. Your current points aren't sufficient to take on additional tasks. Here's your identity card and the room route form for the tasks you've undertaken. Please review." "Thank you." Feng Heng nodded contentedly as he took the identity card and the form list. "Let's go. Keep at it." Feng Heng kept inspiring himself. In a private artificial hot spring, after enduring considerable damage, the phantom shadow rat luxuriated in the hot spring. Gu Qingzu quietly savored the leisure and relaxation after the intense battle. Soaking in the hot spring helped alleviate physical and mental fatigue. Gu Qingzu raised her hand. Approaching her, a mechanical attendant asked, "Hello, may I inquire what you require?" "I will have a cup of jasmine black tea," Gu Qingzu said, glancing at the phantom shadow rat paddling in the hot spring. "Would you like something to drink?" The phantom shadow rat spun around swiftly, revealing its head above the water. Squeak, squeak, squeak. "Yes, 2 cups, and 2 desserts," Gu Qingzu confirmed. "I am sorry, Miss Amanda, your remaining points aren't sufficient for this transaction." Gu Qingzu was taken aback. What was this lack of points about? "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" "Yes, I am certain." "I am sorry, Miss Amanda, but your current credit balance is insufficient." Gu Qingzu opened her mouth, thinking about Feng Heng, who was linked to her supplementary card. Feng Heng? That was more than 3,000 points. How could it disappear? Where did all that money go? Gu Qingzu suddenly felt like she had been taken advantage of. She wasn't wealthy. Points in the library of the myriad worlds were hard to come by. She had painstakingly saved this money over a long period, bit by bit. Gu Qingzu glanced at the phantom shadow rat happily rolling and playing in the water. "Your master is something. He's spent all my savings. Get ready to work and pay me back." Squeak, squeak. The phantom shadow rat popped its head out of the water, looking bewildered. Gu Qingzu wasn't truly angry. Even if Feng Heng enjoyed himself, he couldn't spend that many points in the library of the myriad worlds. From her interactions with Feng Heng, she didn't believe he was that kind of person. So, what was the money used for? Gu Qingzu was even more curious. She looked at the mechanical servant and requested, "I need to know where the funds went. Give me a list." "Okay, sorry, I need to update the information. Your husband just completed a commission, and your account received 255 points. This transaction can be completed. Do you still want it?" There were profits. Gu Qingzu was taken aback upon hearing this. Why was there a profit? As the mechanical servant spoke, it handed Gu Qingzu the printed list of points. She took it, feeling bewildered. Fang Heng's spending today was straightforward. Apart from some dining, drinking, and borrowing a book, which used a small portion of the points, the remaining 3,000 points were deposited for missions. Looking at the packed list of around 40 commissions, Gu Qingzu couldn't help but exclaim. Did he accept so many commissions at once? Was he out of his mind? Whoosh! The phantom shadow rat abruptly leaped out of the water and onto Gu Qingzu's shoulder, gazing at the words on the paper with a tilted head, displaying an adorable expression. It made no sense at all. Gu Qingzu flipped through the information form until the last few lines. Just now, Fang Heng had submitted a project that was affirmed by the employer. The employer gave a glowing review. Perfect solution. I never contemplated such a plan existed. Excellent work. I have a few associated research projects. If it's convenient, contact me. We can settle the payment in alternative ways. The employer even rewarded an additional 5 points. So, was Fang Heng making money? Was he doing legitimate work? Thinking about it, Gu Qingzu crumpled the bill into a ball and tossed it aside, beckoning the phantom shadow rat over. Let's go. It's time for us to get to serious business. Hueco was a newly appointed instructor at the North District Central Academy. This year marked his first involvement in the level evaluation. In today's world, managing research projects was a massive challenge. If there were no fresh results by year-end, the entire project might face cancellation. He felt helpless. The project encountered too many unsolvable difficulties. Hueco had given his all and continued to do so, exploring every legal method available. If this doesn't work, I will have to seek help from the professor to find a way to postpone the project until next year. Then, I will strive harder. Having completed today's analysis report and tomorrow's experiment plan at midnight, Hueco was under immense pressure. He sighed deeply, and massaged his temples, preparing to rest. Continuing at this pace would be too much for his body to handle. Ding dong. You have a new email notification. An email. At this late hour? It wasn't just him. Was everyone so hardworking? Hueco sighed inwardly and opened his mailbox. The latest file awaited him. Message from the system: Dear customer of the Library of Myriad Worlds, your project has been completed. Please provide feedback within 12 hours. Delayed confirmation will result in hourly point deductions. No feedback after 48 hours will be considered mission completion. Reading the email, Hueco's heart skipped a beat. The Library of Myriad Worlds. He had invested considerable effort in the intermediate game, striving to complete a series of tasks before gaining access to the library. Previously, he had merely experimented with issuing tasks in the Library of Myriad Worlds, just to see how it went. Chapter 1881 to 1881 Reward. Even if he sought the help of a master, his 200+ points wouldn't even cover a fraction of the cost. Despite his thoughts, Hueco, at the last moment, still harbored a glimmer of hope and posted a commission in the Library of the Myriad Worlds. Why not give it a shot? What if he stumbled upon it? Hueco had not set any penalties for failed missions. He simply hoped to lure more people into participating, thus increasing his chances of success. Calculating the time, the mission had been listed in the Library of Myriad World for over 2 months without any response. Hueco had long dismissed this matter from his mind, even forgetting to retract the mission. The origins of the Library of Myriad World in the game were shrouded in mystery. Apart from its existence in his mid-tier game world, he had heard of a physical store in the offline Northern Federation. Could it be that he had came across it? Hueco couldn't resist the temptation and left his office desk. Let's take a peek at the game. Hueco thought. Upon logging in, Hueco immediately rushed back to the Library of the Myriad Worlds and promptly located the magic array diagram obtained after completing the commission. Huh? With just one glance, Hueco couldn't tear his gaze away. Flawless composition. Exquisite design. Not a single superfluous element. After scrutinizing the revamped alchemy magic array, Hueco couldn't help but silently exclaim, brilliant. Whose masterpiece could this be? Without the need for field verification, Hueco was almost certain that this magic array had no flaws. He had hit the jackpot this time. This blueprint was worth its weight in gold to him. It would unquestionably resolve the significant issue he was facing. Hueco was eager to peruse the commission details, eager to uncover the persona of the contributor. However, upon seeing the name, Hueco was left even more bewildered. Amanda's husband? No name at all? Frowning at the commission recipient's information, Hueco's brow furrowed. It was a subsidiary allocation. In the library of the Myriad Worlds, a player's spouse or child could obtain a temporary additional card, valid for only 100 hours. That's right. The laboratory still had numerous problems. Perhaps he could seek further assistance. But concerning funds and points. No. I must report this to the professor immediately. Hueco thought. Feng Heng toiled away the entire night on the alchemy magic arrays, finishing up all 40 or so commissions only by the next morning. About 80% were easily manageable. Another 15% posed a bit of a challenge, requiring some dedicated thinking time. The remaining 5% were quite tough. After a 10-minute brainstorm, he found himself only having a faint idea. Given more time, he might have cracked them, but Feng Heng felt he had come up short. With this time, he could have completed other missions to earn points instead. The prolonged contemplation and analysis left Feng Heng feeling a bit fuzzy-headed. He set aside the challenging problems, concluding it was time for a break and a mental shift. Exiting from the 37th floor, Feng Heng returned to his room. Gu Qingzu wasn't around, but the phantom shadow rat lay sleeping on the bed, noticeably plumper compared to the previous night. It seemed Gu Qingzu had taken it out for a feast last night. But where was Gu Qingzu? Feng Heng shrugged, not dwelling on it, and entered the game cabin to log in. Within the game, Feng Heng was bombarded with various notifications. Ding, your zombie clone has finished reading the book, communicating with magical pets. Ding, the player currently lacks the necessary academic skills. The experience points gained will accumulate at a current rate, 55%. Upon mastering the academic skill, the corresponding skill experience points will be immediately obtained. This seems a bit complicated. Feng Heng muttered to himself. While reading could boost skill experience points, most academic skills couldn't be solely obtained through reading. Reflecting on it, Feng Heng realized his current academic skills were partly from skill books rewarded in missions, another portion from NPC teachings, and the rest mastered through the unique effect of the Omniscient Eyes. Beast taming wasn't part of the Omniscient Eyes learning scope. Looks like I'll have to find another way to master that skill. Feng Heng thought to himself. Just then, Mojai Ai strolled into the hall and greeted, Feng Heng, good morning. Heard your visit to the Central Federation wasn't smooth. Yeah, word gets around, Feng Heng replied. Mojai Ai had returned early in the morning after receiving Feng Heng's message the previous day. He stepped into the hall and tapped Feng Heng's shoulder. How did you end up getting involved with the demi-human tribe again? I'm wondering that too. Feng Heng shrugged, feeling helpless. Should have taken you along if I'd known. Can we skip the metaphysics? Mojai Ai's expression soured at the mention of the topic. He diverted the conversation, continuing, the Federation's folks came to the Necromancer Association 2 days ago looking for you. Don't worry, we arranged a stand-in and had the Necromancer Association cover for you. We've managed to hoodwink them. Even if they're suspicious, they lack solid evidence. Plus, you've got a few low-tier game worlds in your hands now. They won't dare to push you, Mojai Ai assured. Yes, everything is under my control. Feng Heng nodded. Mojai Ai had some inside sources within the Federation, understanding that this matter alone wasn't a major issue. Pausing for a moment, he continued, nothing much else. Oh, Li Qingren asked about you several times. Seems like she's run into something. When I inquired, she brushed it off, not wanting to delay you. Yeah, noticed that. And about Jizi Obo. Every time Jizi Obo's name came up, Mojai Ai felt a headache brewing. He's been all over, talking about the grand revival plan for necromancy. I casually told him we're brainstorming ways to research the sacred Great Holy Sword retrieved from the Puno's game world. I just wanted him to stay occupied. Mojai Ai had no other recourse. That sacred Great Holy Sword was used by the Holy Court to seal a mysterious rift. It couldn't be activated now, and Jizeobo was associated with necromancy. He wasn't suitable to solve this, nor was he skilled enough to research it. Mojai Ai had merely given Jizeobo something to keep him occupied. It's bizarre. Seems he might have came across something. He insisted on meeting you again, claiming he's made a significant discovery. Feng Heng, why not visit him later? Really? Feng Heng's curiosity was piqued. Ever since their collaboration on the Saintis Viana incident, Jizeobo had been lying low in the zombie apocalypse world. Jizeobo held an obsession with reviving necromancy studies. Allowing him free rein might not be the best choice. Okay, got it. I'll head over to see him right away. Chapter 1882 New Discoveries. Feng Heng and Mojai Ai had a brief discussion and found that his absence in the past 2 days didn't lead to any significant issues. Consequently, he headed to the Temple of Zeus built by Sandy to find Jizeobo. One notable point was that due to the Great Holy Sword's inability to activate and its attribute that couldn't be stored in a backpack, Feng Heng couldn't carry it with him at all times. After the previous incident, they temporarily housed the Holy God's great sword in the Temple of Zeus. Believers in the Holy Light sensed the waves of holy power emanating from the Great Holy Sword, further increasing their loyalty and favorability rating towards the prison. In this regard, the Great Holy Sword wasn't entirely useless. When Feng Heng arrived at the Temple of Zeus, Jiziobo was seated beside the Great Holy Sword in the center of the hall, engrossed in deep meditation. Accompanying him was Sandy. Sandy was equally intrigued by the Great Holy Sword. After a conversation, they surprisingly felt a strong sense of camaraderie. Brother Feng. Seeing Feng Heng's arrival, Jiziobo instantly lit up. Abandoning all thought, he rushed over, his eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Feng. Heard you tangled with the Holy Court again? Tell me about it. Who did you encounter this time? Give me the details. Ahem. Feng Heng couldn't help but cough lightly. What did he mean by tangling with the Holy Court again? It made it sound as if he were some troublemakers. But then again, it wasn't entirely baseless. Do you know about the Holy Court's oracle, Autolia? Feng Heng inquired after a pause. That was the Holy Court's one of 3 reigning figures in the real world. Autolia. The controller of the holy weapon. Jiziobo was thrilled at the mention of the name, his eyes reflecting fervent admiration. I heard about her. Absolutely. Autolia. The oracle of the Holy Court. Brother Feng, spill it. How did it go? Did you win? Share with me the fight's details. There wasn't exactly a win or loss. Feng Heng shrugged. There was no altercation. Consequently, there was no clear winner or loser. No problem there. Amazing. Jiziobo was extremely excited and gave Feng Heng another thumbs up. Their necromancy discipline finally had someone making headlines. The incident of Vienna's earlier demise couldn't be made public. He could only revel in it privately. This time, Brother Feng and Oracle Autolia had a bit of a showdown, a tale they could at least boast about, right? As Jiziobo pondered gleefully, Feng Heng lightly patted his back. Also, don't spread this matter around. Why not? I used the same name, but the Holy Court can't confirm if that person was me. Spreading it could cause trouble for the Necromancer Association. Understand? Okay. Jiziobo's spirits immediately dampened. Not being able to flaunt it outside felt terrible. I heard from old Mr. Mo that you made some discoveries about the Great Holy Sword? Yes, indeed. Mentioning the Holy Sword brought back Jiziobo's enthusiasm. He led Feng Heng to the Great Holy Sword and said, Brother Feng, Mr. Sandy, and I have discussed and researched extensively. Finally, we've made a discovery. Tell me about it. We suspect that this sword, the Vast Sword, is a weapon from the legendary realm of gods, a weapon known as the Chosen Sealed Giant Sword. It's said that this sword was originally designed to suppress the Death Realm. The Holy Court once used this great sword to completely purify and obliterate the Death Realm crevice in Siberia. The sword also lost a portion of its strength. After that, the Holy Blade was lost. As for why it ended up in the rift in Panos's Frost Hell, I am not sure. Oh. Siberia. Feng Heng furrowed his brow. He felt like he had heard of that place before. Wasn't it from a Meteor Game world? Feng Heng looked at the great sacred blade and asked, and then? Jiziobo choked again. Well, and then? Jiziobo glanced at Sandy beside him. It appears to be related to Siberia. Sandy added, Feng Heng, we lack sufficient data. There's no information available on this vast sword. You also don't have any information related to Panos. If there's a chance, we should visit Panos or Siberia to gather some intel. Okay, got it. Let's wait a few more days. It's not convenient for you to go out now. Let's explore from other angles first. Feng Heng patted Jiziobo on the shoulder. You've done great. Keep investigating. I trust in your capabilities. After all, both of us hold the future of necromancy. The glory of necromancy rests on us. Don't worry. Jiziobo was invigorated by Feng Heng's words. He nodded fervently, feeling motivated. Brother Feng, leave it to me. I will dig deep into this investigation. Yes. Feng Heng didn't hold much faith for Jiziobo to uncover anything substantial. He simply wished to keep him occupied and prevent any trouble. After settling Jiziobo, and with no other pressing matters in the game world, Feng Heng logged off again and returned to the third-floor commission center to check. Hello, Amanda's husband. How can I assist you? Could you check my current points and the status of my commissions, please? Of course. Your points balance is 1,310. You have 29 commissions pending confirmation and 11 commissions pending verification. Please wait a while. Upon confirmation, you will receive a 30% points bonus. Once verified, the remaining reward points will be granted. Is there any beast taming skill book available for sale here? After checking, the Library of the Myriad Worlds doesn't have any related books for sale. I suggest posting a commission. You will be immediately notified if someone is willing to teach the skill. Feng Heng pondered his options. He currently only had 1,000 points. It might be quite challenging to acquire an entry-level beast taming skill with just this amount. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Alright, I would like to post a commission. I am looking to learn the basics of beast taming. The reward will be 1,000 points. I am also open to using other items for exchange. Okay, your request has been submitted. If a player accepts the commission, we will promptly inform you via the contact details you provided. Thank you. Now, it was a waiting game. Feeling a bit drowsy, Feng Heng decided to return to his room for a nap before embarking on another round of missions. With just 1,000 points, the likelihood of acquiring a beast taming skill seemed low. What about 10,000? Or 100,000? If the price was right, he believed he could learn it. Arriving back at his room, Feng Heng noticed that Gu Qingzu still hadn't returned. Only the Phantom Shadow Rat was creating a mess by running amok among the decorations. Where could Gu Qingzu be? He hadn't seen her all day. Without the protection of the Phantom Shadow Rat, she risked being tracked by the Federation and wouldn't leave the hotel. So, where had she gone? As Feng Heng pondered this, his phone rang. Chapter 1883 Asking for help. Ring, ring, ring. Feng Heng was somewhat surprised. Not many people knew his phone number. He peered at the caller ID. It was Li Qinggren. Feng Heng, is this you? Li Qinggren took a long time to think and hesitated before calling Feng Heng. Once the call connected, Li Qinggren became very composed. Feng Heng, I need your help. Alright, let's discuss it in person. Where shall we meet? In the game, I am in Panos, at the Tower of Bones. Okay, I will be there soon. Not finding Gu Qingzu around and Li Qinggren urgently seeking him made Feng Heng not dwell on it and directly entered the game cabin. Upon re-entering the game, Feng Heng retrieved the Panos Game World invitation card and entered the Panos Game World. About a month ago, he had broken the seal in the Frost Hell of Panos, causing the entire Frost Hell's aura to spread outward. Following that, numerous necromancy players entered Frost Hell in search of related missions. Feng Heng hadn't paid much attention to this. Was Li Qinggren looking for him concerning Frost Hell? If that were the case, Feng Heng felt he should advise Li Qinggren to desist. This mission was not simple. It couldn't be accomplished in a short time. Outside the Tower of Bones, Feng Heng spotted Li Qinggren. Feng Heng, I appreciate you coming in such haste. After a month, Li Qinggren's gaze appeared somewhat peculiar when she saw Feng Heng again. The vivid memory of their first encounter was still fresh in her mind. Who would have thought that in such a short time? Feng Heng had already reached the threshold of master-level necromancy. Upon learning from teacher Guo that Feng Heng had successfully advanced to the pinnacle of necromancy, Li Qinggren was left dumbfounded. In just half a year, he had surpassed the records of the entire Necromancer Association. Senior, you're being too modest. Did you encounter any trouble? If there's anything I can assist with, I will do my best. The Necromancer Association had always treated him well. Upon receiving Li Qinggren's urgent plea for help, Feng Heng hurried over. Well, I won't hold back. It concerns the master-level academic advancement mission. Li Qinggren regulated her emotions. Her disposition was to avoid inconveniencing others. However, she had been stuck on the master-level necromancy advancement mission for too long. Finally finding this opportunity, even the mission issuer, Teacher Guo, had suggested she seek Feng Heng's assistance. After contemplating, Li Qinggren reached out to Feng Heng for help. Feng Heng, Li Qinggren thought aloud. It's about advancing to the master level in the study of the necromancy. I've heard your necromancy skills have also reached the master level. Could you assist me in completing this academic advancement? Feng Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. He hadn't expected the request to be about academic advancement. Coincidentally, Teacher Guo had also advised him to proceed with the next step of the master level in necromancy advancement as soon as possible. Feng Heng wasn't eager, but previously, he had been in a hurry to test the enhancement effect of his newly acquired zombie clone talent enhancement, so he hadn't agreed immediately. Now that Li Qinggren sought his help, he agreed to assist along the way. Yes, alright. Li Qinggren felt even more guilty seeing Feng Heng readily agree. She silently pledged to assist Feng Heng in the future if opportunities arose. However, contemplating how Feng Heng had progressed from a beginner to a veteran player in high-tier necromancy studies within just a few months left Li Qinggren feeling a bit disheartened. The gap in strength between them would likely widen further in the future. She couldn't repay this favor. Trying not to dwell on it, Li Qinggren looked up. Feng Heng, This is a time-sensitive mission, a rare opportunity. Let's meet Teacher Guowo to receive the mission. Yes, alright. Soon, Fang Heng donned his mask and, led by the necromancy attendant, accompanied Li Qingren into the Tower of Bones. They found Teacher Guowo in a room at the tower's peak. Teacher Guowo. Ah, it's Fang Heng. Come, come, come. Please, have a seat. Qingren, you too. Upon seeing Fang Heng, Teacher Guowo's demeanor in the room instantly became warmer. There was a visible lift in Teacher Guowo's spirits. Fang Heng found it peculiar, wondering why Teacher Guowo was in such high spirits today. Guowo peered at Fang Heng and then at Li Qingren, quietly pleased with his precise understanding of human nature. A few days ago, I suggested your involvement in the master-level necromancy academic advancement, but you were reluctant. Today, when Li Qingren invited you, you came here so eagerly, didn't you? In the end, it's the advice from an old best friend is the best. Young people, well, they find it hard to resist the wiles of a charming person. Guowo thought to himself. Fang Heng was slightly unnerved by Teacher Guowo's intense scrutiny. Breaking the silence, he asked, Teacher Guowo, do you have a suitable master-level necromancy academic advancement mission? Not bad, Guowo replied, retracting his gaze. This mission is a time-limited team mission. It comes with a corresponding completion rate. Upon reaching a certain completion rate, you will receive master-level academic advancement and academic skill experience points from me. Guowo paused, fixing his gaze on Fang Heng. And if you manage to exceed my expectations in completing the mission, elevating the reward to necromancy of Grandmaster level is within the realm of possibility. Fang Heng's eyes sparkled at the prospect. The chance to straightaway advance to the Grandmaster level was quite appealing. This would certainly save a lot of time. Seizing this mission opportunity, he thought he might as well make a single leap. Fang Heng nodded. Please, could you explain the mission details, teacher? Guowo waved his hand and turned to Li Qingren. Qingren, step out for a moment. I need to speak with Fang Heng alone. Of course, teacher. Observing Fang Heng's changing expression, Li Qingren couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. She believed Teacher Guowo's talk about exceeding the mission's requirements was specifically directed at Fang Heng. Acquiring the master-level academic advancement couldn't be that straightforward. She had been stuck at this step for far too long. And a Grandmaster level? That was even more challenging. Unexpectedly, Teacher Guowo held such high expectations for Fang Heng. Li Qingren nodded respectfully, stood up, and exited the room, gently closing the wooden door behind her. Alone in the room, Guowo's expression turned graver. He erected a dark defensive barrier around him and Fang Heng. Fang Heng found Guowo's wariness a bit peculiar. Wasn't this a cooperative mission? Why the need to exclude Li Qingren? Such caution? Do you know about Siberia? Guowo inquired. Huh? Fang Heng couldn't help but feel intrigued. Siberia? Wasn't that the game world Giziobo had just mentioned? What an incredible coincidence. Chapter 1884 The conflict is a game world? I've heard of this world before, but I am not very familiar with it. Yes, Siberia is one of the domains where our necromancy teachings spread. It's also one of the game worlds where players who study necromancy often gather. However, at present, Siberia is under a direct assault from the Holy Court. Fang Heng, you might be surprised. This matter is related to you, Guowo said solemnly. Me? Fang Heng looked puzzled. Why do you say that, teacher? The root of this incident is the Holy Court's Saintess, Vienna, Guowo continued, casting a glance at Fang Heng. Do you remember feudal Lord Donnie? Yes, I do. Fang Heng affirmed. In the beginning, he and feudal Lord Donnie had a conflict of interest, but when faced with the same enemy and common interests, both sides only used 3 sentences to decide on a cooperation strategy. After the cooperation, Donnie was very cooperative throughout the whole cooperation. Her performance was perfect. Feudal Lord Donnie attempted to seize Vienna to complete a mission I assigned. After that, Saintess Vienna disappeared, and the Federation was in a mess. The Holy Court turned their attention to feudal Lord Donnie. Fang Heng nodded in recognition of the situation. Indeed, feudal Lord Donnie took the bullet for me. It was part of our cooperation agreement. Fang Heng thought. The world that feudal Lord Donnie is in is Siberia, Guowo elaborated. The Holy Court's actions there aim to locate the Saintess. They believe there's evidence linking her disappearance to feudal Lord Donnie. Feudal Lord Donnie now leads Siberia's necromancy faction against the Holy Court. The necromancy faction's higher-ups are reluctant to engage in a full-scale war, fearing a complete rupture between necromancy and the Holy Court. With the current situation, feudal Lord Donnie's side might not hold out much longer. They will likely opt to evacuate from Siberia soon. As you know, the traditionalists in the necromancy faction have a history of tolerating the Holy Court, believing a small territory isn't worth a major confrontation. Taking a step back today will only embolden the Holy Court to take even more tomorrow. Teacher Guowo's frustration was palpable. Necromancy is bound to suffer at the hands of these traditionalists sooner or later. Feng Heng, the enemy we face now is formidable, and the support the necromancy faction can offer is minimal, almost negligible. I don't expect you to obliterate the Holy Court army, but I hope you can make them pay a price. At the very least, don't let them easily claim Siberia. Can you do it? Guowo inquired about Feng Heng. Game notifications continued flashing across Feng Heng's retina. Ding, player triggered a special main mission, Rescue Siberia, Team Collaborative, maximum of 5 team members, mission name, Rescue Siberia, mission difficulty, S, mission description, Siberia, one of the bases of necromancy, is currently under attack by the Holy Court's army. Due to certain reasons, Teacher Guowo and the necromancy faction cannot directly join the battlefield. Teacher Guowo hopes that you will assist the necromancy faction in resisting the Holy Court's attack and display the necromancy faction's strength to intimidate the Holy Court. Mission requirement: please assist Siberia in resisting the Holy Court's encroachment from all aspects. Attack the Holy Court on all fronts. Any attack and completion of the relevant mission will grant corresponding mission completion rates. Current mission completion, 0%. Reward description: after the mission enters the settlement stage, if the completion rate reaches 200%, you can find Teacher Guowo to obtain the Master Level Necromancy Advancement Book. If it has not reached 200%, you can obtain a portion of the Necromancy experience points according to the completion rate. Mission time limit: after the fall of Siberia or the retreat of the Holy Court, the player will be forced to enter the mission settlement stage. The player can also submit the mission to Teacher Guowo at any time to settle the mission in advance. If the completion rate of the mission settlement is less than 20%, Teacher Guowo's favorability will be reduced. Feng Heng glanced at the mission notification. Interesting. Very clear. Completing this mission to 200% allows one to advance to the master level of necromancy. The difficulty was not low. Teacher Guowo also revealed that if the mission is completed exceptionally, one can obtain a higher tier Grandmaster level necromancy advancement reward. Therefore, the mission could still be completed beyond 200%. Swipe. Feng Heng closed the game notification and nodded. Teacher, I understand. I am ready. I can set off for Siberia at any time. Yes, Feudal Lord Donnie is leading this mission. You can approach her for details about Siberia. Also, this is a team mission. You can invite your companions to join the team. Siberia's situation is worsening rapidly, so hurry. The teleportation channel in knows will be open to mission-related individuals during this time. You can use it directly. Thank you, teacher. I will start on the mission. Feng Heng nodded respectfully at Teacher Guowo before leaving the room. Outside the door, Li Qinggren had been waiting. When Feng Heng emerged, she approached and asked, Feng Heng, what did the teacher say? Teacher Guowo briefed me about the mission at Siberia. I agreed to participate. As he spoke, Feng Heng sent Li Qinggren a quest invitation. Li Qinggren sighed with relief and promptly accepted. Ding, player Li Qinggren has joined your shared team mission. Having familiarized herself with the mission's outline, Li Qinggren inquired, Feng Heng, do we need more teammates? Teammates? Feng Heng pondered for a moment. Indeed, the mission allowed a group of up to 5 members. The team shared the mission's completion rate. As this game world pertained to Siberia, he thought about seeking clues related to the Great Holy Sword. Furthermore, it involved a confrontation with the Holy Court. If Jiziobo got wind of this, he would surely show up. He couldn't miss out. That left 2 slots open. His knowledge of other sorcery players was limited. Keep them open for now. After considering for a moment, Feng Heng asked, I have a friend who needs to participate the mission. The other 2 slots are vacant. Do you have any recommendations? Teacher Guowo issued quest announcements publicly a couple of days ago. Many players with good strength have already formed teams. I have a few invites from other groups. If needed, I can help find 2 reliable candidates with guaranteed strength. We can group up together. Chapter 1885. The team is empty. Li Qinggren paused and glanced at Feng Heng. However, some people might not be willing to join. Forcing an invitation might create unpleasantness. Feng Heng understood immediately. Strong players often preferred working alone or being their leader rather than being subordinate to others. Let's drop it for now. Teaming up with unknown players often brought about disputes over authority. It's better to leave the team slots empty for now. When specific issues arise during the mission, we can seek players with relevant skills to assist, Feng Heng suggested. Li Qinggren nodded in agreement, finding the plan reasonable. Meanwhile, Feng Heng pondered if, upon nearly completing the mission, he could sell the empty team slots for a lucrative profit. After all, it promised Grandmaster level necromancy studies. He vowed only to trade it for something equally valuable, Let's head to Siberia first. Yes, agreed. After a brief discussion, the two left the Tower of Bones and headed towards the teleportation tower. Amidst numerous mid-tier game worlds, Siberia was relatively stable. The continent was primarily divided into 3 major human empires and around 20 to 30 smaller states. The Ankama Empire was one of the significant human empires. Feudal Lord Dani, a high-ranking figure within the empire, controlled vast fertile lands and actively promoted necromancy scholarship within her territory. The Ankama Empire and the Siberia continent maintained an open-minded and appreciative attitude towards diverse academic disciplines. The influence of the Holy Court in this region was minimal. Hence, many necromancy players chose Siberia for studies, particularly within feudal Lord Dani's territory. Additionally, the region possessed specific geographical advantages, fostering the rise of necromancy within the Ankama Empire. Over time, Siberia had become one of the strongholds for necromancy players. Assisted by players, the Ankama Empire grew in strength. Recently, with the increasing power of feudal Lord Dani, the empire adopted a stance of facing off against 2 adversaries. Simultaneously, they engaged in friction with the other major empires on the continent, all while silently competing among themselves. If things continued this way, the Ankama Empire would inevitably become the leading power in the continent in a decade or so. Everything changed with the eruption of the Vienna incident within the Holy Court. The major factions clandestinely supported by the Holy Court revealed their true ferocity. They opened the teleportation passage of advanced game worlds, bolstered the population of Siberia, and launched a direct assault on the Ankama Empire. Sensing an opportunity, the 2 other empires also intervened, covertly attempting to weaken the Ankama Empire amidst the chaos. The Ankama Empire faced an immense crisis. Feng Heng, get ready to leave. Yes. On the way to the teleportation tower, Feng Heng gleaned partial knowledge of the continent from Li Qingren. Siberia belonged to the mid-tier game worlds. The world's strength wasn't at the apex, but with the Holy Court's involvement, the power dynamics fluctuated, possibly leading to encounters with formidable foes from advanced games. Let's head over and assess the situation first. They exchanged glances, nodded, and stepped into the teleportation passage successively. Ding. The player has entered a special game world, Siberia, through a unique teleportation. Ding. Current world tier, mid-tier. Ding. The world is currently in chaos, invaded. The actual strength of characters and creatures might surpass the intermediate level. Players, be cautious. The teleportation brought them into Crescent Harbor, a human city under feudal Lord Dani's control. A flash caught Feng Heng's eye. As the light dissipated, Feng Heng surveyed the environment, the city veiled in a subtle shroud of undead ghost fog. Looking upward, he could discern the imposing silhouette of the dark ghost tower standing tall amidst the city. Feng Heng, let's head to the city council hall first. Feudal Lord Dani is personally leading the necromancy players to resist the Holy Court's invasion. She might not be in the city at the moment. Okay. The 2 of them departed the ghost tower and stepped into the outskirts of the main city of Crescent Harbor. Inside the main city council hall, players were constantly coming and going. As tensions escalated between necromancy and the Holy Court, many players approved related missions. There were also those who joined just for the excitement. Li Qingren spoke with the soldiers outside the city gate and returned somewhat disappointed, saying, Feudal Lord Dani went to support the frontline battle against the Holy Court last night. She's expected to return tonight. Understood. Li Qingren knew feudal Lord Dani, and Feng Heng had cooperated with her previously. Directly contacting feudal Lord Dani would provide more information and expedite their mission. Since they couldn't locate her for the moment, they had to resort to a more straightforward approach. Let's visit the city's Mission Commission office first. During these exceptional times, the city's Mission Commission office would release various missions. The quests were specifically aimed at players from the Necromancy faction and the Ankama Empire. A group of players gathered in front of the commission office, making a lot of noise. Feng Heng and Li Qingren made their way to the front of the crowd. The magical commission board displayed all available missions. Ding. The player has received the relevant mission, Rescue Siberia, Team Collaborative. The player can review all levels of mission commissions without needing to fulfill prerequisites such as reputation and friendliness. Ding. Players can directly accept the displayed missions and upon completion, receive the mission rewards, additional Necromancy faction friendship, Ankama Empire favorability rating, and main mission, Rescue Siberia, completion rate. Feng Heng peered at the in-game prompt and immediately found it intriguing. He had Teacher Ghoul Wo's main mission, which waived all prerequisites for accepting other missions. Upon completion, he could earn additional completion points. Aside from the commission board, there was a contribution leaderboard adjacent to the notice board. What's this? It's a contribution ranking provided by the Necromancy faction. After this battle, the top 100 contributors on this list will receive rewards. Got it. Fang Heng nodded and briefly scanned the rankings. They were a bit late. The first place contributor already had millions of points. However, he didn't recognize any of the names listed. Shifting his focus from the rankings, Fang Heng checked the missions displayed on the commission board. At first glance, most were just ordinary side missions. It felt somewhat redundant. Spending time on these missions seemed like a waste. Maybe it was better to head straight to the front line to find feudal Lord Donnie. As he contemplated this, the mission commission board suddenly flashed, revealing over 30 rows of new missions. Huh? It refreshed. Fang Heng's attention quickly zoomed in on one particular mission that shimmered with a dark golden light. SS level. A dark gold level mission. Chapter 1886. An urgent mission. The players gathered around the exhibition board noticed the sudden appearance of the mission and immediately erupted into chatter. Dark gold. A dark gold level mission. Encountering such a high-level mission was rare. Fang Heng's eyes lit up, swiftly accepting the mission. The area became noisy once more. Wow, who acted so fast? They were still reading the mission. They didn't know who had claimed the mission so quickly, even before they could read the mission description. One must understand that the mission could only be claimed by one team. Once claimed, it disappeared. For missions like these, the failure penalty could be severe. It deducted a portion of Necromancer Association friendship and contribution points, hence everyone was cautious. Of course, there was another crucial reason. Most players present weren't qualified to accept the mission. Lee Kingren was taken aback as well. She had just witnessed the dark gold mission flicker and then suddenly get claimed? Who was so quick? Lee Kingren had looked around just before. There were no high-tier players she was familiar with nearby. After all, among the necromancy players, there weren't many high-tier players with formidable strength. Such a high-difficulty mission didn't seem feasible for an average team to accomplish. Who could it be? Just as she pondered, a game notification flashed across her retina. Ding! Your party has accepted the mission. Snipe the Frontline Holy Court Army. Mission name: Snipe the Frontline Holy Court Army. Mission difficulty: SS level. Mission description: due to the unexpected defection of the neighboring country, Jones Kingdom, to the Holy Court, the outer border of the Ankama Empire is facing great danger. Recently, intelligence has been obtained that a large combat force of the Holy Court is attacking the border cities of the Ankama Empire. Please go to the front line immediately to help investigate the intelligence of the team and prevent the Holy Court from invading the territory of the Ankama Empire. The threat will spread and kill the team. Additional description: this mission is an emergency mission. Failure will result in a disadvantage in the battle line, resulting in a significant decrease in friendship and reputation. Players should accept it carefully. Mission requirements: stop the Holy Court from invading the territory of the Ankama Empire and defeat the enemy. The game situation will cause the mission completion rate to fluctuate. Current mission completion rate, -10%. Mission reward, main mission completion rate. Faction quest contribution rate, additional reward. Estimated time remaining, 120 minutes. This is the game's estimated time and is for reference only. The estimate may fluctuate drastically due to various influences. Huh? Lee Kingren was taken aback. After all the commotion, it turned out that her team had accepted the mission. Fang Heng? Turning around, Lee Kingren caught Fang Heng's serious expression as he studied the mission information. Fang Heng quickly perused the mission description, his brow furrowing in concern. Accustomed to swiftly claiming missions, he hadn't dwelled much on this one. He hadn't anticipated the mission's tight deadline. Looking up, he said, the time constraints are a bit tight for the mission. We need to act immediately. Let's go. All right, Lee Kingren replied, swiftly taking Fang Heng along on the undead bone horse, and rushing toward the mission location. To be honest, the mission was truly worthwhile. Upon completion, besides the primary reward, there were also rewards from Teacher Ghoul Woe's main mission and the undead faction. There was even a possibility of receiving a contribution ranking reward. It was like obtaining 4 rewards for a single mission. Snatching it was indeed profitable. During their journey, Fang Heng and Lee Kingren conversed, gaining a rough understanding of the mission's challenges. Time was a critical factor. Regarding the mission location, it lay at the border between the Ankama Empire and the neighboring Jones Kingdom. The Jones Kingdom had always been a loyal subsidiary of the Ankama Empire. Unexpectedly, they had suddenly turned hostile, aligning themselves with the Holy Court. The Holy Court had clandestinely assembled a formidable army in advance, aggressively invading the Empire's towns in the hinterland before the Ankama Empire could react. Should their small team alone handle it? The difficulty level was evident. Ding! The player's current mission has changed. Shak Town is under attack by the Holy Court's Vanguard team. The player can choose to go to the rescue. Ding! Player's current mission completion rate, -10%. Ding! Player's current mission time remaining, 92 minutes. Midway through the mission, a new notification appeared. Feng Heng and Li Qingren exchanged glances and immediately hurried back to Shak Town. Feng Heng wasn't alone. Along the way, numerous necromancy player squads and Incama Empire players had accepted the relevant mission. They were converging from all directions, rushing toward Shak Town. Unlike Feng Heng, most of these players received missions involving killing or guarding. The achievement points earned were relatively small, and the failure penalty was also less severe. A few players familiar with Li Qingren caught up and shouted, "Senior Qingren, did you also accept the mission to protect Shak Town? Shall we form a team together? We've took the mission as well and are getting ready to go together." "Senior, we have several teams that accepted related missions. This mission came suddenly, and most of us were scattered, lacking a commander. You've commanded our team before, so if you lead us." Li Qingren hailed from the newer generation of the Necromancer Association in the real world. Many players recognized Li Qingren and came over to greet her. The mission's sudden arrival meant that most top-ranked teams were engaged in other missions at the front line, leaving this sudden task to smaller and medium-sized player teams. With the urgency of the situation, players rushed in without much time for planning after accepting the mission. Light Sinval Feng Heng and Li Qingren quickly communicated through eye contact. They both nodded in agreement. "Great. Let's go together." Given the mission's extreme difficulty, having more friends to assist was beneficial. There was no direct competition between the missions. They could complement each other. Collaboration with other players might yield extraordinary results. "Stick with us. Let's collaborate to complete the mission." "That's fantastic. With Senior Qingren's help, the mission will go smoothly. I have a few friends who also took the mission. I will invite them to join us." Li Qingren welcomed everyone who wanted to join, forming a large team that rushed towards Shak Town to provide reinforcement. Consequently, many players who had just arrived joined the main group without appreciation the situation. They all assumed Li Qingren had the same task as theirs, it was to support the city. They were ready to make gains and depart. With someone leading, collaboration would enhance their chances of task success. Moreover, Li Qingren was a formidable force herself. Everyone knew the value of having a strong ally. Regarding the player beside Li Qingren wearing the ghost mask, most players didn't recognize him. They perceived Feng Heng as Li Qingren's companion. His strength was likely commendable as well. Chapter 1887 The nights when everyone rushed into the city, Li Qingren had already assembled a medium-sized player team of over 100 members. Outside the town's periphery, the battle had commenced. The initial wave of the Holy Court's vanguard had launched a sudden assault on Shak Town. A horde of undead creatures had gathered outside, attempting to block the Holy Court's attack. The town's garrison captain directed the defending soldiers on the city wall to resist with full force. Li Qingren ascended the city wall, swiftly surveyed the battlefield, and furrowed his brow, saying, "Feng Heng, even the vanguard team alone is formidable. This Holy Court team is no ordinary threat. We need to be extremely cautious in dealing with them." "Yes," Feng Heng replied, observing the Empire's soldiers and various summoned undead creatures fighting the Holy Court outside the city wall. Over 80% of the Incama Empire consisted of necromancy scholars, with even regular soldiers possessing basic necromantic skills. The problem was, necromancy faced significant opposition from the Holy Court in the initial stages. The first assault from the Holy Court's vanguard suggested imminent collapse for the town. The town mayor, an elderly man, had never witnessed such a scenario. Seeing Li Qingren bringing reinforcements, he hurriedly welcomed them. "Are you sent by the Empire to rescue us? You've finally arrived." The town guard captain briefed them. "Sir, those outside should be the Holy Court's first vanguard. Based on intel from our scouts, during the Jones Kingdom's rebellion, the Holy Court swiftly breached the border. They dispatched 8 large teams to attack the Empire's heartland from 8 different towns. We're among the first targeted." Feng Heng and Li Qingren exchanged glances. The mission was exceedingly troublesome. Consequently, the other 7 towns would also face imminent attacks. They needed a quick plan. Li Qingren had a commanding presence. Despite the substantial players gathering behind them, a significant portion had joined the fray without organized teams. They could fare well in favorable battles but easily lose control against formidable adversaries. Thus, creating a morale boost was imperative. "Let's handle this vanguard first," Feng Heng nodded to Li Qingren. "Agreed." Li Qingren nodded and gestured. "Friends, the Holy Court's initial vanguard isn't overwhelmingly strong. Let's help the town break through their attack." "Understood. Charge." Players noticed the Holy Court's first wave was potent but not numerous. Some players leaped down the city wovens, joining the melee, while others launched ranged spell attacks. "I will deal with them. You stay on command." Feng Heng bent down and leaped from the city wall. As soon as he entered the game, he immediately received an emergency mission. His zombie clone committed suicide without a chance to revive. First, rely on the undead bones to block the wave. Feng Heng dashed onto the battlefield, joining the crowd, and swiftly brought his hands together in front of him. Condense. Whoosh. 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 4 magic rays condensed around Feng Heng. A chilling aura emanated from the magic rays. Some players standing beside Feng Heng felt the frigid ice spirit aura nearby and turned to look at him in surprise. What kind of called-upon creature was this? How could it emit such a powerful aura? Others felt the icy breeze from behind and instinctively glanced back. Unfamiliar with Feng Heng, they only noticed the ghost mask on his face, reminiscent of his previous companion Li Qingren. 4 undead bonds leaders emerged successively from the magic rays, wielding their ice soul-slaying blades as they charged forward. They were commander-level creatures. The players were astonished. Who was this player? On the city wall, Li Qingren was astonished to witness Feng Heng summoning the 4 undead bones leaders so effortlessly. Having not seen him for a while, Feng Heng seemed capable of this. She originally thought that Feng Heng had progressed from a beginner scholar to the pinnacle of high-tier necromancy in less than half a year. He must have devoted most of his efforts to academic research in necromancy, likely without much time to cultivate other combat skills. She didn't anticipate such a tremendous surprise the moment he took action. Bang! Bang! The colossal 4 undead bond leaders charged into the front line. Almost instantly, the situation swung in favor of the players. Since the player joined, the Holy Court's side was already struggling. Now, with the undead bones leader joining in, their retreat became more evident. In the rear of the Holy Court's formation, Wolven, the commanding vanguard knight of honor of the Holy Court, swiftly noticed Feng Heng, who was controlling the undead bones from the rear. He raised his right hand high with the spear and shouted to the knights behind him, "Prepare to charge." He had expected a secure surprise attack, but he didn't anticipate the town's swift organization of a defense. Summoning a commander-level undead life forms in such a short time. How could a necromancy scholar summoning undead bones be an ordinary person? Wolven was convinced that Feng Heng was the leader of this kill him. Once he's down, the defense squad won't hold much longer. Wolven thought. Wolven led dozens of honorary knights, charging into the war ground from the rear, directly aiming for Feng Heng. Warhorses galloped. Charge. Wolven spearheaded the charge. Utilizing a specialized combat technique, he consolidated the Holy Court Knight Regiment's strength into a single point, thrusting like a sharp spear into the midst of the 2 opposing groups. Seeing the sudden charge of the knights, the players sensed trouble and dodged. Even the power emanating from the knights' charge made them cautious. There was no need to confront it head-on. Feng Heng focused on Wolven's charging team, immediately directing the undead bones leader to block the Holy Paladin's advancing path. Charge. Wolven's thunderous command led the squad to accelerate, charging once again toward Feng Heng. The entire group was enveloped in a radiant sacred light. Boom. Wolven's party collided fiercely with the undead bones leader's blade. The explosive holy shock sent the ice soul-slaying blade flying from the undead bones leader's grasp. The 2 undead bones were forcefully repelled. Simultaneously, hindered by the 2 undead bones, the Holy Paladin's charge slowed, and the encompassing sacred power weakened by half. It was enough. Even so, it was enough to take him down. Wolven fixed his gaze on Feng Heng and continued to lead the charge of the honorary knights through the gap left by the knocked-back undead bones leaders. Raising his spear and firmly locking on to Feng Heng with his spiritual power, he rushed directly at him. Chapter 1888 Disintegration. What the hell? Wolven's pupils constricted as he watched his spear aimed at Feng Heng, ready to pierce through. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Feng Heng swung his metal long rod. Bang! A muffled thud. They passed each other in a blur. Wolven suddenly felt as though a massive stone had slammed into his chest. What was that horrifying force? After Wolven thrust his spear, he felt a surge of blood in his chest, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood. Despite the substantial weakening of the party's strength, they were still blocked by their opponent. Wolven tugged at his warhorse, turning to gaze at Feng Heng with eyes shimmering in disbelief. It was initially thought that Feng Heng was an elite necromancer who specialized in cultivating and summoning undead creatures, but it turned out he was actually in a melee form. In the clash of the attacks, Wolven and the entire team of Holy Paladin saw their holy barrier growing increasingly dim, disrupting the momentum of their charge completely. Following a brief pause, the 4 undead bones leaders swiftly closed in on them. Wolven immediately sensed the impending trouble. Their charge skill required a sprint and build-up, impossible for a second use in a short span. After their failed attack, they found themselves encircled by adversaries. It had been a one-strike victory skill. Their failure naturally placed them at a disadvantage. This was bad. Retreat was imperative. Wolven hadn't foreseen this attack failing. His demeanor subtly changed as he led the team, resisting the onslaught from all directions, attempting to break free from the Undead Bones leader's encirclement. But it wasn't that simple. The Undead Bones leader's ice effect drastically slowed their movement. The players were formidable, recognizing Wolven's leadership, they continuously hurled various violent challenging skills at him. Whoosh! Facing enemies converging from all sides, Wolven was at a loss for words. Gazing upward, he noticed the Undead Bones leader's blade hurtling towards him. He quickly drew a deep breath and raised his spear in defense. Bang! A tremendous force surged through his hand, propelling Wolven backward repeatedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! This was not good. As Wolven retreated, he heard a sound from behind, his expression changing once more. Turning, he witnessed several soul chains flying towards him. At some point, a Book of the Dead hovered before Fang Heng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chains emerged from all directions, instantly locking down Wolven's forelimbs, and binding him tightly. Kai! Wolven lost control of his body instantly, unable to struggle as the soul chains hoisted him high into the air. Fang Heng fixed his gaze on Wolven suspended in the air, activating his mental prowess once more. Explode! The soul chains tightened. Bang! With a resounding blast, the dim holy light barrier shrouding Wolven's body shattered. In swift succession, numerous soul chains pierced through Wolven's form. Whoosh! 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 Dark auras swiftly surged towards Wolven's fleeing soul. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions followed, swiftly shattering the protective holy barrier around his soul. The grey aura tightly ensnared his soul, dragging it downward. The Holy Court Knights witnessed this scene, their expressions shifting dramatically. A terrifying necromancy scholar. Not only did he effortlessly defeat Wolven, but he also effortlessly shattered his soul protection barrier. The Holy Court players' fearlessness in the face of death stemmed from various reasons, such as the Holy Court's indoctrination or their unyielding beliefs. Yet, a significant part of it was undoubtedly due to their soul's protection. Even in death, they could be resurrected within the Holy Court. However, the enemy before them surpassed their worst expectations in terror. He not only easily overpowered Wolven but also effortlessly shattered his soul protection barrier. The players aligned with the necromancy cast odd glances at Fang Heng. Moments ago, they had witnessed the enemy leader's formidable sprint skill, opting to evade rather than resist. Yet, within a few brief minutes, the enemy leader was slain. Who was that guy again? Not only could it summon powerful undead creatures for combat, but its prowess in close combat was also exceptional. Ding! The player has eliminated the Holy Court Vanguard Knights captain, Wolven. The current mission completion rate to snipe the frontline Holy Court Legion has increased by 0.2%. Ding! The morale of the Holy Court's Vanguard Knights has significantly dropped. Seeing Wolven had been slain, the Holy Court's Vanguard knew their attempt to capture the town was futile. Dejected, they immediately retreated. Lee Kingren stood watch on the city Wolven, and upon observing the situation, she shouted, "Chase them! Don't let a single one escape!" The gamers didn't wait for Lee Kingren's orders. They surged forward. As Lee Kingren and Fang Heng had predicted, the outlook for a confrontation wasn't favorable. However, seizing an opportunity against someone already in a weakened position? That was supremely advantageous. Especially when the enemy was escaping in panic. The players' gaze turned red as they pursued relentlessly. To the players, these were live points and rewards. Kill. Snatching meant profits. Fang Heng methodically obliterated Wolven's entire soul through the Shrine of Bones. After scanning the battlefield, he ceased pursuit. He then summoned the bulkier Undead Bones leader from the battlefield, leaping onto the city wall to join Lee Kingren. The Holy Court's assault has fragmented, with multiple towns under simultaneous attack. Rushing to protect each town individually makes us too reactive. I will go ahead, try to locate the Holy Court's main force, and explore alternative strategies. I will leave this to you. Let's split up. Lee Kingren shared the same sentiment. Allowing ourselves to be led by the enemy will only render us more passive. Both sides should split up, Fang Heng stated. Alright, you take care too. I will lead them to support the other towns, Lee Kingren replied. Got it. Fang Heng glanced at the mission update for the final time. Ding! The Holy Court's Vanguard has dispersed. Current mission, snipe the frontline Holy Court army. The mission completion rate increased by 10%. The estimated remaining time for the mission is 118 minutes. As the Holy Court's Vanguard began its retreat, the mission completion rate finally transitioned from negative to positive. The estimated time remaining had also increased by over 50 minutes. First, let's catch up and see the strength of their backup team, Fang Heng decided. Summoning his undead warhorse, Fang Heng caught up with the gamers ahead of him and pursued the retreating Holy Court team. However, unfortunately, Fang Heng never had much technique in pursuit and attack. Most of the time, he just trailed behind the team. The scattered Holy Court teams retreated swiftly. The gamers relentlessly hounded them, nibbling away at their ranks until they returned after a 2-kilometer chase. However, Feng Heng didn't depart. Transforming into a bat form, he stealthily followed the retreating team from a distance. Feng Heng comprehended their severe shortage of manpower at the moment. The Holy Court had likely foreseen this, adopting a multi-pronged attack. The teams dispersed, invading various towns within the Empire's hinterland. Chapter 1889 to 1889. The chase. Defeating one normal squad after another wouldn't be a problem, but doing so consumed too much time. In terms of mission duration, it was too late. It would be best to find the enemy's main force and devise a way to inflict significant damage. However, Feng Heng didn't expect that his pursuit would last for over half an hour, even reaching the border between the Ankama Empire and the Jones Kingdom. Passing through a canyon resembling a gourd, the Jones Kingdom's territory lay behind the plains. Feng Heng, high in the air, observed the 3 buildings ahead. Large war fortresses were constructed by the Jones Kingdom. The 3 fortresses stood at the edge of the plain. 2 of these fortresses were built against the mountains, boasting formidable defense abilities. After circling high above for observation, Feng Heng descended to the ground. Following the scattered retreat of the Holy Court, they took shelter in one of the war fortresses. It seemed the Holy Court had established a close collaboration with the Jones Kingdom. The Holy Court team directly took refuge within the fortress. This was troublesome. Initially aiming to locate the Holy Court's main force and attempt to complete the mission through them, Feng Heng didn't find the main force but encountered the Jones Kingdom's war fortresses instead. Should I consider assaulting the fortresses? He thought. However, these 3 military fortresses had exceptionally high strength, and capturing them posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, these belonged to the Jones Kingdom. Would capturing them contribute to the mission's completion rate? As Feng Heng contemplated, a game notification appeared. Ding! Gan City, the territory of the Ankama Empire, is under attack. Players, please be cautious. Ding! Mission completion rate reduced to -5%. The estimated remaining mission time is 56 minutes. Soon after, Feng Heng received a message from Li Qinggren on the survival radio. Li Qinggren said, Feng Heng, the Holy Court didn't pursue Shak Town. We've formed a team to head for Gan City for rescue. We encountered a scattered Holy Court team on the way, causing some delay. How's the situation on your end? Feng Heng frowned, immediately replying via the survival radio. Feng Heng replied, I'm alright. I followed the Holy Court's defeated army into the border of the Jones Kingdom. They've returned to the Jones Kingdom's war fortress, and I haven't found the Holy Court's main force. Li Qinggren said, understood. We've noticed the Holy Court's troops are quite disorganized. They might aim to create chaos and put pressure on the front lines. The Ankama Empire's interior seems vulnerable. One of the remaining legions is already providing reinforcements in the hinterland. The other legion guards the Imperial City and won't leave easily. Feng Heng looked at the information feedback provided by Li Qinggren, and a pondered struck him. While chasing the Holy Court's routed army back, he had seen at least 3 Holy Court teams intruding into the Empire's hinterland to offer support. The number of these teams wasn't significant. They formed smaller-sized squads. This strategy offered flexibility. It seemed the Federation had dispatched scattered assault teams to swiftly breach the Ankama Empire's interior, creating chaos. The actual large-scale forces were likely hidden among these units. Perhaps their goal was to create chaos, identify weaknesses, and deliver a decisive blow afterward. There might even be a grander scheme at play. Feng Heng immediately warned Li Qinggren to be cautious if encountering the Holy Court's main forces. Then, he stowed away the survival radio and reconsidered the fortress before him. Initially hoping to locate the enemy's main forces, Feng Heng discovered himself outwitted instead. Chasing back to search for the main forces now would consume too much time. He couldn't afford to spend another hour or more going back and forth. How about? Feng Heng pondered, turning to glance behind him. The canyon. Remembering the canyon he had previously traversed, Feng Heng's eyelids twitched, and suddenly, an idea dawned on him. Let's use that move. Feng Heng leaped skyward once more, assuming his bat form and flying toward the canyon area. The 2 entrances to the canyon were originally a defensible area, challenging to assault. Previously, the Ankama Empire had defenses set up at one side of the canyon's exterior. However, nearly a decade of tranquility had led the guards of the Ankama Empire to relax their vigilance. Coupled with the urgent reassignment of a significant portion of guard forces to the front lines, the remaining guards had limited defensive capabilities. Amidst various unfavorable factors, the guard area at the canyon's mouth was effortlessly overrun by the unexpected arrival of the Holy Court army, leaving only debris in its wake. Reverting to his human form, Feng Heng stood at the entrance to the ruins. Excellent. This canyon segment wasn't the sole link between the Jones Kingdom and the Ankama Empire. However, Circumventing it would entail a significant time investment. The Holy Court's team dispatched to assault the hinterland would probably opt for this passage. Feng Heng ventured into the canyon to investigate. Just as he had foreseen, the internal passage resembled a winding gourd shape, perfectly capable of concealing a multitude of zombie creatures. Ideal for an ambush. This is it. Feng Heng surveyed his surroundings, leaping onto a massive rock. Now, it was a waiting game. Before long, magical arrays began to materialize on the ground around Feng Heng. Ding, player's zombie clone, normal form, has been resurrected. Ding, the player's zombie clone, vine form, has been resurrected. The zombie clone steadily resurrected, gathering in the canyon and forming a loose assembly behind Feng Heng. Under Feng Heng's control, the zombie clones, shaking and unsteady, stealthily hid within the gourd-like area of the canyon. Feng Heng glanced back at the canyon entrance. New tactic, intercept the line. Whether it was the reinforcement lines or the retreating participants. Intercept. Sweep. Within the military fortress, the Jones Kingdom had resolved to collaborate with the Holy Court, temporarily allocating a substantial section inside the fortress, including the teleportation passage, to the Holy Court. Meanwhile, Bishop Cotter, following orders from the Holy Court's higher-ups, remained within the fortress, guarded by a contingent of Holy Court soldiers, keenly monitoring the unfolding battle. At present, the Holy Court's nightly reinforcements were continuously descending from the advanced game world into the military fortress through the teleportation passage. However, due to spatial fluctuations, the teleportation passage could only be activated intermittently, not in a continuous fashion. Once again, the teleportation passage emanated a dark golden light. Irby, the Holy Court's captain, received the mission and was the first to ride his holy warhorse out of the portal. Cotter. Ah, Irby. It's been a while. Cotter identified Irby and nodded. He checked the list in his hand and continued, your team comprises entirely of honorary knights known for their skill in ambush missions. Your duty this time is to infiltrate the heart of the Ankama Empire and cause as much havoc as possible. In the event of encountering the enemy's main force, retreat immediately. Chapter 1890 Cut off. I understand, Cotter. Cotter waved his hand, waiting for nearly 100 honorary knights of the Holy Court riding on their sacred war horses to gather through the teleportation passage before departing from the city fortress in a grand procession. They were going to turn the Ankama Empire upside down. Let's move. Following the map, Captain Irby led the team swiftly into the canyon, ready to traverse it and officially enter the heart of the Ankama Empire. Suddenly, Captain Irby squinted as he noticed a figure emerging from the central part of the passage ahead. Who could it be? Approaching cautiously, Irby felt an ominous premonition upon seeing the young man blocking the canyon path. The person wore an eerie, peculiar ghost mask. Who's there? Step aside. Getting no response, Irby shouted. He raised his knight commander's spear, urging his warhorse to charge directly at the person. Huh? The person showed no sign of evasion. Irby's pupils contracted. In the split second before his spear thrust forward, the person swiftly wielded a metal iron rod to counter. Bang! The clash between the spear and the metal iron rod produced a resounding impact. Irby's right arm instantly went numb and sore. The warhorse maneuvered past Feng Heng, sent flying by the impact. Glancing back at the masked individual now standing up, Irby's eyes held a hint of astonishment. He had barely surpassed the enemy in strength with a charge from his warhorse. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Feng Heng was hurled by Irby's warhorse charge, managing to stabilize himself only after crashing into the rock wall behind. Ding! You received 4,423 impact damage. Ding! Player's passive talent effect Life Diversion has taken effect. The player's damage has been absorbed by the zombie clone. The new skill proved incredibly effective. With his zombie clone around, he was completely immune to damage. Irby watched in shock as the masked man quickly stood up as if nothing had happened, even patting his pants. What was going on? Who was this person? Irby sensed something amiss and steered his warhorse to confront Feng Heng. His spear aimed directly at Feng Heng's face from a distance. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path? Feng Heng remained silent, merely extending his hand. Whoosh! A dark book of the dead levitated before Feng Heng. Simultaneously, Feng Heng stretched out his hands, creating an imprint in front of him. Not good. It's a person who studied necromancy. Irby's expression changed abruptly as he sensed the sudden outpouring of undead aura from Feng Heng. Was he alone? Rally! Feng Heng murmured. The Book of the Dead sprang into action. Bang! Bang! Successive walls of bones emerged from the ground before Feng Heng, obstructing Irby and the Holy Court's honorary knights behind him. Walls of bones? What was Feng Heng planning? Irby furrowed his brow. Before deciding whether to lead his team in charge, the surroundings echoed with the mournful cries of zombies. Moan. Moan. The previously hidden zombie clones in the canyon now revealed themselves, swarming towards the Holy Quartz Knights blocked by the wall of bones. They're undead. Purge them. Kirby's unease lessened slightly upon seeing the oncoming zombie creatures. He drew his long sword from his waist, signaling the team to prepare for combat. After all that fear, it turned out these were just the lowest level undead creatures, mere zombies. And they thought these creatures could stop them. Haha. Upon receiving the command, the Holy Quartz honorary knights charged headlong into the horde of zombies, commencing the slaughter. Charge! The honorary knights of the Holy Court shouted as one. After a round of charging, the foremost zombies were pierced through the head by the knight commander's spears. Once the honorary knights had dispersed the zombie horde, they drew their swords, engaging in melee combat. It was only then that the honorary knights realized something was amiss. They hadn't expected these zombie teams to be so challenging to deal with. Kai. He struck out with his sword. The knight commander's sword, infused with holy power, surprisingly couldn't sever the zombie. The long blade was wedged into the creature's body. The Holy Court's honorary knights, veterans of numerous battles, were usually found dealing with low-level undead creatures like zombies as easy as slicing through vegetables with their sharp blades. They never anticipated encountering such a situation. Their strategy involved utilizing the cavalry's charge to break the enemy formation and then using their long blades for attacks. However, the second step encountered a massive problem. As soon as they clashed, the team plunged into chaos. Kirby grasped the difficulty of dealing with these zombie creatures. Frowning, he shouted, attempting to stabilize the team. Stay calm. These zombies have exceptionally strong defenses. Proceed with caution. Slow down. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Hang stealthily maneuvered into the dense crowd of zombies, carefully observing from behind. The Holy Court's knights were formidable, capable of even decimating the first line of zombie clones with their warhorses' long-range charges. Despite their combat skills being enhanced with holy power, enabling them to deal additional magic damage, they struggled to cope. The zombie clones' numbers soon became a distinct advantage. Apart from the charge skill, the combat techniques they employed could infuse holy power into their long swords, adding some spell damage to their attacks. It was insufficient. The zombie clones boasted the formidable undead healing effect and benefited from Fang Hang's vampire bloodline, rendering their health point incredibly resilient. Unless they were instantly killed by a long-range charge with the highest damage or surrounded by several honorary knights simultaneously, the undead couldn't be killed. As more and more zombie clones gathered around, the honorary knights of the Holy Court found themselves surrounded, the space for maneuvering gradually diminishing. Escape was impossible. Unconsciously, the Holy Court's knights started gathering in the center. Kirby tirelessly swung his weapon, trying to break free from the zombie team. Unable to charge, he resorted to his battle skill, Pierce, to dispatch a single zombie. Why was it so hard? The honorary knights of the Holy Court also realized it. These undead were impossible to kill. Their stamina and mental power had been being drained continuously while facing the relentless assault of the zombies. After a relentless struggle lasting 5 minutes, an honorary knight of the Holy Court was pulled down from his horse by the unending assaults of the undead due to his waning stamina. Kirby's expression darkened at the sight. The situation was worsening. Casualties emerged within the knight team, and the entire canyon was swarmed with an endless crowd of zombies. There was no sight of an end, with more and more gathering, utterly extinguishing any hope of escape. Their entire cavalry unit seemed to have been dragged deeper and deeper into an inescapable quagmire. Chapter 1891 Mixed Forces. Fang Hang, who had been hiding at the back, saw this and his eyes immediately lit up. This was it. The moment he had been waiting for. Having finally managed to defeat a holy paladin, Fang Hang swiftly utilized his passive talent skill to convert the fallen corpse. Ding! The player zombie clone's passive skill Mutant Infection has been activated. The player has consumed additional energy points and obtained a total of 7 zombie clones, mutants. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What was that sound? The Holy Court's knights who were fighting the zombies heard a strange sound coming from their fallen teammate's corpse and looked over. The corpse quickly decayed, condensing into 7 flesh cocoons amid its rot and convulsions. The flesh cocoons squirmed and rapidly expanded. What the hell was this disgusting thing? Members of the honorary knights of the Holy Court furrowed their brows at the sight. Break! Kirby bellowed, raising his long sword and thrusting it towards the flesh cocoon. Kai! Holy light radiated. The long sword pierced through the entire flesh cocoon in an instant. A foul green liquid burst forth from the ruptured flesh cocoon. Kai! Subsequently, a rift appeared in the remaining swiftly enlarging cocoons. The honorary knights of the Holy Court gazed in astonishment at this grotesque scene unfolding before them. A zombie creature wriggled out of the flesh cocoon, unsteadily rising to its feet, its body still smeared with green mucus. That was A resurrection skill from the study of necromancy? He had heard of undead beings being able to enslave the deceased, but this terrifyingly repugnant method? He never heard before. The newly born zombies howled, lunging at the knights. Despite the knights' extensive battle experience, they had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. It couldn't help but send shivers down their spines. No one would feel good seeing their comrades turning into such unearthly creatures. The thought of facing such a fate after death instantly shattered their morale. Charge out. Irby felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. He yelled, attempting to lead his team in a forceful breakout against the zombie blockade for the 7th time. But it was too late. The space available to them was far too confined. In such a limited area, the cavalrymen couldn't execute an accelerated sprint. They barely managed to run a few meters before being obstructed by a dense cluster of zombies. What should he do? Irby's brow was drenched in sweat, but he couldn't fathom any solution. All he could do was persist, hoping desperately for reinforcements from the rear. However, deep down, he knew there were no reinforcements coming. At least 10 more minutes had to pass before the next wave of Holy Court troops arrived. They wouldn't last. Irby witnessed each of his comrades falling, only to rise again as servants of the undead, attacking their own. Undead. Irby's eyes reddened. With his last ounce of strength, he bellowed and charged ahead. Kai. With a forceful strike, his spear whooshed out, instantly taking down 3 zombie clones blocking his path. That was the limit of his efforts. After the strike, Irby glimpsed at the numerous layers of zombie clones blocking behind the fallen ones. A hint of despair flickered in his eyes, gradually fading away. Buzz. Irby's shield dimmed rapidly, eventually bursting apart with a bang. It's eventually done. Fang Heng had been observing from the sidelines until Irby fell. Swiftly, he gathered his hands together in front of him. Condense. Whoosh. The shrine of bones levitated before him, emitting several gray auras that rushed toward Irby's soul enveloped in holy light. Bang. The dark auras collided with Irby's soul's protective shield, the holy god shield, exploding on impact. Impressive resilience? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He urged another surge of aura, swiftly entwining Irby, breaking through the holy light shield, and seizing Irby's soul, pulling it into the shrine of bones. Kai. Irby's soul was dragged into the shrine of bones and eradicated. Ding. The player destroyed Irby's soul with the shrine of bones, gaining 40 favorability ratings with the necromancy faction. Ding. The player eradicated the honorary knights led by Irby. You've earned 5,600 undead faction contribution points and 10,292 in Empire faction contribution points. Ding. The player's current mission is to snipe the frontline Holy Court army. The mission completion rate has increased to -7%. The estimated time remaining for the mission is 68 minutes. Ding. The player's current mission, Rescue Siberia, team, has increased to a completion rate of 0.12%. Fang Heng stowed away the Shrine of Bones, surveying the debris left after the battle. The zombie clones swiftly moved to clear the battlefield, removing the remnants of weapons and armor from the main passage in the canyon. The entire skirmish lasted for about 10 minutes. That was just using regular zombie clones to wear them down. If he employed higher-tier lickers and vine zombies, along with covertly using the vampire's breed boiling skill to influence the enemy team leader, he could likely increase the kill speed. Furthermore, due to the mutation infection effect, the overall number of zombie clones increased after the battle. Using conflict to sustain conflict. His combat endurance remained unaffected. Fang Heng pondered silently. The recent battle had been a mere probe. He had reserved 80% of his potential to guard against unforeseen circumstances and had not unleashed his full offensive. Now, he could confirm that there were no players among the Holy Court's assault team. Moreover, after the battle, he could use his necromancy's special ability to obliterate the soul of the Holy Court's team captain. This meant, in theory, the enemy remained unaware of his ambush. The plan to intercept the troops could still proceed. Just a little longer. Let's give it a shot. Fang Heng moistened his lips slightly, instructing the zombie clones to lie in trap and patiently await further orders. As he anticipated, 5 minutes later, following his patient wait, the second group composed of walking holy paladins and priests entered the passage of the canyon. Excellent. Fang Heng gently clenched his fist, appraising the incoming team. The strength and composition of the Holy Court's reinforcements varied when sent to the Ankama Empire. Previously a Knight Legion, this time, it comprised ordinary mixed troops. Onwards. As the enemy lined up and ventured into the canyon's depths, Fang Heng once again commanded the assault of the zombie clones. This time, it wasn't solely normal zombies. Lickers and vine zombies darted out from hidden crevices, hurtling towards the reinforcements. The battle resumed. In Willow Town, Li Qingren exerted considerable effort, coordinating with numerous player teams to aid the town's defense against the Holy Court's mixed forces. Following the successful beheading of the enemy team leader, the Holy Court's team began adjusting their formation, hinting at a retreat. Chapter 1892 Information Lee Kingren stood atop the city wall, her brow furrowed. She had realized it. They were being toyed with by the Holy Court. Initially heading to reinforce Can City, Lee Kingren found only a harassing faction from the Holy Court, wasting precious time. But she lacked a viable strategy. The mission's time constraints were rigid, leaving no room for contemplation. Hastily arriving to reinforce Willow Town, she couldn't afford to pause and gather more intelligence. Additionally, gathered intelligence suggested that the Holy Court's strongest contingent had breached deep into the heart of the Ankama Empire. The enemy's troop movements remained enigmatic. There were potential, deeper machinations at play. Regrettably, she lacked the time to amass further information for a better judgment. Moreover, their current team's prowess made a confrontation unfeasible. What could be done? Lee Kingren sensed that at this rate, the mission might remain incomplete, resulting in a slow and inevitable defeat. Yet, she had no alternative but to persist. Her hopes now lay on Feng Heng, relying on his potential breakthrough. Ding, player's current mission, snipe the frontline Holy Court army. The mission completion rate increased to 8.1%. Estimated remaining time for the mission, 141 minutes. Ding, player's current mission, rescue Siberia, team. Mission completion rate increased to 0.51%, huh? Just as Lee Kingren thought of Feng Heng, a game notification appeared. Feng Heng? Did he defeat the enemy team again? Lee Kingren had been deeply focused on team command and personal involvement in beheading operations, overlooking the mission notification details. When she spotted the mission change notification, her eyes lit up involuntarily. She wasn't alone in this fight. Feng Heng was also in action. As Lee Kingren pondered, she meticulously combed through the game notifications, stumbling upon an intriguing pattern. Almost every 15 minutes, there was a game notification recording Feng Heng's defeat of the Holy Court team. Despite two towns falling in the heart of the Ankama Empire, their mission completion rate lingered around 8%. The predicted remaining time for the mission didn't decrease but rather exceeded 2 additional hours. It seemed Feng Heng had found a way to counter the enemy. Senior Lee Kingren, the enemy is showing signs of retreat. What should we do now? Immediately pursue them, but ensure not to chase too far. Remember, we still need to rush for the next town to provide reinforcement. Got it. The players swiftly descended to relay the command. The players didn't bear the same level of pressure as Lee Kingren did. For them, fulfilling the immediate mission meant defending cities, repeatedly breaking the Holy Court's teams, and continually gaining rewards in the form of mission points. It felt like earning points while following a seasoned leader. No excessive thinking was required. Ride the wave when favorable, abandon the mission, and flee if unable to cope. Meanwhile, deep within the Ankama Empire's heartland, Saidevich, commander of the recently conquered Buguin town's elite holy paladins, led his forces forward once more. He found it strange. The Ankama Empire's rear defenses weren't as obliterated as expected, and the pace of Imperial towns falling was far slower than anticipated. Even the Holy Court reinforcements were fewer than they had projected. It was very strange. What exactly went wrong? In front of them was a medium-sized city in the Ankama Empire. Originally, Saidevich had expected to join up with the other 4 to 5 teams and attack the city together. But now, he had only met up with the other 2 teams. The next attack on the city had been delayed. Saidevich felt that something was wrong, so he called the players in the party to ask questions. Player participation in this Holy Court operation was minimal. Saidevich didn't trust the players. He didn't want any players to participate in this operation. However, the players had a special advantage. They could communicate over long distances easily. He also admitted that this ability was extremely useful in war. Any news from the Holy Court? The summoned player, visibly nervous, shook their head, responding, "Sir, feudal Lord Donnie's party has encountered resistance at the front line. Bishop Cotter's control over the translocation passage in the Jones Kingdom fortress remains steady. Also, news has arrived that the other Holy Court squads invading the Empire have destroyed 3 Empire towns." Seems all is in order. Saidevich contemplated briefly before instructing, "Let Bishop Cotter verify the situation at our rear." "Understood, sir." The player wasn't certain if Saidevich had discovered anything, but they nodded in agreement. "Got it. I will immediately contact the military fortresses and advise caution. We will dispatch a scouting team to confirm." "All right." Saidevich pondered, finding no apparent oversight. Was he overthinking it? Perhaps the undead opposition was remarkably resilient? Since that was the case, they would wait a little longer. They would temporarily change their target and attack another city after taking down another town. The frontline skirmish had stalled, providing them ample time. Sadevich pointed into the distance. Next target, Hueco town. Charge. On the Ankama Empire's front line, feudal Lord Dani and various necromancy players aiding in the battle engaged in fierce combat against the Holy Court. The situation appeared grim. During a break in the attacks, feudal Lord Dani received news from the Empire about a rebellion in the Jones Kingdom. This prompted an urgent meeting among party leaders. The news left everyone unusually tense. Amid the current deadlock, they were at a disadvantage, battling to withstand the onslaught. With the Empire's heartland under attack, it spelled trouble. Even deploying a small contingent back wouldn't yield significant aid. Not sending anyone back meant allowing Holy Court forces to rampage within the Ankama Empire. Their supply lines would quickly collapse, leading to a precarious situation. The team struggled with indecision. To return or not? Both choices seemed like treacherous pitfalls. They had to leap into one, regardless of the dire consequences. We're out of time. We need instant personnel to seal the breach at the Jones Kingdom border. How? Where will the reinforcements come from? We're already battling against the frontline enemies. Shouldn't we seek aid from the Necromancy faction? The Holy Court's advanced game world supported the team invading the Jones Kingdom. But the Necromancy faction won't mobilize on a large scale. We're still unsure of the enemy's movements. It's not appropriate for us to act rashly. Chapter 1893. Familiar. Everyone was a little excited as they debated one after another. Feudal Lord Dani remained silent. She understood the challenge of this mission. The Holy Court had gathered the collective strength from various gaming realms to launch a full-scale assault. Her abilities alone wouldn't suffice. She had spent so much time and effort to gain a foothold in the Ankama Empire and finally developed to where she was today. Feudal Lord Dani was unwilling to surrender so easily. However, it seemed that continuing the battle was becoming impossible. Her rational mind urged her to find a way to limit the losses, but suddenly, something caught Feudal Lord Dani's attention. Her heart raced. Feng Heng? Feudal Lord Dani was surprised to spot a familiar name in the game prompt. The player was assigned a mission related to infiltrating the Holy Court. It was him? Upon confirming Feng Heng's name, Feudal Lord Dani's eyes sparked. So, he is here too. Feudal Lord Dani murmured to herself. Everyone, there's no need to debate. Feudal Lord Dani abruptly looked up at the assembly and spoke firmly. There's no need to discuss whether to retreat or not. I have a plan to handle the trouble in the Jones Kingdom. Right now, we must concentrate all our elite forces on the front line to repel the Holy Court's adversaries. What's going on? At those words, whispers erupted among the crowd, many casting puzzled glances at Feudal Lord Dani. She had urgently called everybody for a discussion, but now it seemed as if nothing had happened. Had the issue been resolved? Feudal Lord Dani, the Holy Court's army has breached the Empire's borders through the Jones Kingdom. Reports indicate several towns have been attacked and destroyed. A commander from the Ankama Empire spoke up. What? Another Ankama Empire commander hesitated before continuing. There's a high likelihood the Holy Court will strike Gan City. The king fears that if Gan City falls, the capital will be directly exposed to the enemy. I am aware. I already have a solution. Please, don't worry, Dani nodded. Right now, I've devised a plan to confront the Holy Court. The success of this plan will determine our future. Everyone fell silent once more. Upon hearing Feudal Lord Dani's proposed course of action, the entire council fell into a profound silence. Pretend to retreat? Lay an ambush? Feudal Lord Dani's strategy was incredibly risky. The crowd stayed quiet, no one daring to speak for some time. However, the Feudal Lord stood up, declaring, "My decision is final. There's no need for further discussion. Prepare to act." Yes. Everyone didn't know where Dani's confidence came from. She suddenly became a different person, revealing her sharp edge. In the domain of the Ankama Empire, Dani had always been the unwavering authority, holding absolute command over the players. They knew better than to contest her decisions publicly. The assembly immediately dispersed to prepare both a retreat and an ambush plan. As Dani watched them depart, a sharp glint shone in her eyes. Feng Heng. He had the courage and capability to deal with the Holy Court's Saintess, Vienna. Merely a few invading teams from the Holy Court were no trouble for him. The most pressing issue was the front line. Feng Heng's arrival offered her a glimmer of hope amid their dire circumstances. If the plan succeeded, they could undoubtedly buy themselves more time. After considering it, Dani reached out to her friend. There was something incredibly important she needed to warn Feng Heng about. He had to be cautious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Heng and his zombie clones remained hidden in the heart of the canyon, steadily depleting the passing troop numbers. 3 hours had elapsed, and Feng Heng had collected a rough understanding of the military fortress's deployment rhythm. The Holy Court dispatched a reinforcement team from the town approximately every 15 minutes. Sometimes it was a single cavalry regiment, and sometimes it was a mixed force. The strength of the team was not very high. Most of them were led by a team leader. As the soul of the captain of the Holy Court squad had been completely shattered by his soul control ability, the Holy Court didn't even know that there was an ambush in the canyon. Reinforcement teams continuously streamed out, yet one aspect wasn't perfect. The efficiency of their farming was too slow. It lacked the thrill. However, Feng Heng swiftly recognized a change in the situation. He promptly transformed into his bat form, soaring into the air to observe the soldiers departing from the military fortress. A sizable troop was marching directly toward the canyon. The team they encountered this time was different from the previous ones. The number of teams had increased by dozens of times compared to before. Moreover, the composition of the team was also different. It wasn't solely comprised of Holy Court members but was an uncommon mixed force. Most of the troops were soldiers from the Jones Kingdom, with a few holy paladins from the Holy Court mixed in. Feng Heng even noticed the presence of several players within the team. Have I been discovered? Feng Heng murmured to himself. Currently, he had two options. Firstly, he could retract the zombie horde, conceal themselves, and allow the approaching team to depart first. This way, he could hide and continue ambushing the team. Alternatively, Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. He would eliminate this army in one fell swoop. Wipe them all out. Eliminate as many as possible. Feng Heng swiftly opted for the second plan. After all, taking them down one by one was too slow. At this pace, even an all-night grind might not yield enough. A significant team had finally arrived. Wipe them all out. Feng Heng made the decision and promptly directed his zombie clones to hide carefully and be prepared for an ambush. Not far away, a large party was slowly advancing towards the canyon. This time, Anthea led the command team dispatched to explore the border areas of the Ankama Empire. Anthea, the female commander of Jones Kingdom. This collaboration with the Holy Court was undoubtedly a massive gamble for Jones Kingdom. A win would secure decades of stability and immense benefits for the country. However, if they lost, Jones Kingdom might vanish from this world. Anthea wasn't willing to take the risk, but the king had already made up his mind. He had even sent his uncle, who had promoted the cooperation with the Holy Court, to the military fortress to take charge of the overall situation. Just a while ago, the Holy Court had received a warning from the players that there might be something unusual with the reinforcements they had sent out. At the request of Bishop Cotter of the Holy Court, the imperial uncle had ordered Anthea to lead a team to scout the area around a military fortress and the border of the Ankama Empire. Ensuring safety was paramount. In truth, Anthea had no desire to engage in direct warfare with the Ankama Empire. They had an agreement with the Holy Court. Jones Kingdom soldiers wouldn't participate in the conflict. She aimed to prepare for the worst. Even if the kingdom lost this wager, she had to secure enough assets to safeguard Jones Kingdom. The Empire's loyal soldiers were their final trump card. Regrettably, it seemed her imperial uncle had been unduly influenced and issued the order. Chapter 1894 Encountering an ambush. Anthea raised her head to gaze at the canyon, her eyes regaining their sharpness. The setting sun revealed an incomplete portion of the canyon. Nightfall was imminent, only 2 hours away. As the team began to enter the canyon passage, the formation gradually stretched out. They ventured into the winding canyon. At a particular turn, Anthea sniffed the air, detecting a strong, pungent scent of blood. Something felt off. Anthea raised an eyebrow as she noticed fresh blood stains on the ground. This was not right. Anthea's heart skipped a beat. She swiftly waved her hand, signaling the team to halt, and scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Be careful. Stop moving forward and be on alert. The army stopped halfway and stood guard. A Holy Paladin's vice-captain of the Holy Court approached Anthea, asking in a low voice, Commander Anthea, what's happening? Blood. The scent of blood is intense here. There was a recent battle. What's wrong? The players at the party couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Ankama Empire has guards outside the canyon. There shouldn't be this much blood inside, and the blood is fresh. I didn't see any traces this morning. Others gradually realized that something was amiss. It's not safe here. Retreat. Before the team could react, black shadows suddenly emerged from the canyon's passage. The shadows swiftly came near the army. Ghouls? Everyone's expression changed upon seeing this. In the dim canyon, it was hard to see clearly, but a large group of red creatures rushed toward them. Zombie creatures kept falling from both sides of the canyon. Be cautious. It's an undead ambush. Anthea drew her sword, shouting for the team to stay calm and fight strategically. The lickers moved incredibly fast. In a brief moment, the soldiers at the front were brought down by the swift onslaught. The battle erupted instantly. Damned undead. They're ambushing us here. Eliminate them. The Holy Court Knights at the rear immediately wielded their holy swords, joining the fray. At the back of the team, the players who had entered the canyon were shocked. These weren't ghouls. Ghouls were indeed agile creatures, but their speed couldn't match the red creatures before them. Wasn't this a licker from the zombie apocalypse game? They were not mistaken. It was a licker. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group of lickers closed in from all directions, encircling the Jones Kingdom team at the forefront and launching a frenzied attack. From behind and on both sides, an increasing horde of zombie creatures swarmed toward the team. As soon as they clashed, Anthea immediately recognized the formidable strength of the enemy, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Something was amiss. The strength of these summoned undead creatures was terrifyingly high. Where did they come from? The canyon's terrain was already challenging, and the sudden ambush caught them wrong guard. The ordinary soldiers from the Jones Kingdom lacked advanced combat skills, falling into a disadvantage. Retreat. Retreat first. Fortunately, the team hadn't ventured deep into the canyon, leaving room for recovery. Anthea shouted, aiming to shield the team as they strategically withdrew. The players who had entered into the canyon with the team were bewildered. These zombies and lickers were unlike any they had faced before. If they had to put it into words, it was like the premium version. Even their combined tries couldn't get rid of a licker. The opponent's health point was ridiculously high. Moreover, there was the chilling stun skill with rapid recovery. Look! That person. Engaged in combat with the licker, a player observed the masked man standing not far away from the cliff, his eyes reflecting surprise. Does he seem familiar? The other two teammates also realized the licker couldn't be vanquished. They swiftly retreated to the rear of the Holy Paladin team, glancing up at the rock wall. Is it him? Feng Heng? Jasmine observed Feng Heng from a distance, his heart filled with uncertainty. Judging by the appearance, it seems like him. Feng Heng, the World Lord, has a deep connection with the practitioners of Necromancy faction. Yeah, I've heard about it. He can control zombie creatures. If he comes over, it would make sense. I've also heard that the disappearance of the Holy Court's Saintess, Viana, might be related to Feng Heng. With this analysis, the players felt like they had found the answer. No wonder they couldn't defeat him. Now, they were all facing the same opponents. These creatures were not ghouls or ordinary zombies. They were enhanced versions of zombies and lickers from the zombie apocalypse world. He had heard various rumors, claiming that Feng Heng could control a large number of enhanced zombies and lickers. There were even enhanced tyrant creatures. He had direct control over the entire zombie apocalypse world. Someone who could challenge the Federation. If the person wearing the mask was indeed Feng Heng. Just as they were pondering this, Jasmine suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. He was like prey that had been targeted, and his entire body tensed up to the extreme. The young man wearing the mask also observed them and locked eyes with them. Not good. Jasmine's heart trembled. He was almost certain. That person was undoubtedly World Lord Feng Heng. Even if he was not, he was still a player at the power level of a World Lord. How were they supposed to fight? The two sides were not on the same level from the start. Let's go. Without thinking about anything else, accepting this mission seemed like 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They needed to run quickly. Jasmine shouted, wanting to escape, but realized that the lickers, who had been fighting with the Empire soldiers, had all abandoned their targets and were now pouncing towards them. Not good. Be careful. In a brief moment, more than 30 lickers surrounded the three of them in a circle. However, the lickers showed no intention of attacking. Jasmine and the other two were instantly surrounded, paralyzed with fear and unable to move. The surrounding knights of the Holy Court and the soldiers of Jones' kingdom were confused at first. Some of them tried to help, but when they realized that they could not help, they quickly ran away. After all, there wasn't much camaraderie between soldiers and players. When running for one's life, who could care about others? Jasmine and the others soon found themselves encircled by waves of zombies, gripping their weapons tightly as their hands became covered in sweat. What should we do? Another player swallowed nervously, looking at Jasmine. He asked in a trembling voice, what should we do? Chapter 1895 Discovered Kai. Around them, as the soldiers fell one by one under the licker's slaughter, cocoons emerged from the fallen corpses. Newborn undead creatures continued to emerge from the cocoons. What kind of eerie zombie summoning ability was this? He had never heard of it in the information about World Lord Feng Heng. Jasmine felt a chill down his spine. He forced himself to calm down and whispered, I don't know what's going on. It looks like they won't attack as long as we don't move. Let's stay put and not make any sudden moves. Seeing the cocoons growing from the corpses, the Holy Paladin team from Holy Court and the warriors of the Jones Kingdom couldn't help but feel a chill. Anthea had some knowledge of necromancy, But she had never heard of such a strange and terrifying ability. The Jones Kingdom soldiers lost any desire to continue the fight. Their only goal was to escape this living hell. The team's morale plummeted, and without their formation, they rushed toward the canyon's exit. They were afraid that being a bit slower would let the undead creatures catch up. Don't panic. Don't panic. The Holy Paladin team had higher combat skills and wanted to calm the team down. However, once panic set in, a few comforting words from teammates were not effective. The Holy Paladin team could only curse their teammates under their breath while barely maintaining formation and escaping towards the canyon exit. Fang Heng, seeing the enemy attempting to flee, quickly controlled the liquor group to chase after them. Kick them when they were down. Moreover, it was a targeted pursuit. It didn't matter. The mediocre soldiers of Jones Kingdom could be allowed to escape. But not a single living force from the Holy Court should be spared. The undead creatures chased the Holy Court and continued their attacks. Seeing that the Holy Court was entangled by the undead creatures, the soldiers of Jones Kingdom had no intention of helping. Instead, they ran even faster, fearing being entangled. The entire team quickly fell into disarray. Anthea, realizing she couldn't control the situation, could only retreat from the canyon under the escort of her guards to regroup the panicked team. The battle had just begun, and the team had already suffered significant losses. Anthea looked towards the canyon mouth, where screams still echoed, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. The Ankama Empire had a profound background. There were even rumors of possessing the power to control death. In comparison, other than the elite heavy-armored knights of Jones Kingdom, the other soldiers were no match. This time, Jones Kingdom had recklessly joined forces with the Holy Court. The final consequences might be beyond their endurance. In the group, there were not only players like Jasmine. The remaining players who had accepted the relevant missions followed the party from afar. When they saw the situation worsening, they ran even faster. Upon discovering Fang Heng's liquors and undead creatures, they immediately fled. After escaping the canyon, the few players looked at each other, feeling fortunate to have survived a catastrophe. Breaking news. It was suspected that World Lord Fang Heng had appeared in the Ankama Empire. They had to inform the Holy Court immediately. Jasmine successfully repelled the joint reconnaissance team of Jones Kingdom. He gained 9,028 undead faction contribution points and 2,400,000 Ankama Empire contribution points. Current mission for the player, snipe the frontline Holy Court army. The mission completion rate increased to 9.2%. The estimated remaining time for the current mission is 162 minutes. Current mission for the player, rescue Siberia, team, completion rate increased to 0.81%. Inside the canyon, Fang Heng glanced at the game prompts. Then, he lifted his head to control the zombies, ensuring the elimination of the remaining ensnared soldiers from the Jones Kingdom and the Holy Court. Flesh cocoons quickly formed on the corpses, giving rise to new zombie clones that joined the team. Following the ambush, the number of zombie clones increased by over 2,000. Jasmine and the other two players found themselves surrounded by layers of zombies. They didn't dare to move. Moving meant death. Whether to die early or late. Dying later seemed preferable. What if a miracle happened? After a moment, the zombie crowd in front of the players parted, creating a path. A young man wearing a mask walked toward them. Fang Heng, World Lord. Jasmine knew this moment would come sooner or later. He took a deep breath, mustering courage as he stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "We didn't know it was you. We apologize for delaying your mission. It wasn't intentional. Please don't lower yourself to our level. We'll leave now." Fang Heng gazed at Jasmine in surprise. "Oh? Do you know me? You're famous. There are detailed pictures of the liquor and the zombie army you control on the internet. I see. Forget it." Fang Heng thought it was troublesome. Someone, for reasons unknown, took the time to create a poll on the internet for the best news person of the year. His name securely secured a spot in the top 3. The personal details were quite comprehensive. He had come across it on the official website before. While the information about his skills was somewhat outdated and vague, at least most players outside now knew of his ability to control zombies and liquors. As soon as the liquor appeared, there was no hiding it. After all, zombies could somewhat disguise themselves as undead, but liquors were a bit trickier to conceal, and it was normal for them to be easily identified. "I'd like to inquire about the internal situation of Jones Country." Fang Heng softly waved his hand, and the surrounding zombie creatures slowly withdrew. The primary upload of this chapter happened on B1NN0 We're all players, different factions, and I comprehend each of your choices for survival. Fang Heng spoke while lightly tapping his finger. The zombie clones lined up and walked slowly past Fang Heng, dropping the equipment they had collected from the recently defeated Jones Kingdom team on the ground. These were all low-level items that Fang Heng didn't find valuable. Due to transaction limits, even if he sold these items, he couldn't convert them into the god points he urgently needed. Yet, they still occupied his backpack and added to his weight. Soon, a minimal mountain of equipment piled up beside Feng Heng. Jasmine and the other two players gazed at Feng Heng and the stack of equipment, over a meter tall. They carefully swallowed their saliva, not understanding Feng Heng's intentions. I don't like to force others to do things. If possible, I'd like to gather some information from you, and in return, you can help me with something. As a token of appreciation, I'm willing to provide some equipment. Each of you can choose 5 pieces from the entire collection. Upon hearing Feng Heng's words, Jasmine and the others' eyes lit up. The equipment dropped in the recent battle included not only the standard gear of the Jones Kingdom but also some dropped by the Holy Court's Holy Paladins. Among them were rare items exclusive to the Holy Court. If these items could be sold on the black market, they could fetch a good amount of money. Are you serious? Chapter 1896. The situation. The players nodded in agreement. Either they refused to cooperate and died, or they surrendered and made a fortune. Even an idiot would know what to choose. The players couldn't help but glance at the small hills of equipment from the corner of their eyes. They looked at Feng Heng carefully and asked, "World Lord, what do you want to know?" "As long as we have the information, we won't hide anything." Feng Heng gently nodded. "Very well. Firstly, I want information about the current situation in the Jones Kingdom and the Holy Court." Jasmine and the other players exchanged glances, wearing expressions of concern. "World Lord, a few of us are players living in the Jones Kingdom. We only recently joined the battlefield after receiving a mission from the country. We aren't affiliated with the Holy Court players. As a result, we have limited knowledge about the Holy Court. In addition, the cooperation between Jones Kingdom and the Holy Court has always been kept confidential. We only learned about it recently and hurriedly accepted the mission to come here, hoping for some luck." Feng Heng nodded understandingly. "No problem. Just share what you know. The more information, the better. When we exited the fortress, there weren't many Holy Court players. The leader was a Holy Court bishop named Cutter. The one currently overseeing the military fortress is the Imperial's uncle." Another player chimed in, "We've heard that Jones Kingdom, in collaboration with the Holy Court, modified the teleportation passages inside the military fortress. These passages connect to the advanced game world of the Holy Court. Holy Court reinforcements continuously arrive through these teleportation passages. Due to the unstable condition of the passages, teams can only come to support once in a while," the player added. Just as he had expected, the Jones Kingdom military fortress was a military base for the Holy Court. Destroying the troop deployment point would probably give him a large number of mission completion points. "What about the situation inside the fortress?" Feng Heng continued. "How strong are the defenses?" "The teleportation passages are guarded by Holy Court personnel, with assistance from the Jones Kingdom's guard forces," one player replied. Jasmine supplemented, "I took a glance when passing by earlier. The defense inside the fortress is extremely strict. Anthea, the commander of Jones Kingdom, is in charge of guarding it. It will be hard to sneak in." Feng Heng lifted his head, his gaze once again directed toward the 3 military fortresses outside the canyon. "Can the teleportation passages only operate periodically? Is the number of Holy Court troops that can pass through each time roughly the same?" "Yes, that's what we've heard. We can't provide specific details," they answered. Feng Heng muttered to himself, deep in thought, as he lowered his head. If ordinary players like Jasmine could discern his identity, it was likely that the few players from the Holy Court could do the same. With the news of him occupying the canyon now circulating, the plan to intercept the troops was probably no longer viable. The Holy Court would undoubtedly make adjustments. The most straightforward solution would be to alter the troops' route, steering clear of the canyon area. This would allow the reinforcements to continue pouring into the heart of the Ankama Empire. He needed to adapt his battle strategy to seize the initiative. The fortress was inherently defensible, and Jones Kingdom's military strength was not formidable. Consequently, the number of troops available for combat wouldn't be substantial. If he could devise a way to directly breach the fortress. Who cared? There was no time to waste. After a few hours of waiting, the deceased zombie clones had all resurrected. With the additional zombie clones gained through the mutated infected talent, the combat strength of the zombie clone army had further escalated. He could confidently engage in a head-on confrontation. Charge. N0vil_bin hosted the premiere release of this chapter. Tried to take down a military fortress. Seized the dispatch point. It would be great if he could get it. If breaking through wasn't feasible, he'd have to consider alternative strategies. Feng Heng swiftly made a decision and addressed Jasmine and the others. "For the sake of avoiding trouble, please stay here for now. I'll still need your assistance in the future." Jasmine and the others exchanged glances and nodded. They were mere puppets at this point. It was already good enough that they could survive. How could they have so many choices? On the other side, Anthea returned to the military fortress with her heavily injured team. She promptly sought out the Imperial's uncle to report and engaged in discussions with the Holy Court members. The Holy Court's guard force within the military fortress was insufficient. Bishop Cotter hadn't anticipated encountering such a situation. Upon investigation, the results were shocking. It explained why the frontline battle differed so significantly from their expectations. It turned out their supply lines had been intercepted. Moreover, the name of Feng Heng accidentally reached Cotter's ears from the gamer who managed to escape. The incidents involving the vampires, the disappearance of Saint Desfiana, and even the recent rumors about the demonic seed were all closely tied to Feng Heng. The Holy Court had categorized Feng Heng as an extremely dangerous individual. Currently, the Holy Court transmitted this data to the front line and the Holy Realm through gamer channels and the teleportation passage. Upon learning that the team had fallen into an ambush and suffered defeat, the Imperial Uncle's mood took a turn for the worse. Tell me. What happened? Why are the undead showing up in that location? Imperial Uncle, please calm down. There is a large number of undead concentrated in the canyon. Based on their previous patterns, they tend to exploit the geographical advantage of the canyon, lying in pause to ambush passing teams. They lack the ability for long-distance assaults or city attacks. Discovering the enemy's scheme this moment is not necessarily a bad thing. Since we now understand that the undead are hidden in the canyon, we might as well ignore them, Bishop Cotter suggested, trying to pacify the group. Let's stick to our original plan, take a detour, and strike at the heart of the Ankama Empire. Upon hearing this, the group found the proposal reasonable. The low-level undead creatures lurking in the canyon were slow-moving units. Long-distance attacks and sieges had consistently been their weaknesses. Anthea's expression turned somber, and she remained silent. Indeed, the Holy Court's representatives were correct. Once the Holy Court's plan to invade the Ankama Empire succeeded, the undead in the canyon would be of little consequence. However, she couldn't shake off a lingering sense of unease. After all, the Holy Court had initially pledged that their Jones Kingdom would remain unaffected by any war. And now? The undead had already appeared at the border. What is your opinion, Commander Anthea? Bishop Cotter inquired. Anthea glanced at the Imperial Uncle beside Bishop Cotter. The cooperation with the Holy Court had been facilitated single-handedly by the Imperial's uncle. His clear inclination towards the Holy Court was undeniable. We've encountered the undead before, Anthea responded. They are formidable. We must proceed with caution. Chapter 1897 Attest ha, Commander Anthea, you were too cautious. Those undead only know how to hide in those places and do shady things. I think that's all they can do. Don't worry, the Holy Realm has already learned of this matter. They sent a powerful army to help us solve this problem. The people outside only knew that there was a teleportation passage connecting the fortresses to the high-tier world. There was not just one. There were two. They were connected to two advanced game worlds. The second teleportation passage was even more powerful, and it could teleport stronger teams from the Holy Court into the game world of Siberia to provide support. It was just that the interval between uses was longer. After the Holy Court heard about Feng Heng, they immediately deployed a team to capture him. Good. Then I will leave it all to everyone in the Holy Court. The Imperial Uncle felt that the matter had been mostly resolved and nodded happily. At this moment, a soldier rushed over. Reporting to the Great Commander, the undead creatures came out of the canyon. They are heading towards the fortresses. Commander, please make preparations. Undead creatures came out of the canyon? What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Bishop Cotter's face stiffened. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Just a moment ago, he had confidently said that there was no problem at all. In the blink of an eye, the undead creatures had run out of the canyon. He felt depressed. What was going on? Why did the undead creatures come out? Alright, the Imperial Uncle was also stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. They still dare to come out. Commander Anthea, the undead took advantage of the geographical advantage and ambushed us. Now that they've come out, let's attack with all our might and defeat them in one fell swoop. The people of the Holy Court immediately became spirited when they understood this. Of course, he hoped that the people of Jones Kingdom could enter the battlefield and help them deal with the undead. Cotter was overjoyed. He nodded in agreement. With the elites of Jones Kingdom and the help of the Holy Court, we will be able to defeat the undead in one strike. Anthea's expression changed when she heard that. She quickly cupped her fists and replied, Imperial Uncle, please be careful with this matter. The Jones Kingdom has already agreed with the Holy Court. It's just a convenience. It lent the teleportation passage to the Holy Court's army to pass through. It won't participate in the battle itself. Commander Anthea. The Imperial Uncle raised his voice and interrupted Anthea. His tone became a little unhappy. Anthea had repeatedly questioned his decision. Wasn't this indirectly saying that he didn't understand? You have to understand that the situation outside isn't about whether we should join the battle or not. The undead of the Ankama Empire are about to assault us. Do you think we can still be cowards on the spot? Or do you think that the brave warriors of the Jones Kingdom are afraid of these undead? The Imperial Uncle sensed that Anthea was being too careful. The military fortresses are filled with magical crystal cannons. Even if a large number of high-tier undead creatures attack, we can still block them. Why would you be afraid of these low-level zombies and ghouls? The Imperial Uncle inquired, what's going on? Then, he turned his gaze towards Bishop Cotter of the Holy Court, asking, Bishop Cotter, can the Holy Court assist us in dealing with this undead? At this juncture, how could Cotter claim that they were inferior to the undead? The only one expressing reservations was Fang Heng. However, Cotter had only heard of Fang Heng's name and was unaware of Fang Heng's true strength. He believed that, no matter how formidable Fang Heng might be, he was just a player. How much power could he truly possess? Imperial Uncle, you must be joking. The undead in the canyon are indeed extraordinary, but we are already prepared. With a holy power enchantment, your country's soldiers can inflict additional damage on undead creatures. I can assure you that we will not lose this battle. Good. The Imperial Uncle exclaimed, turning to Anthea. Great Commander, you've understood it all. Is there anything else you wish to say? But. Anthea hesitated. Anthea. The Imperial Uncle interjected sharply. Have you considered the consequences if these undead creatures invade our Jones Kingdom? The lives of our citizens are about to be threatened. I command you now, go out of the city to confront the enemy. Prepare the magical crystal cannons. We must completely obliterate this group of undead. Yes. Anthea received a deep breath and responded resolutely, understood. Fang Heng led a substantial number of zombie clones out of the passage, using ordinary zombie clones as the vanguard. They surged toward the military fortresses in a dense formation. Disregarding other considerations. Let's conduct a preliminary test. Fang Heng thought. Fang Heng also comprehended that, following the recent battle, as long as the people of the Holy Court weren't foolish, they wouldn't continue sending individuals into the canyon. At most, they could simply circumvent the border plains, taking a bit more time to invade the heart of the Ankama Empire. However, due to the mission's time constraints, he had no time to waste. It was better to charge directly. In the worst-case scenario, all the zombie clones would be depleted, causing as much damage as possible. Once exhausted, Fang Heng planned to devise a strategy elsewhere. However, Fang Heng did not expect that the zombie clones would leave the canyon and gather outside the canyon, heading toward the military fortress. Ahead of them, the gates of the Jones Kingdom's military fortresses swung wide open. The elite heavy armored knights of Jones Kingdom formed a line, assembling at the entrance of a fortress on the right side of the inverted triangle. Behind him stood the Holy Court's paladin and priest team. Infused with holy skills, the knight commander's spear gleamed with the radiance of holy power. This group of elite heavy armored knights represented years of wealth accumulation for the Jones Kingdom. Each knight was equipped with top-notch gear, a stark contrast to the cannon fodder sent out earlier. As a precaution, almost the entire military force of Jones Kingdom concentrated along the border with the Ankama Empire. Entering a battle-ready stance, Anthea dismissed her scattered thoughts and elevated her knight commander's spear high. Behind us lies our home. For the protection of our families. For the glory of the knights. Follow me. Charge. Crush them. Roar. The heavily armored knights spurred their war horses, charging toward the multitude of undead creatures at the canyon entrance. A plain of about 700 to 800 meters stretched between the two forces. The knights urged their war horses to a frenzied pace, brandishing their spears as they charged forward. Atop the city fortress, Jones Kingdom soldiers and players watched as sand-sword and heavy armored knights raced toward the undead. Nervous tension gripped them. The zombie team rushing out of the valley ahead showed no intention of evasion. Indeed, with their slow movement speed, they stood no chance of escaping the charging knights. The primary upload of this chapter happened on B1NN0 The heavy armored knights lined up in a line and elevated their spears. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two forces rapidly closed. Chapter 1898 Heavy Armored Cavalry Charge. Anthea shouted and took the lead to charge into the zombie team. Boom. The heavy armored knights forcefully collided with a zombie team, as if crashing into a wall of flesh and blood, creating a layer of blood mist. The first and second rows of the zombie team were instantly pierced and slaughtered by the knight's spear. Utilizing the powerful charge skill of the knights, the heavy armored knights, after dealing with the front row zombies, crashed into the third, fourth, and fifth rows behind, causing chaos among the zombie team. Good. On the city wall, witnessing the effectiveness of the heavy armored knights' attack, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and erupted into cheers. The Imperial uncle nodded in satisfaction. Now, this was more like it. They were the greatest and most elite heavy-armored knights of Jones' kingdom. The enemy was just a low-level undead creature. It was hardly worth mentioning in the face of the heavy-armored knights. Ding, player's zombie clone, mutated infected form, has received charge damage, penetration damage, holy attribute damage. Due to the piercing effect of the heavy armor attack, your zombie clone will receive an additional 3 times the damage. Ding, player's zombie clone, mutated infected form, has been sent flying. Feng Heng was surprised to see the rows of game notifications on his retina. The knight's long-distance charge, coupled with the additional effect of the holy attribute, could instantly kill his normal mutated infected zombie. This chapter was originally shared via Readscape. He even killed 2 rows in a row. Examining the information closely, the heavy damage caused by the knight's accelerated charge could inflict 3 times additional damage to unarmored and lightly armored units. No wonder the zombie clones couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, he had only lost the zombie clones in the front row. He wasn't afraid of the number of zombie clones. There were plenty. Feng Heng quickly adjusted his actions. The players following behind Feng Heng couldn't help but feel shocked. The most famous elite knight regiment in Jones County. An existence that even the Ankama Empire was unwilling to face head-on and was practically invincible on the plains. Could he win? And still not running? What were they waiting for? Feng Heng surveyed the battle situation in front of him and promptly made adjustments, directing the zombie clones to continue engaging. Actually, after withstanding the first wave of the charge, things were still manageable. Only the zombies in the first and second rows had been killed. The losses were still within a controllable range. The zombie clones from the back were sent flying by the charge skill, landing on the ground. Leveraging the bug effect of the undead, they quickly restored their vitality and got back on their feet, rejoining the battle. Following this, the zombies swiftly regrouped, attempting to ensnare the heavy armored knights. A multitude of zombie clones surged toward the knights, who were forced to a halt. The vine zombies and liquor intermingled with the mutated infected zombies, began to hinder the knights. Retreat. Anthea furrowed her brow, loudly issuing the order. In previous encounters with normal foes, the knights, relying on the charge's maximum damage after covering 500 meters, could penetrate more than 10 layers of enemy troops, inducing significant chaos among the enemy ranks. However, this time, it only pierced through 5 layers. The zombies' defensibility was remarkably robust. Conversely, the heavy armored knights only had one opportunity for the most powerful charge. Following the charge, the effectiveness of their melee attacks would return to normal levels. Preparing for another charge required time. While, in most instances, a single charge from the heavy armored knights sufficed to break the enemy's formation, this time was an exception. There were simply too many zombie teams in front of them. After dealing with a small area with one charge, more zombies swiftly advanced. While a bit meaty, their sheer number was overwhelming. Anthea, drawing from her experience in the previous canyon battle, promptly ordered the heavy armored knights to retreat and prepare for a circumventive maneuver before launching another charge. She had given her best effort. However, even after the initial charge, a few elite soldiers found themselves trapped by the zombies. Unable to retreat in time, they were engulfed by the subsequent zombie team. Anthea's heart was heavy. These were the elite warriors that the Jones Kingdom had spent a lot of effort and materials to nurture. And each loss was a significant blow. Save them. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. Anthea, a skilled commander, understood the importance of maintaining composure. She led the reorganized knight army around the city, adjusting their angle before returning to the city wall. The Jolie paladins and priests of the Holy Court, stationed below the city wall, once again bestowed the holy buff upon the knights. Charge. When the buff was applied, Anthea once again raised her spear and shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The cavalry charged into the zombie team once again. Here it came again. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and was about to continue controlling the zombie clones to fight back when he suddenly saw a notification flash across the dense game notifications. Ding. The player has successfully killed the superior heavy armored knight of Jones Kingdom. The player's current mission, snipe the frontline Holy Court army. The mission completion rate has increased to 0.02%. The current mission estimated time remaining plus 2 minutes. The Empire's elite heavy armored knights were so valuable. In the past, such mission notifications only appeared when the team captain of the Holy Court was killed, and the team was defeated. He didn't expect that killing a superior heavy armored knight would give him an additional 2 minutes of mission time and an increase in the mission completion rate. In that case, it wasn't a loss? There was a small profit? As Feng Heng contemplated this, he raised his head and looked ahead again. The Empire's heavy armored knights, consisting of about 600 to 700 people. With his first-hand experience, Feng Heng began to adjust the position of the zombie clones. He already had a countermeasure. The heavy armored knight's charge skill was indeed very powerful. However, it also had a weakness. For example, after the charge increased its speed, its controllability decreased slightly. He could exploit this vulnerability. Feng Heng stared at the knights charging at him from the front and waited quietly, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Anthea was already extremely cautious. Having no experience dealing with the zombie clones controlled by Feng Heng, she failed to notice the abnormality of the zombie creatures in front of her. She saw the zombies lining up again, piling up in front as if waiting for a collision. The few heavy armored knights who were trapped earlier had been completely swallowed by the zombies, and their figures were no longer visible. There was no hope of survival. Anthea restrained the fury in her heart. Charge. Boom. The charging knights once again plunged into the zombie team. The undead in the first and second rows were instantly killed by the mighty charge skill. The knights that followed directly charged into the zombie team, breaking the formation of the front row of undead that had just gathered. Good. On the city wall, the soldiers of Joan's kingdom cheered and applauded when they saw Anthea's side succeed again. Chapter 1899 A trap. However, after this success, Anthea once again furrowed her brow. The vitality of those zombie creatures was too terrifying. She witnessed a zombie, with its heart pierced through, being thrown out. After struggling on the ground for a moment, it stood up again and rejoined the battlefield. Such terrifying vitality. What kind of potion had this undead taken to become so formidable? The opportunity for contemplation was fleeting. Anthea dared not be distracted. She quickly rallied the heavy armored knights to fall back and organize the next assault. With the experience of 2 consecutive successful charges, the heavy armored knights, taking advantage of the disrupted zombie formation, retreated promptly after the charge, fearing being entangled by the zombies again. Huh? Why were there fewer people? After Anthea, the commander, led the elite heavy armored knights back to the fortress and roughly counted the number, her heart sank. She observed another loss of personnel. Despite being more cautious this time, trying to avoid giving the enemy opportunities, why did they still lose nearly 20 people, and there were even more casualties than before? Why? Was it just an accident? Anthea gazed at the creatures regathering after being decimated, a strong sense of unease settling in her heart. In the rear, the holy paladins of the Holy Court once again advanced, hastily bestowing the holy buff upon the heavy armored knights. Anthea. Charge. They are about to collapse. Crush them. The Imperial Uncle shout echoed from the city wall. Anthea glanced at the Imperial Uncle on the city wall and then looked back at the canyon entrance. Indeed, after 2 consecutive waves of heavy knights charging, the number of zombies had decreased by more than 1,000. It seemed the zombies had no effective means to counter the knights' charge. However, the loss of troops after each charge weighed heavily on her heart. With a resolute gaze, Anthea raised her spear once again and shouted, "Charge with me." The heavy armored knights charged towards the zombie team for the 3rd time. Feng Heng stood amidst the layers of the zombie team, watching the enemy charge at him again. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Again? During the first charge, he was not clear about the power of the cavalry and was taken advantage of by the enemy. The second time, he made some adjustments. There were more tests. The test indeed confirmed his conjecture. Did they dare to come for a 3rd time? It was time to impart a lesson to the opposition. N0vil_bin hosted the premiere release of this chapter. To take a substantial bite out of the heavy armored knights. Feng Heng snorted coldly and swiftly organized the zombie clones to assemble. Just like the previous 2 times, they blocked the front, forming a solid wall, prepared to endure the impending charge. On the fortress city wall not far away, players and soldiers cheered as they witnessed the heavy armored knights fearlessly charging forward. To them, the zombie formation appeared extremely foolish. Under the heavy armored knights' charge, these creatures were seeking death. Boom. Anthea, accompanied by her knights, violently collided with a zombie team for the 3rd time. Spear piercing through. The zombie team was swiftly massacred. However, this time, Anthea promptly sensed that something was amiss. Not good. Almost the moment she charged into the zombie team, Anthea realized that something was off. It was entirely different from the previous 2 charges. In the prior instances, her attacks had penetrated 2 zombies and continued forward for 3 meters before being forcibly halted by the layers of zombies. But this time was distinct. She advanced a staggering 7 to 8 meters. Oh no. The density of the zombies had altered. Anthea immediately grasped the situation, her expression changing, and she promptly shouted, "Retreat. Fall back." The density of zombies exhibited irregular fluctuations. Some of the heavy armored knights who charged into the undead crowd were stopped after advancing 2 to 3 meters by the layered zombies. Meanwhile, others managed to penetrate more than 10 meters before coming to a halt. During the retreat, those knights who had pushed 2 to 3 meters deep could easily withdraw. However, those who had surged more than 20 meters into the zombie team had no opportunity to retreat. They were swiftly ensnared and overwhelmed by the surrounding zombies. They could not break free at all. Recognizing the imminent danger, Anthea swiftly retreated. Once out of the zombie team, she promptly summoned the heavy-armored knights and regrouped not far away. From a distance, it was evident that nearly 100 elite heavy-armored knights were ensnared in the undead crowd during this single wave of impact. The relentless surge of zombies from all directions trapped them firmly in the middle, slowly devouring them. Over 100 heavy-armored knights weren't immediately wiped out by the undead. They continued to vigorously swing their knight commander's spear, struggling and barely holding on, attempting to carve out a bloody path from the layers of the zombie team. Anthea was left with only 2 choices. Charge back in for another assault, attempting to find a way to rescue the besieged 100-plus heavy-armored knights. Or simply abandon them. Anthea clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Her gaze shifted to the deeper parts of the zombie team. Though she couldn't see, she could distinctly sense a pair of chilling eyes fixed on her. What a formidable foe. Was it Feng Heng? Considering the 2 probing attacks moments ago, Anthea was certain that with the capabilities of these zombies, completely consuming this group of over 100 heavy-armored knights wouldn't be so troublesome. They could be efficiently divided and devoured. However, after such a long time had passed, when the knights regrouped, not only did the besieged soldiers not die, but they were even chased together by the zombies. There was only one explanation. The enemy did this deliberately. They intentionally slowed down their assault, deliberately leaving their trapped comrades for her to rescue. It was an obvious trap. Anthea was convinced. If she recklessly charged into the undead team to rescue the trapped members, the remaining heavy-armored knights would fall into dire straits. What a frightening enemy. As the commander, Anthea reluctantly had to make this agonizing decision. She could only abandon the besieged comrades. Retreat. Yes, Commander. The military fortress's city wall plunged into a sudden silence. No one could have anticipated that the initially favorable situation would undergo such a significant reversal. The once invincible Empire's heavy-armored knights were unexpectedly ensnared. Failed? Witnessing the hundreds of heavy-armored knights cornered by the zombies, the ministers of Joan's kingdom grew even more anxious. Retreat? Why did they suddenly withdraw? Hurry back to rescue them. The city wall became increasingly chaotic. The imperial uncle also clenched his fists. Anthea, that foolhardy woman. What was she up to? Was it intentional? He was the one who issued the assault order, and now things had gone awry. Was she purposely trying to embarrass him? The imperial uncle saw that Anthea had already led the heavily armored knights to retreat to the military fortress on the right. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Where's the magicite cannon? Kill the group of undead." Chapter 1900 Shooting Range. Imperial Uncle, the enemy is not within the effective range of the magicite cannon, and the magicite cannon's impact is not. Shut up. The Imperial Uncle turned his head, fixing an angry gaze on the speaking guard. His eyes flickered with wrath as he forcefully interrupted, "Outside are loyal soldiers of my country. How can I watch them die in vain?" Boom. "Hurry up and launch." "Yes, sir." The guard dared not talk back and hurriedly descended to relay the command. Not far outside the city, Feng Heng shook his head in his heart as he watched Anthea leave her companions behind and retreat into the city fortress with the heavy armored knights. What a missed opportunity. Killing a single knight could earn him a 0.02% completion rate for the commission mission and an additional 2 minutes. It was a lucrative endeavor. He had initially planned to feign another attack to deceive the heavy armored knights into launching another assault. However, the opponent proved to be clever and didn't fall for the ruse. Forget it. Feng Heng controlled the zombie clones to swiftly deal with the nearly 100 heavily armored knights surrounded by the undead. He then glanced at the rapidly updating game notifications. Ding! The player has successfully killed the elite heavy armored knight of Joan's kingdom. Player's current mission: snipe the foreign Holy Court army. The mission completion rate increased to 0.02%. Current mission estimated time remaining plus 2 minutes. Ding! Due to your performance on the battlefield, your reputation in the Joan's kingdom has received a negative increase. There is a chance that you will have a deterrent effect on the enemy when fighting against the Joan's kingdom. Alright. After dispatching this wave of heavy armored knights, the increase in mission completion rate was a secondary gain. He could now earn an additional 200 minutes of mission time. In the rear, Jasmine and the others, who had been captured by Feng Heng, exchanged glances, each showing a different expression. Even Joan's kingdom's mightiest heavy cavalry regiment fell short against Feng Heng. Boom. Boom. Just as Feng Heng pondered how to proceed with the next steps against the city, the booming sound of cannons suddenly echoed. A light purple beam shot from the military fortress's muzzle. The light cannon struck the ground, creating enormous craters with a resounding boom. The earth trembled violently. Jasmine and the others simultaneously raised their heads, looking in the direction of the military fortress, and cautioned, "Be careful, it's a magicite cannon." Fang Heng also furrowed his brow, gazing at the 3 military fortresses in the distance. He had indeed heard of magicite cannons. It was very potent. Moreover, the final damage was spell damage. Its weak point was that its effective range was relatively short. As long as the target left the effective range, it would be difficult to guarantee a hit rate. In addition, it was very troublesome to move the cannon. Every attack would consume a lot of energy. The zombie team had left the effective shooting range. Under the dense bombardment of the magicite cannon, a few of the magicite cannons coincidentally hit the zombie crowd and instantly killed 20 to 30 zombies. It wasn't that the magicite cannons couldn't hit the zombies, but it seemed like they were venting their anger. Fang Heng turned around and looked at the few captive players behind him. Are there many such large-scale magicite cannons in the military fortress? We've heard that there's military deployment inside the fortress, but this is the first time we've heard of magicite cannons. Got it. Fang Heng hummed softly. It was normal for the Jones Kingdom's military deployment to be kept secret from players. Although magicite cannons were potent, they were not entirely without flaws. Let's try again. Now, he could confirm that defeating the Jones Kingdom soldiers would reward him with commission time and completion rate bonuses. Moreover, the Holy Court's deployment point was also inside the military fortress. As long as he could find a way to break through the fortress, he would undoubtedly earn a lot in commission completion rate. Let's continue. Fang Heng thought to himself. Fang Heng changed his tactics, controlling the zombie clones to maintain a loose formation and slowly advance toward the fortress. This way, they wouldn't be obliterated by the magicite cannons. Here they come. Undead. They're attacking. On the city wall, tension rose again as a large number of undead creatures slowly advanced toward the fortress. Anthea had the Empire's heavy armored knights enter the military fortress to rest for a while. She immediately returned to the main military fortress where the Imperial Uncle was located and climbed up the city wall to observe the situation. Upon reaching the city wall, she saw that the Imperial Uncle had already fired the magicite cannon. Anthea couldn't help but sigh. The effective range of the magicite cannon was short, and the consumption was high. It looked like a fierce move, but in fact, it was not very effective. They could wait until the enemy entered the effective range of the magicite cannon before suddenly opening fire, catching them off guard and destroying a large number of the enemy's forces in one fell swoop. This chapter was originally shared via Readscape. Yet, she met an Imperial Uncle who did not know anything and liked to give orders blindly. When the Imperial Uncle saw Anthea arrive, he was displeased, but he held back his anger. He didn't think there was anything scary about the undead. He just felt that Anthea wasn't capable enough and had lost. Anthea looked at Bishop Cotter and said in a deep voice, "Holy Court, I need you to give me an explanation. Why are the undead creatures so powerful? These are not ordinary undead zombies. When will your reinforcements arrive?" Bishop Cotter of the Holy Court also realized this. The zombies outdoors were not ordinary. Seeing that the two of them were about to start quarreling again, the Imperial Uncle said in a deep voice, "Commander Anthea, the sudden increase in the strength of the undead is not something we want to see. Let's put aside the matter of holding them accountable for now. Focus on thinking of a way to deal with the undead outside." Anthea clenched her fists and suppressed her anger. The teleportation array is still in the final stage of charging. It still needs some time. Cotter cupped his hands at Anthea and said in a gentle tone, "Commander Anthea, the undead have already attacked the fortress. I am afraid we won't be able to stop them with just the magic crystal cannons." Anthea looked at Bishop Cotter. "Bishop, what do you think?" "We think we should take the initiative to attack. The Holy Court will assist the Empire's massive knights to break through the undead that breaks through the range of the magic crystal cannons. Do you think this method is feasible?" Anthea glanced at the battlefield below the city wall. In the distance, a large number of undead creatures were slowly approaching the rightmost military fortress. The magic crystal cannons on the 3 military fortresses kept booming. Unfortunately, the density of zombies was relatively loose. A single blast would only kill 3 or 4 at most. There were still a few remaining zombies that managed to pass through the dense bombardment range of the magicite cannon. She had to find a way to deal with these zombies. Otherwise, they would affect the fortress. Indeed, just as Bishop Cotter had said, they needed to send people to deal with this group of zombies. "I understand. I will lead the team to eliminate the zombies. I hope that the reinforcements from the Holy Court will arrive as soon as possible," Anthea said and turned to depart the city wall. Soon, the city gate opened again. The massive warriors of the Empire gathered and attacked the city again and again, killing the scattered zombies outdoors the fortress that had broken through the bombardment area of the Magicite cannon. A few ordinary cavalry and infantry regiments also joined in and scattered to clear out the zombies. Chapter 1901 Conscription. Not far away, Feng Heng observed as the number of zombies was continually diminished by the magical crystal cannons. He couldn't help but be lost in thought. The locations of the 3 fortresses built by the Jones Kingdom were indeed strategically advantageous. Additionally, the attacking capability of the zombie clones was somewhat lacking. If the zombie clones maintained too loose a formation, the knight regiments of Jones Kingdom would weave in and out, effortlessly eliminating the zombie clones. However, if they were too densely packed, they would be blown away by the Magicite cannons. Seeing that victory was not within immediate reach, Feng Heng muttered to himself, just keep consuming them. Indeed, as the players had mentioned, military fortresses were easy to defend but difficult to attack. This battle wouldn't be resolved quickly. He didn't lose out. It was merely a matter of patience on both sides. The usage of the Magicite cannons required substantial energy, and they also had durability limitations. Continuous usage over a short period led to overheating, significantly increasing the failure and damage rates. Feng Heng didn't believe that they could launch the magical crystal cannons forever. In addition, the knight battalions and holy paladins of Jones Kingdom were also slowly being consumed by his zombies. The casualty ratio was a bit high, even reaching a few 100 to 1. But who cared? Each kill was a gain. Feng Heng estimated that at this rate, the number of zombie clones behind him might not be enough. Maybe he could find a place to reinforce? Turning around, Feng Heng gazed at Jasmine and the group of players, asking, by the way, do any of you have a map of the nearby area? A map? Jasmine and the other players, still in awe of the zombie siege, were momentarily stunned by Feng Heng's request. Why would he need a map at a time like this? We have one, yes. Jasmine quickly came back to his senses and handed over the map from his backpack. Taking the map, Feng Heng rapidly flipped through it. After bypassing the front military fortress, the rear was Jones Kingdom's hinterland, containing several gathering points for wild creatures. Excellent. With the military fortresses surrounded, Feng Heng could conduct a two-pronged attack. He could use the zombie clones to gradually wear down the main battlefield while simultaneously locating lower-level creature gathering points. By leveraging the mutated infection effect of the zombie clones, he could reinforce his troops. I need to leave for a while to handle some matters, Feng Heng said, raising his head. Let's exchange communication IDs first. You guys stay here. If you notice anything, use the survival radio to inform me promptly. Sure, no problem. Jasmine was a bit surprised and he nodded quickly. The idea of a big shot, this was a friendship slot worth a fortune. Adding Jasmine to his friends, Feng Heng split a batch of zombie clones from the main group. Kai. Hundreds of zombie clones formed a flesh cocoon on the spot. After a moment, lickers crawled out from the cocoon. Go. Feng Heng waved towards the right side of the fortress. Kai. Following Feng Heng's command, the lickers immediately darted along the edge covered by the magical crystal cannon's bombardment range of the military fortress. In the distance, on the city wall, a quick-moving group of licker creatures caught the attention of the Jones Kingdom members as they swiftly crossed the artillery zone. It's mutated ghouls. They're coming this way. Not towards the fortress. Stop them. Don't let them breach the artillery defense line. They're aiming to cross the border. If the ghouls broke through, the territory behind him would be Jones Kingdom's heartland. The magical crystal cannons were all aimed at the area where the lickers were. They simultaneously fired. What? Right before the magical crystal cannons were about to hit the lickers, a faint white dot suddenly overflowed from the group of lickers. Boom. Boom boom. The cannons hit the ground where the lickers were rapidly moving, creating deep craters, but, unexpectedly, the air was left with only echoes. Where were the lickers? N0vil_bin hosted the premiere release of this chapter. The onlookers on the city wall were astounded. Despite the multitude of lickers, they vanished the moment before the cannons landed. Suddenly, the commander shouted, "Look! Over there!" Whoosh, whoosh. Pale white starlight appeared in the distance. The group of lickers seemed to traverse through a certain space, emerging from the other side and sprinting forward at high speed. Space traversal? What kind of eerie ability was this? Since when could the undead exhibit such powers? On the city walls, the members of Jones Kingdom couldn't help but feel a chill. Hee hee. Behind them, Feng Heng chuckled and wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was the secondary space projection ability. This marked the first time he simultaneously manipulated so many lickers to enter secondary space projection and swiftly move within it, imposing a substantial strain on his mental strength. Moreover, 1/3 of the lickers lost control and perished within the spatial projection. It still worked out. If they had charged directly into the bombardment area of the magicite cannon, probably less than 1/5 of them would have survived. Fire! Stop them! The Imperial uncle regained his senses and shouted from the city wall, "Don't let them break through." The soldiers on the city wall had already prepared for the second round of magicite cannon attacks. However, the Lickers' movement speed was incredibly fast. They continued to run forward for a distance in the secondary projection space. By the time the magicite cannon fired its second round of attacks, they had already moved out of the effective range. Boom! Boom! After the second wave of concentrated magicite cannon attacks, only a few scattered shots hit the Lickers, causing effective damage.